Welcome to opening day of the 2015 North American League Championship Series. The fans are fired up and showing some love to their favorite teams. Lots of them piled in here today, ready for some league action. And of course, we do have Cloud9 loading in onto the stage, checking their equipment, preparing for a much-awaited showdown that will come shortly. And then Loco Doco giving some last-minute advice to the shot caller of TSM, Bjergsen, for this all-important season opener. And ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever, the NALCS kicks off with a 10-team format. We've got 3 new squads and a multitude of new faces, 2 of whom are former world champions. But all of them are ready to battle it out for glory. The North American LCS starts right now.
As time goes on, I've noticed that it gets more and more competitive. Last year at PAX, every single one of those matches were extremely close.
Last season, I definitely thought we were a top team. We're not all there. All that really matters for CLG this year is just results.
I think a lot of people were happy and content that we got to the quarterfinals and we took a game off White. And we feel like that wasn't good enough.
I'm very excited to be playing LCS this season. There's so many new teams.
You have players from EU, China, and Korea, so it's like the melting pot. It's the American dream.
We get to see more teams play, more variety of champions.
If we come out strong, then that will surprise the other teams and force them to rethink how they stand against us.
All these teams, they're like, we're going to roster change, we're going to be really, really good, we're going to get hyped again, and then we're going to get smashed by TSM this year.
It's really important that I make the best out of my 1 year.
I am ready for the challenge.
I'm hoping to make some plays.
The dream is alive.
Let's go, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We've got a packed house of fired up fans here in Los Angeles, California. The energy in the building is palpable, and with a full slate of league action ahead of us, we can expect some explosive plays out on the Rift. Hello, I'm James Dash Patterson. It's great to have you with us. I know I'm excited to get the spring split underway, so to help me christen our new studio home, I've got Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, Aiden, Zyrene Moon, and David Freak Turley. Gentlemen, it's great to have the band back together.
Yes, it is. I'm very excited for this new year of LCS, all the new faces that are going to be in the LCS, and of course, Freak's much hairier face.
Oh, so much hairier.
What's our first single going to be as the new band?
Ooh, that's a good question.
The name of the band is definitely going to be Kobe and the Other Guys, though.
Kobe and the Other Guys?
I've been here longer than you. How do you get to be the front man?
I don't know about that one.
This
is a good way to make enemies at the start of the season there, Kobe.
We're casting later today. I'm going to beat you up.
Of course, the other members of the band, Riv and Jat, will join us shortly with the call of our first game. But before that, the start of a new split is always full of change, and this year is no different. In the past, teams would face off against each other 4 times over the course of a split. But starting this year with the addition of 2 more teams to the league, each team will only face each other twice. We've also done away with Super Weeks, and instead of 4 games a day, we'll be bringing you 5. Now, to set the stage, let's run through the teams that will be making up the LCS. To start, let's go with what's the same. At the top of the list is the defending champions, Team Solo Mid, followed by Cloud9, Counterlogic Gaming, and Dignitas. Curse are now operating under the newly minted Team Liquid, Evil Geniuses are Winter Fox, and LMQ have taken the name Team Impulse. Then joining the league is Team 8, who knocked out Complexity in the promotion tournament, with Coast returning to the LCS through the expansion tournament, along with Curse Academy, who now answer to the name Gravity. Also new to the LCS this year, teams will compete for championship points to qualify for a spot at Worlds. The winner of the summer split will automatically secure the #1 seed from North America, but the second spot will go to the team with the most points. The third and final Worlds berth will be determined by a regional qualifier. And the battle to avoid last place will be just as heated because the 10th place team will automatically be relegated to the Challenger Series. So the pressure to rack up wins all year becomes that much higher. A lot of changes in the air, so I do want to poll the desk. Guys, what are we looking forward to most this split?
I've got to start it off with TIP's jungler that they're going to bring over, Rush. Now, this is a guy, he's coming from the top of Korean solo queue. That's not in itself a big thing, but he speaks English really well, and he's going to be the shot caller for this team. So there's so much variance that can happen with the start of the season for these guys. I think that there's a lot of weight on Rush's shoulders. I'm really excited to see if he can actually come from solo queue as a jungler and translate that into competitive, because solo queue jungling is so much different than competitive game jungling.
Sure, of course it is. And I'm actually interested in the other guys who have weight in their shoulders. We've got 2 former world champions, Impact and Piglet, though they won't be here with us this week. These guys were at the top of the game. They didn't even qualify for Worlds last year. They got a new shot in the LCS here. What kind of impact are they going to have? And the third is another player I really want to watch his rise is Smithy on CLG. Back in Season 3, he was the #2 jungler in North America behind Meteos. What's he done in the last year? Is he going to bring the rise of CLG? He clearly did well in the tryouts. How are these guys going to kind of bring their careers back up?
And I want to look at some new faces here. We have 3 new teams, but I kind of want to focus on Cali Trolls. Top laner here, he had the most kills in the Challenger Series as a top laner, which is a big feat in and of itself. And he brings this new aggression. I believe he's the only hyper-aggressive, innovative top laner in the North American LCS. And top lane is really shifting its meta. We're seeing Lissandras, we're seeing Azirs. It's not those tanky top laners anymore, or those like moderate lane bullies. So he's able to play things like the Fizz, the Vladimir, the Cho'Gath that he wants to bring out. And I want to see how he leaves his mark on the scene in that 1 year that he has.
And of course, the players are not the only new faces we're seeing this year. This year, the coaches get to be on the stage for Champion Select. So how big of an impact do we actually expect this to have?
It's going to be this big. It's going to be really big.
All right, measurable.
Oh,
we
yeah.
have something to compare it to now.
4 cubits. I think that it's absolutely huge because having your coach on the stage with you gives you a lot of comfort. They can help you with your win conditions and your picks. Also, they dedicate their time during the week, not to their individual play like a player does, and they kind of relieve them of the duty of studying the other team and figuring out what the curveballs might be that they throw at you in Champion Select. So the coaches allow you to pivot a little more when a pick or ban that you didn't expect to come out comes out. Also, they have accountability, and you get to basically put a face to that guy won Champion Select really hard. Like Fnatic's coach against Elements was an amazing composition that targeted Elements players, not the champions, just their style of play. And then there are coaches that don't always draft the right team comp, and you can be like, Prawley, what are you doing? Flipping through that book? What's in there?
Gone are the days of the coaches whining about if only the team had picked the champions I had told them to prior match. They listened to me. Well, now you have no excuse. Okay, I want to get a little bit more nitpicky with it though. Let's look at which teams specifically are going to benefit the most from the addition of a coach on stage.
Well, of course I'm going to have to go with the established coaches because coaches for League of Legends are such a rare commodity. Pretty much nobody has experience in this. There's only a couple, so we have to go with Loco Doco. He had success with TSM. And then, of course, I really like Charlie for Cloud9 as well. All the new teams, I'm kind of worried for them because they have to go searching for guys that not only have game knowledge. I mean, there's a lot of people that watch League and they think they have the game knowledge, but they don't actually understand the game. And then also the relationship that you have to establish with the players, that takes time no matter who you are, even if you're already a great coach. So Loco and Charlie and guys like Scar already have a head start on that. They've established these relationships and it'll be much easier for the teams to trust them.
I think there's 2 teams as well that come in with I want to believe really good coaching talent. So there's Team Impulse, who've got Fly, former mid laner for Jin Air over back in Korea before it was called what it is now. And also Winter Fox, they've got Paragon, who played for Incredible Miracle. So these are 2 players that have played in an atmosphere where a coach sits behind them during Champ Select. Can they translate into their own coaching style?
Yeah, and I want to see if they get the rapport with the players that they need that you were talking about as well, because that's really big, and also moderating or mediating interpersonal relationships within the players can always be a big task, and I want to see if the coaches are up to it.
Yeah, I guess there's no arguing the established coaches, as we've already seen Loco Doco have a major effect on the success of TSM. The newer ones, though, I'll be very curious to see how they shape up throughout the season. But to commemorate the start of the season, Challenger Ari is now available in the client store, so players can start charming their way up the new ranked ladder. But she's only available for a limited time through February 2nd, so don't miss your opportunity to pick her up. Or, if you fancy yourself a whiz with words, send your thoughts to our Twitter question of the day, and if your answer makes it onto our broadcast, you'll win yourself a Challenger Ari skin. Today we want to know what has you the most excited about the 2015 NALCS and why. Now there's no wrong answer, so take a minute and tweet what has you hyped to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. And remember, if you see any jaw-dropping plays, you can share those by tweeting hashtag LCS Big Plays. After you've thrown your hat into the ring on Twitter, head over to LOL Esports for our 2015 power ranking outlining the 20 most dangerous teams from around the world. Also there you can get all the stats, VODs, and in-depth analysis you've come to know and love. We've got to take our first LCS break of the year, but don't go anywhere because we've got Riv and Jat gearing up on the caster desk to bring you the call on our rematch of the Summer Split Championship, Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9. Keep that browser right here. The action gets underway in just 3.5.
Everybody's ready to see some games. The crowd is fired up for our first game of the Summer Playoff Championship between the reigning champs Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid.
From behind them, although High has burned a lot of Darius' stuff, and that is what Zed lives for.
Actually, he goes down to the Ignite.
Triple kill!
There goes Darius, and he gets a 4-man pulverize. The calling hits the entire wall, and Wild Turtle's forced to stop it himself.
Yes, bro!
Oh my God, High goes in and gets a 4-man last breath himself.
And he gives Cloud9 a 2-1 advantage in this best of 5.
Plus boy on the backside, that all starting down. Bjergsen is just raining in damage, and he does find Sneaky. Coming up with focus.
Wow, Turtle!
Angel. Turtle on the triple, Turtle on the quadra. TSM goes the full 5 and takes down Cloud9 to be the 2014 North American champions. Welcome back to day 1 of the LCS Spring Split. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bisson III, and with me is Joshua Jat Leesman.
Yeah, it is great to be back here on the desk with you, but more importantly, in this new studio to kick off such a great season.
It seems like the TSM chants are still around, too. Another year.
Yeah, those aren't going away anyway anytime soon.
It's time to get into the action with Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9. And these are the only teams to claim the title of the NALCS champions.
Yeah, and in this matchup, Cloud9 does hold the significant edge in head-to-head winnings. Of the 23 games they've played, Cloud9's won 17 of them. But like we just saw a minute ago, TSM did dethrone Cloud9 from that pinnacle of NA teams when they won that grueling best-of-5 series and took home the Summer Split Championship. But we also have to know that TSM, they've made a roster change in the offseason. Everyone knows it. Santorin has replaced Amazing in the jungle. And historically, TSM's been a little bit of a slow starter in seasons. They take a little while to adapt to the changes, and we'll have to see how they do on this new season and patch.
Right, and TSM's preseason was a little worrisome, to say the least.
IEM San Jose, they were there, and then they were gone. They got 0-2'd or 2-0'd by Unicorns of Love, and that's probably been stinging ever since.
See if they've righted the wrongs. Now for Cloud9, they seem to thrive on change, except when it comes to their team lineup. They start this split with the same roster they have had since they entered the LCS 3 splits ago.
And this is actually really cool. They have had the same roster in 102 consecutive LCS games. As a bit of perspective, the next closest team was XDG or Vulcan when they did 61 consecutive games, but they're no longer in the LCS. Also, this one's even crazier. Of the 5 major competitive leagues, Cloud9 is the only team that didn't have an off-season roster change of some kind, which is just absolutely absurd. And it continues to be a winning formula.
It's pretty crazy. And for TSM to stay on top again this split, for them, they'll rely on the experience of veterans like Dyrus, as well as the injection of the new blood with the addition of Santorin.
To stay on the team such as TSM, a top-tier team in NA, you have to really, really be able to adapt. And if you don't adapt, then that's when you're going to get kicked.
I think the main things that has just kept Darius on the team is just his motivation and his dedication to the game. He just truly enjoys the game.
One of the reasons that he's played for such a long time and that he'll probably play forever is he just loves playing video games.
At the end of the day, I'm always trying to play as long as I can, and I feel like I got another year or 2 in me.
It's nice to have a fellow Dane on board for sure. I haven't been speaking a lot of Danish lately, but now that Santorin's been in the house, it's a lot nicer.
So they sometimes talk in their own native language, and I'm always like, what are they talking about? And they're always like laughing, and I'm just like, I don't understand.
Both of us being from Denmark, kind of we have these similarities and these things that we miss or things that we like, but we're like, oh, something is different here. And it's very easy to relate to him and very easy to be a good friend with him, which translates into the game. I think a lot of people were happy and content that we got to the quarterfinals and we took a game off White, but I think us within the team, we really feel like we can do better, and we feel like that wasn't good enough.
This season, I think we have a way better chance because we have all the resources this time, and we're going to go in not underestimating our opponents at all.
We're here to win, we're here to improve every single season, and having the same result as last year is not going to be good enough for us.
I'm excited for this spring.
I really like our team right now, and I think we have a really good chance this year.
every new season's like waiting for that new TV show to come up, and you just want to know what happens. And I just can't wait to go and play and see how we do this year.
Well, I'm excited because this is my favorite show, and the new season is starting right now.
It is my favorite show as well. I mean, League of Legends is pretty much on 24/7 nowadays.
This is true. There was like 5 different leagues going on last night. It was absolutely amazing. Like LPL, LJL, LCK, and the Oceanic League, and then, oh my, just more. It's the best. It was beyond glorious. That was my tweet for the entire moment.
Just to let you guys know, there is a slight delay. There was a problem with Lemon Nation's mouse, actually. Something that's new to this year in the LCS is players actually had to submit 2 versions of all of their gear to League Operations unopened, so there could be no tampering for potential cheating. That's right. Of course, when Lemon Nation opened up his mouse, it was defective, so they had to go get the backup, which is one of the problems. And one other thing, actually, there was a lot of discussion before the game about a Sivir bug that appeared to be pretty game-impacting. It's if her spell shield is blocking a spell, and in that exact same frame, someone hits with an auto attack, that will not do damage. And it was almost disabled, but it was deemed because of how late it came up and because of the rarity of the bug happening that it is playable this week. So if the Sivir bug happens in game, all the teams have been notified. There will not be a remake of the game.
Right.
So just so everybody knows that, we can play some League of Legends.
Yeah, it's about time.
Yeah.
It's been a real long break. I'm sure the players are ready as well. The new season coming in with only 2 games to go against each other, and I'm sure coming into this game, TSM's going to be haunted that Cloud9 did beat them at the beginning of the split, so they'll try to get a replay of that rerun, if you will, as Dyrus likes to call it, a show. But we will have to see. As we said, the coaches will be on stage, and that's going to be a huge impact. I like what they were saying on the stage, or on the analyst desk, where it kind of does put a face to the champion select went well because of this. Or, you know, you can kind of fall back on that coach and be like, we need to do something different. It might have been his fault.
I also got to talk with Cloud9 a little bit because I was curious whether it was going to be Lemon Nation's notebook or Charlie's notebook, or if they would have 2 notebooks.
Is that undermining Lemon's notebook?
Yeah, exactly. And word on the street is Lemon Nation will retain his notebook, and Charlie is there for supplemental information. He will have his own notes, but it will not be the same as Lemon Nation's notebook. Just so we got that cleared up.
All right, we'll see. They're all dressed fancy. That's really going over well. People are enjoying it. We see Loco Doco sporting the polka dots for this one. It's fancy. Polka dots are a good deal.
Yeah, just to talk a little bit more about the way these 2 teams have been preparing. Obviously, the offseason for TSM was very poor in a sense because they had that one showing at IEM San Jose. They went 0-2 to Unicorns of Love. Also keep in mind that Cloud9 basically ran the table at that tournament. They beat Elements, who was Alliance at the time. They then 2-0'd the finals, 3-0'd the finals against Unicorns of Love, and looked to be the strongest team in North America. But honestly, every time people count TSM out, they seem to come storming back. So I think this will be a really fantastic first game.
It'll be interesting. A lot of the vlogs showed that times were tight getting up to scrim, and not a lot of people have been scrimming because they're all just getting back into the country. So that'll be interesting to see as they pan out into the games. While we're working out the technical issue, we are going to throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thanks, Riv. Yeah, some technical issues. We'll get those sorted out, but this means that we get a little time to speculate.
Kobe and the Freaks are back.
Analysis. All right, so obviously there's been a lot of changes to the game since the last time we saw these 2 teams go up head-to-head. So is anyone here confident enough to pick a team to come out on top, given all the changes? Yes? All right, let's go. Start with you,
we're going down the line. I'm going to say Cloud9. They look sharpest. Santorin, Jack talked about it briefly over about IEM San Jose. They didn't look too hot, TSM overall. Maybe they've gelled a bit better since then, but I mean, if you're going to pick a favorite, you've got to pick Cloud9.
Yeah, and statistically speaking, Cloud9 is, the better team in the head-to-head matchups here. Also, I think TSM has a problem usually with adapting to patches, and this is a really big change for them. They're usually about a patch behind, so I really hope that they can actually just bring it today. And Cloud9, they have been innovators for a very long time, and like Sneaky's been streaming a bunch. His Callista looks like off the chain, really good right now.
Yeah. Do we expect to see Callista let through then?
I would probably see it banned or something to counter it.
Yeah, I feel like we've already seen the champion played, even though I don't believe there is a hot fix for this current tournament realm patch. The one thing actually you talked about being a patch behind, there's something that interests me a lot about this patch, which is the trinket changes where upgraded yellow trinkets, upgraded blue trinkets are a lot better and cheaper. I love
you love that thing.
I love green ward droppers. I think they're amazing. I actually think you should have multiple on your team. I asked Dyrus about this, like, hey, what do you think about upgraded yellow trinkets? He's like, I like it, but no one buys them, so I second guess myself. myself. And I was
No,
like, I wonder.
there's actually a lot of people that have fallen in love. They're just not saying anything because they want to keep it secret.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's basically, it's almost like having a sight stone. I mean, you can't drop them whenever you want, but it's only 200, 250 gold
250, yeah.
to upgrade it, and it's really efficient.
For an almost sight stone.
Bring it back to this game, though.
Yeah.
Cloud9
Who
versus
you
TSM.
Who you pick?
You guys are really heavy on Cloud9. I give them the edge, but as far as the IEM performance, I have to say that TSM are definitely going to play much better than they did at IEM. I mean, Bjergsen underperformed. That was very uncharacteristic of him. Also, Santorin, you could see exactly what the problem was. He was a newer jungler on a big stage. He's got now TSM fans that he's playing for, so he was a little bit hesitant to take risks, and very rarely does he have to play in a game where his mid laner gets killed that early. That changes a jungler's map for the entire game completely if your mid lane collapses. So I feel like he's going to have a stronger showing this time around. And he'll be able to overcome some of those nerves, as well as, work with the rest of the team. Of course, Bjergsen, I'm predicting to have a much better performance as well.
That being said, though, he is going up against one of the
Meteos
touted best jungler in North America. So although I agree there was a bit of a shock factor at IEM San Jose, and just like, I don't know what to do now when I'm against TF Jungle and they get an early kill, my mid lane's collapsing. There's so many things to worry about. But when you're going up against Cloud9 in the season opener, are you telling me there's not less pressure?
So that big surprise, I'm looking at the jungle for this game. But that's only my featured matchup.
Weird.
But Meteos, as you said, he's always great at adapting to new patches. I'm very curious to see what types of champion he uses. Of course, it's probably going to be the big ones, the Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, Jarvan.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see how he works with his laners to get those invades and get the vision down, because that's where Cloud9 always take control of the jungle. It's through the lanes that actually help him and support him in getting that deep vision down.
Yeah. It's worth mentioning, actually. I believe last time C9 and TSM had a season opener, Teemo Mid won the show. So, I mean, I feel like most seasons start with C9 doing something crazy and beating TSM with it. So I want to see if it happens again. I don't know if it's Teemo or what, but I have high hopes for, new season, something crazy.
Yeah, we should be looking at the coaches, really, because this is the first time that we have coaches North American LCS. And I have to say, Charlie, I think, won at least the best dress as far as the coaching matchup this time around. He had the full Cloud9 suit.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
A little bit better.
Cloud9 suits? Did they like beat Gambit out for like tailored suits with like the logo on it?
The other interesting thing, though, about the coaches matchup is the fact that both of these coaches already existed in previous seasons. Yeah. So really the big
These
change,
were the two that I mentioned as the strongest coaches in the league. That's why it's going to be
and they are proven to be, great coaches, given the record of the team in the past. The change, though, is the fact that now they'll be on stage during that champion select period, and I think it's going to be interesting to watch the C9 dynamic there because of the fact that Lemon Nation is generally the one running the show there.
That's why I think TSM is actually going to get more benefit from having their coach on stage, because like the Cloud9, they're a really good team. It's just going to up them a little bit, because Lemon Nation was doing a whole bunch in Champion Select already, but the addition of Loco Doco in Champion Select and the morale that he brings to the team is just a bigger increase for TSM by that rule change.
All right, well, the teams are already on the stage, so we're going to send it back to the caster desk to take us into the game.
Thank you very much, Dash, and it is going to be a fantastic game. With that, let's jump right in with a quick look at the team's lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be Team Solo Mid. That's Dyrus in the top lane, Santorin now in the jungle, Bjergsen at mid, Wild Turtle at AD carry, and Lustboy at support.
And on the red side, it is Cloud9 with the same lineup they've had for the last 102 games. Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in the mid lane, Sneaky on AD carry, and Lemon Nation, and confirmed his notebook as well on support.
Absolutely. Even High has got some paper here. These guys are doing their homework. I'm hoping for a lot of flavor, like EU-LCS. EU-LCS had some great picks, a lot of variety, back and forth. Some didn't work out so well, but they were definitely trying to put their hand out there.
If we remember to the last time TSM Cloud9 opened an LCS season against each other, High picked AP Teemo.
Yeah, he did.
At the time, and was victorious.
Yep.
Then AP Teemo was never seen again in the LCS, and everyone just forgot that it happened.
It's because you feel bad about it. It's like every one of your three-pointers goes off the backboard and in. That's just look,
yeah, it's just not a lot. You got to call it.
So what, have they done their homework? Like we said, a lot of people haven't been scrimming too much, or that's the word. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't.
Well, TSM and Cloud9
for sure
have had the least issues as far as being able to have everyone in country. Obviously, Cloud9 an all North American team. TSM did have a few issues getting there, but they've been practicing. I talked to the coaches. They are good to go.
Is it still Worlds? Rumble Tristana? What's going on? All right. 2 bans already on the board. Team
Yeah,
Solo
the
mid.
Tristana ban is very targeted at Wild Turtle.
Right.
They watched the pre-roll video for this series with Wild Turtle critting like 8 times and 11 attacks, and getting a quadra kill to win Game 5.
Cassid and FlexPick tossed out of this one. They won't be going anywhere. There's Loco Doco and Charlie, respectively, for TSM and Cloud9. Always on comms with these guys, and then at the end, they walk off stage, and the team takes it into their own hands.
And as Kobe mentioned, these are 2 of the most experienced coaches. Cloud9 had the title of analyst, still does, but he is their coach. He is also their coach as well.
Right.
Loco Doco really grew TSM to substantial improvement after Reginald brought him on to be the head honcho there at TSM.
That was different too.
Pretty standard bans here so far.
Wow. Lysandra as well. So if not everything at balls, a few flex picks there, it's definitely going to hurt high and balls in the same.
I'm really surprised that Janna was not banned. Just based on the
high
relative
priority
success.
in a lot of regions.
It's been banned or picked very early in pretty much every region, especially knowing the Korean influence that TSM holds, Loco Doco coming from there. Just OGN statistics. This is not counting the games that happened last night. But Janna was 100% pick ban over in the LCK. And of the games, Janna was in 9-2. So it's just a very powerful pick. Lustboy can't play it. And there's a lot of stuff that you can first pick nowadays. So obviously it could be a little bait and switch that Cloud9 has planned. They've done it in the past. They left Warwick up at IEM San Jose only because they were good at playing against it. You can tell Loco's taking his time with this one.
And champion selects have been taking a lot longer. We see the last ban in Italy coming in. If you had seen Bjergsen's vlog from the beginning of January, he's been having a lot of success on Italy and LeBlanc. And all the way through, we saw it banned pretty much in every region as well. Rek'Sai, first pick for TSM.
Oh, man.
The Gnar goes through as well, and
here.
the Sivir. They know what they want.
I got
Cloud9's gonna keep the yellow hue.
a little bit distracted by Janna not being there, because this is another thing that these guys have been talking about.
Gotta forget about the other ladies of the league.
There's so many things that a lot of these teams want to ban, and because of the heavily targeted nature of Cloud9's bans on red side, with the Trist ban and the Nidalee ban, it just left up a lot of stuff that is usually banned or first picked, which allowed Cloud9 to take two things that are potentially banned. But once again, Janna's still there. I really hope TSM takes it away on this rotation. Otherwise, I think Cloud9's going to lock it down and have Janna and Sivir for more speed.
Scary damage as well coming out of that early game laning phase. Easily pushing something out. Lustboy and Wild Turtle can be aggressive, but definitely see that coming from Sneaky and Lemonation more. Seeing now what TSM wants to put in here, we actually see Santorin speaking with a few of the refs, making sure everything is right as rain, and looks like they will be able to pick that up. It's going to be the Jinx. Janna, J-Lane.
Wow.
Bringing it in for Team Solo mid.
Jinx is not something we see very much of at all. Definitely Sivir Corki have been
interesting
the kings of the AD carry lane, but yeah, it's going to be a pretty good lane for them when they decide to go up against Sivir. We'll see how that ends up playing out, or if they do a bit of a lane swap there.
We'll see what High has been practicing here coming into the beginning of the season. Usually noted for a smaller champion pool. And with a lot being banned out right now, they're definitely getting down to the bottom of that barrel. Sneaky already has his pick. They already see jungle. Have to give something away. They already have their top lane. They are taking their time, though. That's something, as I said, the coaches have really
Support jungle here for Cloud9. I think will be their two
Support
picks.
jungle pickup? Yeah.
Yeah, Meteos basically just Lee Sin and Lee Sin and Jarvan have been the contested picks globally, but Elise is a Meteos special that he has been playing a lot of in solo queue.
So are people still building the kind of I'm just gonna go quick cooldown items, Elise, or damage now with the new jungle items?
So I haven't been following it super closely. Meteos is trying a little bit of everything.
Okay.
He has done an AP Elise, he has done a tank Elise. Usually when he plays in competitive, he goes tankier, so that's what I expect to see out of him. Ooh. I wonder. The thing is here, unless they pick a heavily flexible mid and top lane, they are allowing High a counter pick against Bjergsen.
That's why I said Cassio is going to be a scary blind pick if they put that one in there. Not the easiest one to not know what you're going up against. Azir, however, seeing quite a bit of play, and he has quite a bit of damage to bring out on the table as well. Controlling team fights that are longer in time and all bunched up is definitely his forte.
For people who have mastered Azir, it is a basically needed to be banned champion against some of them, but he ends up going with Challenger Ahri instead, or just Ahri. We'll see if he decides.
New splash though.
Yeah.
Making everything look nice. So here we are, high for the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely going up against Ahri. He gets to see the entirety of both teams.
Fizz is open. We've seen a lot of Fizz. We heard Zareen talking about how Calicho is going to bring that to the top lane, but it'll be mid lane this time. It'll be going towards High. I always think that when High's on Fizz, he kind of goes a little too deep for the team to get in, but now he's got balls on Gnar. He's got the repel to go in as well, and I think they'll be able to back him up this time.
We'll see if they end up having a strong tank line with the Elise and Gnar to zone them out. On a surface level, I enjoy Cloud9's team composition right now because they have the mobility of Sivir and some pretty long-range divers that are difficult for Janna to disengage. But, of course, TSM has Rek'Sai, which is a little bit ridiculous and has been banned in pretty much every game I've seen.
And really excited to see that. Kind of puts a little pressure on Santorin's shoulders. He's got to show up with Rek'Sai now, and we'll see if the kind of bait switch that UOL pulled on Bjergsen with the TF and going hard on mid lane can be fixed, if that doesn't kind of put TSM on the back foot anymore, because that threw them off for the whole series. That's not the TSM we know.
It really did. Can the curveballs and picks and bans be corrected? I mean, that's one thing that Zareen and the guys were talking about on the desk. You're completely accountable now for what happens in these pick and ban phases. And if Santorin doesn't perform on Rek'Sai, well, obviously Santorin's going to take the brunt of it. You would have to look at the rest of TSM and the coaching staff as well.
Well, as the teams load in, let us know who you think will be victorious. For those of you who are out of practice, just tweet hashtag TSMWin or hashtag C9Win to us here at LOL Esports. Our production minions will be counting your votes throughout the game. And this is game one of the North American LCS Spring Split 2015. We're about to get underway. The rematch of Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9. And it's 2 games this season. The implications of game one, and I kind of felt it as a viewer when some of the games in EU went so lopsided. You're thinking to yourself, that team only has one more chance. It weighs on you, and it weighed on me as a viewer. It's going to weigh on the players.
Yeah. Every game matters, and Cloud9 trying to storm out of that base early on. We'll see if there's any level 1 action. It's been fairly subdued throughout the regions, but it does look like Cloud9's doing a strong invade onto that bottom side.
First ward. Oh, I think the bottom one was placed already.
They could be walking clean into a ward, though.
Yep.
They did not bring a sweeper either, so they are completely spotted out.
Oh, just Lost Boy with that sweeper actually on his side.
Yeah.
So we do see High staying back to make sure nothing gets into their jungle, and they're not going back into a trap themselves.
Early on, this does give TSM a slight advantage, but basically because they did that strong invade and they're placing that ward in the lane, this is Cloud9 trying to scout a lane swap at the moment.
We actually, when, as they are, we heard when Yellow Star did it and Fnatic did it in their first game, they said, we didn't really want a lane swap. We could have. We just did it to kind of confuse them. So interesting mind games. Yeah.
It's, a lot of it is just getting knowledge of where the lanes will be, whether you want the lane swap or you don't. It's still good to have the information.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And a lot of wards down. There's 5 wards placed down now by Cloud9 all through the bottom side of the jungle. And you can see the vision coming in, I believe, for TSM here. Not too much.
Yeah, TSM, because of their vision control and player placement at the start of the game, holds all of the cards of where people are starting. It's just a matter of whether or not they're going to be able to use that properly. You can see the jungle starts are variant right now. For Cloud9, they are doing 2 camps, one at the top lane and one at the jungle, whereas TSM is double jungling, actually, with Rek'Sai and Aurelia.
And with not really seeing too much Gnar here towards the NALCS since we just started, how is his 2v1? If he's behind, if he's lower in gold, can he kind of resort to a Malphite-esque and be all right with just that armor and whatnot being different?
That is the Gnar in the 2v1s. Yeah, he can survive. He's a ranged champion. In fact, if they really wanted to, they can lane Gnar Thresh, which is something that Cloud9 does a lot of in the past, is the balls plus Lemon Nation lane and leaving Sneaky all by his lonesome. We'll end up seeing what they do because they are doing a fair bit of swapping right now. Lemon went back to base early for some extra wards.
Santorin moving down inside. Well, it looks like they'll be safe here. Nothing's going to be moving up. I thought you were going to see at least High coming down to put his ward back down as it is up, but he knows he's not going to be feeling any pressure from the 2v1s. The vertical jungle going on with the lane swap, as we see regularly. Balls now is in lane to do what he can. That's 2-4 just on Dyrus and Balls so far. We'll see if Dyrus can go hard. As we saw towards the end of last split, he was taking out Ackerman in the top lane, Godlike, doing what he could, and we saw him get a little rowdy and start carrying games for the team. Will he be able to carry that into this split? We'll have to find out. It's going to be tough for the top laners if we see these 2v1s all the time again.
Yeah, well, luckily for Balls, he's already level 3. So he got a good bit of experience in the jungle, but he does have the danger of getting denied outright here because the wave is pushing against him, whereas Dyrus and Santorin have done the double jungling for a fair bit, and Cloud9 is doing a pretty big freeze in the top lane as well. I really wonder how they're going to end up playing this out because there's some denial that's happening on both sides here. Cloud9 with the freeze and TSM, which will soon have a freeze.
Seeing Santorin quickly going for a different, it's Trailblazer for Meteos,
Balls
but
is
now
staying in experience range of all of this though. Because of the levels he was able to acquire, it's not pushing him off these minions.
Easy with that long range, and even he said if they bring Lemon Nation down, that's going to be nice to hit some hooks. Very nice Orbit Deception from the Charm, followed up. Getting some damage onto High here, and this is the roam now from Lemon. They're going to see if they can get Bjergsen on a catch. I don't think they're going to get too much out of this as he just has a ward towards that top side. It died just as he walked in. Santorin also seen both buffs on him. So knowledge here for Cloud9 is going to allow them to stay safe here towards this early game. A lot of focus, however, towards Sneaky. We'll have to see if they can act on this.
Yeah, they show very early, almost like they're just trying to shove in. None of these sneaky dives coming up. It's very hard to dive on a level 4 Sivir, especially when Lemon Nation is there.
Pretty straightforward.
So they're really just trying to get as much experience as they can here. I'd say Cloud9 is winning this early game by a fair bit, both in experience and a little bit in CS. Which is really peculiar to me, considering TSM knew exactly where they were starting. So Cloud9 outplaying more so than outpreparing at this point.
There's our first scuttler down. Meteos is going to grab control of that, and Cloud9's ward game is amazing right now. Keeping at least 5 on the map all over the place. Does not look like any ganks will be coming out of Santorin. Ball's doing what he can to keep Turtle at bay. Not too bad on CS though. 26-9, however.
Exactly. If you're comparing the top lanes, unless there's a huge discrepancy in the AD carries, because sometimes teams will trade top lane farm for AD carry farm, but at the moment, TSM is just losing out on that. Balls is getting his top lane farm, and Sneaky is getting his AD carry farm.
So it looks like we got lanes matched back up a little bit. It's a 2v2, but it's not going to be the AD carry. That's Dyrus. Does he want to take the Lantern? It'll bring him a little too close here. Busboy still has that chance to disengage this, and they're just going to be able to walk out of it. Dyrus taking a lot of trouble here, and it's going to be hard for Relia to get into these fights and try to combat a Gnar when they really have to go at it.
So I do want to mention what Meteos is doing here because it's an underappreciated thing for junglers. Notice how he got 50 gold for the crab and 30 gold from the jungle item. That's a lot of power he's going to have every time he goes back and chops, and it's very easy to kill that first crab. So good vision control, good gold, maybe even a gank. Rek'Sai could see the dots though.
Yep, Rek'Sai sees the dots. Actually something that you really have to take into consideration. A few of the tunnels are not going to decide to clear because it will give vision, but they do make a move towards the bottom lane, and they had the chance to. TSM is not winning this early game, but they have the chance to make moves, not lose CS in lane. So TSM now, they have to make some moves. See Bjergsen staying safe, so he might be able to get a play off of this level 6 now in mid lane.
He's going to have to. I mean, it's because Cloud9 is completely controlling the pace of this early game by initiating the lane swap. I don't think TSM had a very good response. Rek'Sai is quite weak at this point in the game. You can see level 4 to Meteos' 5, and Meteos had taken both of the river crabs. It's not looking that great for TSM. Bjergsen will have to make a play if they want to come back here.
Especially since Meteos will make plays for the team. He will go hard and he'll take a few deaths as well. Usually getting out alive, but we'll see him making those plays very, very soon. Level 6 will come up, won't give him a spike of anything. We'll have to see if Santorin can match that with his 6. Like you said, a level down, so he may be just a bit behind that gank. 7.5 minutes on the clock, 600 gold lead here. Mid lane, quite even. Just a few CS towards High as Bjergsen found a little bit of trouble there in the beginning. All the Fruit Loops.
Gotta get to blue real fast. He's got there. He did it. That seems to be the usually most common use of that Rek'Sai ultimate, is either to get back to your jungle or to transfer from one side of your jungle to the other. Got to get that blue to Bjergsen as quickly as possible.
Both blues will be traded respectively to their sides, and we'll see if this also comes for a gank so we can get a buff transfer on this one. Won't be for Meteos. He backs, make it some more to finish that jungle item, or actually get some boots on his body so he can make a little move.
Yeah, so as we thought...
Oh, 7-5.
As we thought, right now, Meteos is going for the tank Spirit on Elise.
Yeah.
So
Juggernaut.
if he gets Magic Penetration later, it'll be like that classic Spirit of the Ancient Golem build. High taking a few charms in that mid lane, but really keeping up in CS just fine. Bjergsen in this Ahri versus Fizz matchup does know it's actually a fairly even matchup.
Yeah.
Many people back in Season 3 would consider Fizz a counter pick to the Ahri, but Ahri does have a lot of lane shoving advantages early, which kind of evens it out. If it does get late game, a lot of people consider Fizz the better choice.
Right.
But that's not even the story of this matchup. It's the fact that Dyrus is so heavily denied. And Balls is going to be a big Gnar. Dyrus is going to be a little baby Aurelia.
We did hear Dyrus after they got out of IEM that it wasn't the games they really wanted to play, and they didn't practice too much going in. They didn't have the synergy they wanted. You mentioned that Santorin kind of tried to boost him up as the new guy in the team, and it helped him. Maybe they aren't feeling what they were getting out of their scrims right now. They'll be able to do that a little bit later in the game. We still have dragons to try and fight over. Good amount of AoE damage here coming from Team Solo Mid, but still eyes on Dyrus. Can't compete with a Gnar in the fight, forcing the flash in the bottom lane. It's going to be something they could act on here, but with Santorin being so low and so weak, it may not be able to be a dive that they can act on.
Yeah, well, here we're seeing why the lane swap happened for Cloud9, because Wild Turtle, when he is in that rocket form, heavily outranges Sivir, and Lemon Nation ended up taking a large amount of harass while he was trying to have some zone control.
That's a chunk of waters.
He doesn't want to go in on that.
Not a lot of damage.
Bjergsen had Santorin in his back pocket right there. That's one thing about these guys, Santorin and Bjergsen. They do have a lot of innate synergy, both from language, when they can speak Danish together. Obviously, they play in English and both speak good English, but they also have a tremendous amount of duo queue experience.
Yeah.
Santorin is pretty much the highest rated jungler on NA solo queue before the reset, under the name Hot Guy Sixpack. But it does show he basically camps for Bjergsen, which I think is what Cloud9 is kind of playing around here. High's content sitting on his turret.
Oh, first blood coming out. That's going to be it. Santorin not even needed.
Well, if you're going to play passive for that long and take enough harass from Bjergsen, he's going to kill you. And that's what ended up happening there. There's not much Meteos could do to stop that unless he was literally waiting in the wings, but it was actually warded out on the flank. So that's that individual play Bjergsen's trying to make.
Oh, no box on that one. No level 6 for Lemon Nation. How is that possible in this fight? That's some big damage. Another Rockets miss with just a sidestep, but they try to take a fight with low levels.
And actually, TSM burns more summoners on the backside of that one. Plus, when Lemon Nation hits 6, it's going to give them another little power spike right there. And the jungle control continues for Meteos. So, nice little play there by the Cloud9 bottom lane.
Got it. Safe.
That's one of the reasons Rek'Sai is banned so many times. It's not necessarily his ganking presence, which can be quite high. It's his map pressure that he applies right there. Even when TSM's bottom lane went back to base temporarily, even the thought of Dragon Control was gone because Santorin used that to just gain position on the map.
Now, it's obviously on you to make the right moves, but you're signifying to the entire map that you're flying somewhere. If you get caught out, could that be a negative play?
Only if you do really stupid things.
Well, yeah.
I think most of the time
on you part.
It's a positional choice, and it helps you get there much, much faster.
Well, hopefully those positional choices all work in the advantage for Team Solo Mid here. First blood to them. It's not going to be huge. It just goes over to Bjergsen. They're not going to be able to get Dragon out of this or too much. Still way too much pressure from Cloud9 out of that early game. TSM is still trying to recuperate from what damage they took. But for now, they're kind of actually, as you were mentioning, Santorin in the mid lane behind Bjergsen has kind of been a style since we've seen Reggie and Odd One. The lanes already know what to do on the outside, and in the mid lane is that camaraderie between the jungler and the mid.
That's the hope. Pretty subdued game outside of the solo kill and the great lane swapping from Cloud9.
Yeah.
Although Sivir, as far as team fights are concerned, does give Cloud9 a pretty nice positional edge. And the zoning potential from a big Gnar is absolutely massive to allow Sivir to actually get the ricochets off. So team fight wise, I do see some pretty big edges for Cloud9 as this approaches the late game. But TSM has been able to make a few plays, and they will just have to rely on Bjergsen to land charms and get kills that way.
They're staying safe and staving things off. That's exactly what all the pink wards in their jungler are saying, at least. Bottom ward for the blue side is warded up with things for Cloud9 to make sure their AD carry support lane stays safe. But other than that, TSM just doesn't want to get pushed in anymore. Like you said, get Bjergsen fed that much more. He's sitting on needlessly large rod in the Fiendish Codex right now. Only a little bit of CS ahead of High at this point, but we see them still going head-to-head in the mid lane. First blood has come from Bjergsen. It's gotta feel good. I mean, when you get first blood in the game, you usually take a little more chances. A few more chances, rather. So we could see that happening.
He's really going to have to. A 700 gold lead on his opponent High. And everyone else in the AD carry lane is splitting farm. And Balls and Dyrus have honestly been splitting farm since they got up there in a 1v1. So I do have to give credit to Dyrus there for CSing against a Gnar who has a level and experience advantage. Dyrus disadvantaged by the early map positioning plays by Cloud9 and trying to just make it back with a little bit of grit.
Dyrus always like to focus on the people who play around him, he says.
Oh dear.
Understand how they play, figure that out, be as good as them, and maybe excel even a little bit more. Another play, Chum the Waters will stop, but he doesn't use the Spirit Rush to get knocked out. Doesn't look like he actually has another charge on it anyways, and High finds himself safety without having to use a flash or summoner spell.
Yeah, trying to make a play off of Bjergsen's play, and Vidios is camping the top lane where no one is there. Cloud9 does not have wave clear to stop this push. What a great rotation by TSM.
Already camping a lane that's winning, and Team Solo Mid takes advantage of it. Fully 15 minutes, and it's 2 consecutive turrets in the mid lane for Team Solo Mid.
And when you look at the map, it's just sloppy wards by Cloud9. They lost river control. Both crabs are up. They had no wards in the mid lane, so all it took was Bjergsen using his ultimate on High to get him out of lane, and then an easy push. Because Cloud9 couldn't necessarily respond to that because they didn't know where to look. There was nothing for them to see.
Bjergsen's halfway through level 11, which makes me think he actually had it for that fight, meaning he had a lot more power than High as well as he started it.
He hit level 11 first and just went.
Yeah, real hard. So it looks like Dragon's going to be getting a little bit of attention. Probably not to be taken just yet, but they will know that they are stronger for that fight if it comes up. We do see the all and ever beloved DFG right now on Bjergsen. He's going to be using that for this game.
Yeah, and Cloud9 is slow to respond. It basically TSM said, all right, it's time to push lanes. We know we have vision control. Right after that mid lane push, they got vision control in the jungle, and they can just continue this onslaught.
Whoa, Santorin going deep on this one, even though he's not that tanky, but the team's there, the synergy's there. Balls comes down, this is a teleport in, and he's not even close to Gnaring out. As a Gnar, you hardly ever fight outside that mode. He's getting very close. Chum the Waters will grab Lustboy. They have one, but they won't be able to look for more, and that took quite a bit just to get it.
Yeah, but it was, as of now, a 1-for-1 with the turret. Let's see if Dyrus can get away from this assault.
He is getting more crowd control, that tenacity from the amount of people around him, but I don't think it's going to help in the end. He tries to go for a blade surge to get himself out, but locked down by 4. Cloud9 make it 2 and 2.
A flurry of action right there.
Yeah, Guppy Dragon finally.
It looks like Cloud9's going to be able to get a Dragon at 17 minutes, though. This will actually give him a pretty nice teamfight edge since we're approaching the point in the game where that 6% additional attack damage and ability power will actually multiply after some of their items with the Infinity Edge Lichbane done. Those are 2 guys that will be benefiting pretty well from that. Cloud9 ends up striking back, although it was quite sloppy vision-wise that allowed TSM to even get in that position that Cloud9 had to fight back. But now they responded and were pretty even.
I think they kind of felt what you were thinking, that they hadn't made too many moves and they had to act on that.
Yeah, well, Cloud9 had been in control, and it looked like they just got really lazy with their wards. They've started to reestablish them now after that turret take. They got some nice wards in the TSM jungle. They were able to clear some of the pinks.
Man, everybody's bottom lane right now, allowing Bjergsen to pretty much solo this top lane. A little more freeness here for Team Solo Mid. They're not really moving up any of their ward coverage, though, just yet. So it doesn't seem like they're too safe to keep this up without the rest of the team. They're playing it safe. They're playing it pretty strong right now, especially, like you said, for the early game that they had to go through. Let's see that one more time.
Yeah, well, this was just TSM having an advantage in the rotation. Santorin goes in really hard. They burn the Sivir ult, but they get elimination out of there. But a pretty fed Balls teleports in substantially ahead of Dyrus, which made Cloud9 have the upper hand here, even though they could have been outmanned if TSM would have stayed in sync.
Yeah.
On the backside, High ends up landing a Shark. TSM is scattered because they were outnumbered, and they end up picking up a kill.
Whoa, that was a very aggressive hook coming out of Elimination. They show a little bit of strength.
Oh, flash!
Flash engage coming in from Santorin. Bjergsen picks up High. Santorin's going to go down. Is it worth? And that is just going to be Meteos trying to find a way out of this fight. Another one. That's going to be a kill down onto Meteos going over to Dyrus, who had a hard laning phase. So that will assist halfway through his Gnar ult. And it looks like Balls is only... What is he doing?
He's trying to fight. He's Big Gnar.
This is going to be very tough. They don't have Sneaky too close. And now Sneaky's the one in the back line with no mana. What are they doing? TSM taking advantage of all these C9 mishaps.
Yeah, a little bit of pre-season sloppiness right there from Cloud9. Santorin using his flash as he comes out of Burrow, which works just like any other flash ability. He gets the immediate knock-up onto High, into a charm. They blow him up before he can become untargetable on Fizz, and then they just cascade that into a pretty good team fight. Compositionally, if Cloud9 can stay together, they can control that with their front line and avoid their squishies from getting caught. But if Cloud9 keeps messing up a little bit with his ward control and not being together, not keeping the lane shoved, that's going to keep happening because it looks like Bjergsen and Santorin are on the case of getting catches.
Alright, trying to push out mid lane right quick. Ooh, alright. Meteos will be taking his own red as we finally get some lanes pushed here by Cloud9. They're trying to recuperate, get themselves some breathing room. We do see Cloud9 is, or rather TSM is finally pushing up just the regular vision wards into the river as they are getting ready to invade on the side of Cloud9 soon. And this one goes to Turtle. We just saw Meteos taking the other one, so Turtle's going to be really helping to keep these fights engaged with that red buff. Meteos again, he's just a crab man. He likes seafood.
A lot of nice money there. 85 gold for that one, plus the vision control. And once again, this time Cloud9 had pushed out the waves in the proper manner. And while TSM was trying to keep up, they were able to take a turret. What a close game.
For TSM to come back the way they did that fast, there's a few plays. And like we said, maybe had to be Bjergsen mid, maybe had to be Santorin doing a few things, and it was those two.
Yeah, it was Bjergsen making the plays. They're trying to rotate to that mid lane and catch Cloud9 before they can go back, but they do want to make sure they don't get flanked, which is why they had to take that quick break and ward the side of the jungle.
No fear of getting sideswiped right now. They just have too much escape, especially disengage from Lust Boy. So they're going to go ahead and start denying a few of the resources here on the side of Cloud9. That only means they're losing control of their jungle, and things are not looking good. Dyrus is starting to get himself a little bit bigger, which is going to help him stay in these fights against Balls' Gnar. Baron is live. Probably won't see too much aggression towards that just yet, but Dragon is in a minute 30, so teams should start to have their mind set on that, and that's the pink wards in from TSM right now.
Yeah, and the way these guys have gotten advantages in this game have generally been about wave control. And you could see even from Dyrus in that top lane how important it is just to get the waves in the right spot. He was burning his ultimate straight up for that. Against Sivir, it can very easily become that type of game. Jinx is a pretty good pick against it because Jinx very quick wave clear as well when she uses her rockets.
Right.
And at this point, Cloud9 is a little bit behind on the Dragon timer. Dyrus pushed that wave. There was no one up there to counter that push, and they're either going to lose a large wave top lane or control of the Dragon area.
Well, right now, control of the Dragon area, top priority. Maybe somebody will start to head top, but you are exactly right. They're trying to stave off losing Dragon, and Dyrus says, if that's going to happen, my teleport's up, then I'm going to give him trouble top lane.
It is really tricky to teleport into a fight without home guard boots to make an initiation happen. At that point, it's kind of a counter teleport.
That's true.
But if they send the whole team up there, they can threaten Inhibitor. trying to make this not about Dragon at all.
Well, they already got a turret out of it. They've pretty much goal side, if you will, on this one, and they're going to be able to swipe that down nice and easy. Just ring around the rosy right now.
It's all about rotating right now at this point, or map movements, all the other things you want to talk. Wave management is really the key at this point, because Cloud9 did not manage that top wave, and TSA made the perfect move to counter it.
No answer to that turret going down. Only means Cloud9 maybe getting a little more antsy here. We might see kind of a false engage that they may not want, but hey, try to get, because they need to get back in this one. Only about 1,000 gold down, but this Dragon here could be evened up by Team Solo Mid.
Well, I wonder if Cloud9 is just going to be trying to play catch-up right here and push mid lane. Not the greatest luck here. TSM has yet to sweep that bush.
They have to know. They're standing looking at each other. You guys know it's going to be going on. Nobody gets hit yet. Dyrus is hooked in. He's still pretty tanky, though. Got the help from the Phage. Also has his armor. And they're going to be able to get out of this one. Not really what either team wanted.
It was a really dicey situation. Balls lost Meganar the instant that happened. And now Cloud9 is down substantial ultimates. Pretty much every main champion does not have access to their ultimate right now for Cloud9, whereas TSM saved the majority of theirs. Bjergsen only the one using Spirit Rush, which means TSM can control this Dragon. But will Cloud9 pull them off with Baron? Doesn't look like it. What a dangerous little ward Balls placed there.
Ball's only halfway up to Gnar. He can hop out of this, but he is definitely in a dangerous spot. Lemon Nation able to give him a dark passage if he requires it.
Now he's got Meganar again. TSM's respecting it.
Yeah. It makes you so big. You really cannot do anything against it. It's so much crowd control, and you have to focus it. It jumps on you. Santorin around from the backside. He can get a full team pop-up here. I don't know if he wants it, though. That's Dragon taken by Meteos and Cloud9. They're just going to waltz right out of the river.
And
that's good for them for the amount of map they've been losing recently.
It really is. And it's very important that they deny TSM that first Dragon buff. It's not so much about getting the second Dragon as it is about keeping the enemy team from getting there first. The first Dragon buff with 6% attack damage and ability power is a pretty substantial gold value at this point in the game. So even though it reads that TSM is up by around 2,000 gold, that is equalized by the added benefits of the 2 Dragon buffs on Cloud9.
Seeing Santorin on your screen, definitely looking a bit more comfortable than what we saw at IEM San Jose. Much more at home with the team, with his brotherly Dane in the mid lane as they were controlling the early, or I wouldn't say early game, just after early game.
As the game gets more and more grouped, our Rek'Sai does lose his effectiveness. So much of his power is about being able to support multiple lanes at once.
So are we currently in his spike?
We have been for the past 15 minutes or so, and I think we're heading into a pretty big dip. Whereas Meteos will be able to be a stun bot, but he is a tank Elise, so he's actually in a level of medium effectiveness as well. Jungler for jungler.
Yeah, he's also quite big on items. Sightstone, Frozen Heart. He's got what he needs right now. Looks like they're going to kind of just wait this one out. They're seeing if TSM's going to make a wrong move here. And after all that control, TSM's now really respecting what Cloud9 has in controlled map since they haven't been on their own side. TSM's wondering where the wards are. Right now, Dyrus realizes he's on 1. Ball's going to be able to control 2 on this fight. We'll see what Cloud9 does from the blue side. Ball's now distracting still. And a lot of no fight. This is not getting easier for them. It's only getting harder.
They have control of the speed shrine, but really... Oh no. Are you kidding me? Somebody please, you can see the spider. Meteos with the blue steel. Each with that spider. Centaur not willing to smite it away because he really wanted to give it to Bjergsen. Bjergsen already sitting at half mana. TSM wants to fight now.
Listen, you took my blue, we're gonna fight! Put up your dukes! It's gonna be Gnar. Ball's perfect timing on this fight if he can get in. Meteos goes into the repel. Bjergsen trying to get in with Spirit Rush, but he's just on the outside. Orbit Ascension to hit. He does not. He does pick one up, actually. He picks up Balls, and the fight continues. Pi gets splattered down. Sneaky's forced to run out, and Meteos repelled out of this one way early. He's been on the other side of the fight, and they are forced back to their inhibitor turret. Team Solo Mid looking strong.
Lustboy did a very good job of controlling the zones on that fight, and honestly, Balls did not get a good Gnar enough, so all that lane swapping to get him more fed was useless that time.
You couldn't ask for a better
TSM,
fight.
Because they already took some damage off that mid lane earlier, might finish off that turret. Inhibitors exposed.
Finishing it off indeed. 4 members strong standing too after that fight, so that does not look good for Cloud9 right now. They still have very good chance to come back in this game. Inhibitor to defend here so they could get themselves a fight that they can control. But we'll see how TSM approaches this. Sneaky clearing out some of these. I like to call them Fruit Loops. It looks like a bunch of Fruit Loops on the map. But he's clearing out the Rek'Sai tunnels. We'll see this replay one more time. Dyrus, they just weren't happy that the blue got stolen.
The thing is, when Dyrus got that early stun on High, he got rid of the playful Trickster, which took High out of the fight for a very long time. Notice how High hasn't done anything yet, and the fight's almost 3/4 done.
Meteos too.
Balls could not find a wall to use the Gnar ultimate on. He ended up flashing with his dying breath to get Wild Turtle into the side of the wall, and that's just not enough Gnar effectiveness in zoning. The area of that fight was ideal for TSM.
Whoa.
Initiation was great as well.
Hot dog, Jat. Looks like we're going to have a Baron coming in. 28-28 on the clock. Santorin, he looks like he wanted to dip under the wall there and say hello. A party of Cloud9, but it looks like they stopped this for now. They know there's too many wards to be doing this, but they could be dictated here towards the mid lane, depending on how much time they give TSM.
And I wonder how dissuaded Cloud9 will be from fighting again based on the result of that last fight, or if they can identify the things that went wrong there. It's because they continue to be initiated on by TSM. If High and the rest of Cloud9 can control, they're fine. But again, they're getting caught.
Caught right out in the middle of the map once again. Deer in headlights, and TSM's going to start taking control of the fight. That's a double kill coming in for Bjergsen. The choice of Ahri, much better than the choice of Cassio, and picks and bans, and they're going to be on to the first inhibitor of the game.
And you just don't see stuff like this very often. The fact that the team with Sivir is continually getting caught out by the other team.
They can't even kite back.
Yeah. In open engagements is the strangest thing. But here we go. TSM, the charms from Bjergsen, just the straight up brute force jumps by Dyrus have been enough to find the right fights. And it's the mid lane that they keep hitting again and again and again with vision control and with fights. That's where everything's going wrong.
And it's something that TSM said it will be, that
this is
the veterancy of Dyrus they rely on.
The real desperate play by Cloud9 right here. They saw TSM over on the other side. Rek'Sai trying by his lonesome. The rest of them trying to run in. It's going to be tough. He's got to go for a steal.
Santorin going to go in. That's the damage. It goes to Meteos. The Smite War is not won. The 50-50 was put up. Meteos comes up big. Dyrus going to be going down. Flashes back into the pit. Tries to get one more stun down. He gets hit up. That was a nice boomerang coming in from Sneaky. Over the wall goes Bjergsen. Blue buff is on, so he has the ability to just pretty much spit out damage right now, but they are going to back off of this, and Baron going over to Cloud9.
Cloud9 hits that Baron again and again and again. Eventually, TSM wasn't able to respond quickly enough to it.
They're like suffocating, and they have all the objectives. It's crazy.
Cloud9 went so fast for this Baron, and with the Elise secure, it's almost impossible for Santorin to interrupt it, but he had to try because the rest of TSM was piling in for a team fight. Luckily for Cloud9, so many people could jump out the back of the pit. They were able to get safe, and because of the empowered recall, they can even make it back for this Dragon. This could be huge if they control Dragon number 3.
Oh, this is great. Charms down. A lot's actually down for Bjergsen right there. They have no control to get back into the fight for that second. Chum the Waters goes out just for a Haiti-ho, and they get out of this one. Cloud9 is just somehow doing this from behind.
That was a zoning fish right there by High. It is not up yet, and TSM is trying desperately to continue their superior map movements. That's what has got them here. But Ball's a little bit ahead of the game trying to clear this minion wave out. And the empowered recall is coming in so quickly for Cloud9, getting back to base faster and running out is just stopping TSM in their tracks.
Seems like they have the wave game a little more on the priority checklist near the top now.
It took 31 minutes, but they're getting there.
They got it. You need to calibrate a little bit. We're back in the season here. Took a little bit of a break, and now we're getting rolling again. The stage is a lot different than sitting on your PC at home, and these guys are feeling that aspect right now. 10-6, still 3,000 gold lead, but every Dragon and every Baron to Cloud9 right now. Crazy stuff.
Yeah. Bjergsen doing his damnedest to try and carry 12,000 gold to 9,500 from High. Completely lopsided matchup there. And Rek'Sai's losing a little bit of effectiveness coming to this point of the game. But honestly, the Jinx Janna is pretty huge. Lustboy at 7,000 gold isn't even representative of his power because he's got a 13-stack Magi Soul Stealer as well that he picked up before some of those fights.
That stings. I mean, you start with a few, but he's done some good work to get that stacked up. All you need to do is get a nice shield or heal out. Get those pop-ups. Lustboy, we know, would be a very good Janna. Great ward control around the map, and to have that extra movement speed really helped the early part of the game where they were getting hurt. We saw all the wards start going out. We saw TSM buckle down.
Wow, TSM has them cornered.
And now,
you can run
once
fast,
again,
but you're caught.
Ring around the Rosie, and TSM find themselves in the right spot to fight. Santorin getting out of this one. They're tunneling on him, though, and all this damage is now flowing in from the backside. TSM is in full control right now. Santorin is still toying with these guys, baiting them left and right. Sneaky's going to take one more. The Rocket's down, I believe, from Jinx, and they are going to be taking down Lemon Nation. Team Solo Mid moving the chess pieces. Perfect.
Yeah, Sneaky and Meteo's barely alive, and if they could have cleaned up that fight, TSM could have won the game outright. Once again, just amazing team fight positioning by TSM. They have completely neutralized the Gnar ultimate. He has not been able to land one the whole game, not for lack of trying. TSM has just never been near walls to get Gnar ultimated into. The flanking they did with that fight, guerrilla warfare really, one side attacking, the other side distracting, allowing Bjergsen to just take over this game on Ahri.
What play. Definitely turning this on halfway through. It did take a while, as we said, but Team Solo Mid really buckling down and bringing what they brought to scrims. Now to the LCS stage, teams sometimes having trouble doing that. Let's see this replay one more time.
Look at this, they're collapsing within Cloud9 because if Dyrus can actually get in on the targets, he's great. Santorin and Dyrus somehow enter the fight, and it means Cloud9 can't get to the squishy targets. They have to focus the tanks, which allows TSM to collapse in from the backside. There was nowhere for balls to land a proper Gnar ultimate that time. Sneaky's move speed was neutralized because you run one way into enemies or the other way into enemies, and there was 2 walls on the other sides.
And Cloud9 had 2 wards on either side that were recently placed. Not placed in the fight. They already knew they had vision around them, and the TSM was there, just not able to act in time. Really getting taken by surprise here. See the Mikhails now on Lustboy for even more safety if Wild Turtle gets caught by anything here. The TSM in full control of the map, really showing strong here on the first day of the NALCS. I guess the short time of practice really didn't affect them too much. They knew what they were doing.
TSM, it would be so great for their overall confidence if they can take down Cloud9 in the first game of the NALCS season. We saw over in the European LCS, the 2 teams that met in the finals that last year. In a sense, Fnatic taking them out with a completely new team gave them a bunch of confidence. That little will-o-wisp over there in the jungle is stopping High's flanks in their tracks. And what Cloud9 wants is they want a straight-on fight with no flanking where they can just run at TSM. But TSM isn't letting that happen. Dyrus split pushing this top lane, an exposed inhibitor in the mid lane, making sure that at some point TSM can get the right type of flank on. And as long as TSM can continue executing that, they'll win this game despite being down pretty much every objective save turns.
Really interesting to see Cloud9 kind of in a jumble here, Jack. It's usually something they can fix. They usually have the answer to what's happening to them, but right now they're just kind of taking a beating, and maybe that is the answer. Maybe they need to open this up so they can get TSM in a spot that they want. But right now, TSM in the driver's seat, and they have full control. A minute on both Dragon and Baron, something Cloud9's been able to control the whole time. I don't know if that's going to be the case anymore here. They're pretty much stuck at home.
Completely confined within their base.
Yeah.
Luckily, there's base gates, though.
The base gate's cool. High is utilizing it.
The problem with these base gates, though, is Cloud9's not the team that wants to flank. Yes, High does want to flank, but they mainly just want to run straight at them.
Oh, they're not even coming out of the base, and they're still getting hit up.
There we go.
This isn't even a relatively pokey team, and they're losing quite a bit of HP here. Wild Turtle's going to be able to bring that down. 25% HP on the inhibitor.
Dyrus doing such a great job zoning High in these fights.
Knowing the ability of his champion.
Aurelia.
He had a hard early game. It didn't stop him from becoming a beast right now with the rest of the team as they play together. Bottom lane already pushed as the wave control is there for Team Solo Mid. Coming up on 37 minutes. It looks like they're giving Cloud9 a real hard time. Balls on Mega Gnar. Instantly recognized by Team Solo Mid. Great disengage.
Really timing the Gnar ultimates properly. Not fighting in the skinny lanes.
Can't do anything.
Knowing the Dragon and Baron are live, they're going to be picking up finally these extra bonuses, and we need to actually track to show you the power of this. Like, there's 446 AP on Bjergsen before that Dragon buff for the 6%. It immediately jumps to 475. It's like 600 gold of ability power, just like that for that Dragon buff.
I'll take it.
Onto Bjergsen, and that's before he gets his death cap.
Well, that's what you were saying they were trying to prevent, that first Dragon, especially towards the later part of the game. We'll see how this affects TSM. Dyrus Not a care in the world, just able to kind of hang out here. The true damage not doing too much there off the third proc on Gnar. And they're able to keep this one safe.
TSM wants to keep the fights in the mid lane. They do not want to get into confined areas.
I was talking earlier about how Santorin kind of alerts the map that his ultimate's going off. TSM just looks at balls when his ult goes off, and they're like, nah, let's back off. It's up. Don't go near him. It's been so easy.
Let's not understate, whenever Santorin remains burrowed, everyone gets the Rek'Sai knowledge of the vision. So even though they already have good work control,
right, that's a good point.
They can always see where the footsteps are right here, which is a big edge for them in this team. Even if it hasn't shown in this play, just that pick alone, one of the reasons it's banned so much is that sonar that he gets.
Yeah. Very hard to sneak around and do anything. They're doing all the sneaking, however. Cloud9 can't seem to button down all the hatches. Uh-oh. This is going to be a big one. Going right towards Baron again. Boomerang Blade not really doing too much as it
They just can't get
through the team.
And already they're flanked again. Sivir ultimate down, could not get initiation. One hit by the Janna
they're
Tornado.
so spread too. This is not going to be a good fight.
They just can't get him.
They're still trying to go in for the fight. There's the box. It goes down. Dyrus is right in the middle of this one. Lustboy as well. And it is a completely melted Cloud9 team. Only one more shot. Dyrus flashes to find high, but he's gotten himself out. And Cloud9 is heading for the Nexus turret, or TSM rather.
Dyrus teleports in. They got 3 people down. TSM tries to take that Summer Split Championship into a Game 1 victory here in the spring.
What a definitive matchup coming in for Team Solo Mid. They were able to come out strong here in the first game of the NALCS. Just under 40 minutes, they will find the first win against Cloud9 here in the North American Spring Split.
A really gutty game right there by TSM because it didn't really start that well. The early matchup there from Cloud9 showed better lane swapping, better map control, and then TSM just kind of turned it on. They got control in the mid lane, they started grouping up, they funneled around Bjergsen's incredibly powerful Ahri, and despite Cloud9 having the speed of Sivir, TSM was either there running away, kiting with Janna, or just getting the right fights with Dyrus. A team effort through and through, but spearheaded by Bjergsen.
Yeah, Bjergsen wanted to come back strong. He found himself getting 1v1 at IEM San Jose, so he thought he needed to deliver a first blood 1v1. Santorin was there, but it was just for moral support.
Let's be fair, there was no TF flashing at him level 2 with the gold card this time.
That's true.
Like there was at IEM San Jose. The jungle pressure from Meteos was confirmed, or basically there to neutralize the Rek'Sai and control the river buffs, but applied very little overall pressure to Bjergsen, and that ended up being very costly.
Rek'Sai played quite well. Santorin showing up on that, improving for himself that he can play on the big stage. He's been there. He can do it again. He can replicate results. Man, Wild Turtle on your screen playing Jinx. Played it to quite good effect, and we actually saw that Jinx Janna lane was a reason that Cloud9 didn't want to match up against it, because when they did find that 2v2, it was pretty painful for Cloud9.
It's true. The Jinx Janna right there, synergy from Wild Turtle and Lustboy, held true. High really looking like he's heavily pondering that last game. Not the greatest performance on Fizz. Bjergsen was able to get that solo kill, and then Dyrus just did such a great job of keeping High away from those fights. It's like Dyrus was assigned one person. It's like, you guard that guy. He was just guarding Fizz the whole game, and he was keeping him away from Jinx entirely. Shut him down.
As we said in the beginning, TSM will rely on the veteran people like Dyrus, who can be down 20 CS in the early game, get constantly kind of camped by Meteos, and still come out as one of your initiators.
Yeah, at one point Dyrus was down 2 levels and around 50 CS against a Gnar. And he had to lane 1v1. And as you said, Meteos was up there frequently. Yeah. It's a wonder that that didn't turn really, really bad for TSM, but Dyrus held on.
Wonder indeed. Right now we're going to head over to the stage for more on TSM's first win of the split.
Thank you, Riv. I am here with Bjergsen after their first win of the season over Cloud9. Looks like you guys are not ready to give up that North American crown. I have to ask you, though, coming off of the San Jose, a little bit rocky performance, how was the time between San Jose and now? How did the practice go for you guys?
It was really hard for us to practice because Santorin was back getting his visa, Lustboy was getting his visa, so we didn't have as much practice as other teams. We also had some internet problems, so we really only practiced for like a week and a half, I'd say. But we just really tried to optimize our performance and practice as much as possible, and Loco's been really good at that. So I think our practice is a lot better than before.
And now, Amazing used to do some of the calls for you guys for the team, but now is it all on your shoulders, most of the mid-game shot calls?
Most of the mid-game shot calls is, yeah, but Santorin is also helping out. Lostboy has been really getting a lot better at speaking in game and helping with shot calling and all that. So I feel like both of those guys are really filling what Amazing used to do, and I think it's really going well for us with the shot calling.
That bodes very well for your team. Now, speaking of your solo performance here versus High in the mid lane versus Fizz, how do you see usually that matchup going, Ari versus Fizz? And then the kill that you got on High looked like it was you found the pattern in how he was trying to CS under turret and just took advantage of him. Is that what happened, or how do you usually see this matchup?
It's a matchup I like to avoid. I haven't really played it in a while because it's just Fizz can get the early lead and he'll just snowball out of control, but if Ari can maintain the control, she can also get ahead and start snowballing. So I played really safe early game, made sure I wouldn't get ganked from the Elise Thresh and the lane swap, and then once I got some minus, once I got blue buff, you can start poking a lot more, and that's when I really look for the opportunity to go in.
All right, well, congratulations once again, and congratulations to TSM for winning the first game of the season. Now we are going to send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thanks, Kobe. An impressive first game from Team Solo Mid to kick off the season with a victory. First thing I want to touch on immediately is the early game, because it actually looked like Cloud9 had a really commanding control and lead there in the early game that seemed to unravel throughout the rest.
Yeah, it seems like they made a very good choice. So we talked a little bit in the pregame about TSM adapting slowly to the times. There was a change in the middle of last season where the experience range of dying minions was vastly increased, and Balls took advantage of that. They started the lane swap, pretty good freeze for both sides. Balls immediately TPs bot lane, and he just starts absorbing experience. And he's matching levels with the AD carries, doing perfectly fine. He tries boomerang, doesn't really matter, but he's gaining levels. And Dyrus is running around double jungling with Santorin, and I don't think that's how you're supposed to play lane swaps anymore. It's pretty easy to be safe while gaining XP in lanes overall, and that was a massive lead. With the level lead, he built a CS lead over Dyrus. He actually killed the turret later on in the one-on-one because he's up 2 levels the whole time. I just felt like, as a team, Cloud9 is more aware of the lane swap situations.
Yeah, and the thing that really surprised me about that is when Gnar is in the lane throwing boomerangs out, the boomerang will usually hit more than one minion, which will cause the wave to push away from you and towards the AD carry and support, and they didn't zone him. They had no real way to zone him unless they were both going to walk up and just go after him. But then on the opposite side, Cloud9 had played it so well by pulling minions into the brush over and over again that they had the wave pushing towards them the entire time. So Dyrus, even if he had showed up, it would have been a long lane that he would have had to try to absorb experience through, and he would have been vulnerable to ganks, he would have been vulnerable to flank arounds and zones. Right. And it's just a really bad situation for TSM, but Cloud9 created that through these tiny little mechanical things.
Yeah, definitely better freeze. I think also part of it is the fact that it's Gnar versus Aurelia and Thresh on one side. So Lemon could just sit in the forwardmost brush and be I dare you to try to get CS.
A lot more damage output than Jet.
Hook into Elise, right? It's a free kill at that point. Gnar can boomerang and say, get out of my brush. So there are, of course, some external factors as well, but I still think something that TSM could have played better.
So we have Cloud9 commanding the early game. A small gold advantage throughout, the first few minutes. And even Bjergsen seemed to struggle with CS. He was losing to Fizz in the early game, which I wouldn't expect to happen normally.
So I had the same thought as you. I was like, oh, he's losing lane to High. Wow, this is really atypical of him. But his interview, he said, look, all I wanted to do was play passive in the early game, make sure I'm not getting ganked. And if you're going to give up CS to make sure you don't die, because at least cocoons from Fog of War are pretty brutal and you can't guarantee ward coverage, then I get it. You sacrifice 5 CS, but you keep levels, you never get zoned out, never get a bad recall timing. And then he's like, oh, I got blue buff, then I aggressed. And you saw it worked out. So I think this is the beginning of us sort of realizing, look, these guys are potentially actually sacrificing CS on purpose.
Right.
And then just playing it really safe because they know the matchup flips later on.
Exactly. There was a great example of that 15 minutes in, as you said. Bjergsen aggressed onto Fizz, forced him to get out of the mid lane, and then because of the vision and the rotations that they made, they were able to push down not 1, but 2 turrets in the mid lane, which completely opened the map up for TSM.
Yeah, and I think High on the Fizz, I was not convinced at all. I felt like his playful tricksters, he threw a couple out just to zone with a fish. The time that he actually got chunked under the turret, he had Urchin Strike to the left, and then he E'd to the right with playful trickster, and then the charm came out. Bjergsen held on to that ability and read High like a book. He's like, you're going to E afterwards because you think I'm going to throw a charm, and then he threw it the opposite direction and caught him. And that's what allowed them to do it. And I felt like he just couldn't get into fights after that. They shut down the Fizz, and it's a relatively low damage composition if you shut down the Fizz. It's all this 500 range Sivir after that because you have Elise and Gnar both building tanky.
So I want to go into a replay kind of early into the game. This is one of the more competitive of the two fights because we started to watch them snowball into TSM's direction. We're going about 16 minutes into the game to the bot lane. Freak, I'm going to let you take this one away.
Yeah, so this starts out really good by TSM. They actually massively out-rotate Cloud9, and they identify the fact that Fizz is wave clearing in the bottom. You look at the minimap, you can see Fizz fighting minions over there. And so these guys know for sure that TSM are going to outnumber these guys. Bjergsen's already coming over. So roll the clip, very smart dive to pick up elimination, just a simple dive by Santorin. Under the turret, no big deal. This is all very smart. Now the thing is, they do take some damage here because there is a turret coming in. So they get a 1 for nothing, and they back out. The TP from Balls comes in, making it a 4v4 because Fizz is coming down. Dyrus, though, shows up late, and this is a chase. Lust Boy pops Zulti here, but is still catchable because Balls plays really well. They get the Shark onto him, so now suddenly TSM are outnumbered, and they should still be leaving, or at least have been fighting together in the very first fight. I think if Dyrus had flanked initially, he would have made stuff happen, but he TP'd in to kill the turret while his team was getting chased down, gave up a lot of pressure there. Then he got killed himself, which gave up a turret and a dragon, and this was sort of showing to me TSM's early sort of shot calling not on the same page. Dyrus kind of, like, he either could have recalled and finished Triforce and showed up to a fight, or been part of the fight in the first place, or they could have committed, like, gone right back down into the turret, something like this, but they completely split up and let C9 back in when they got a pick.
Yeah, and when I see a fight like that and I see the teleport come in late, I imagine what had happened if it had come in early, at the same time as Balls even. He would have been able to just push up forward, and instead of retreating down the side, they would have just pushed up the lane more, because it would have been a 5-on-3 at that point. They had picked elimination, and Hai was actually coming down from the top of where you come by Wolves. And it was going to take him a couple extra seconds, and they had enough damage at that point with Sheen and with these other things, the Phage, to actually pick another member off before Hai even got there.
Even something as simple as positioning the teleport correctly for a safe retreat. Yes. Because he TP'd into a split position. He was now, you know, bot side of the bottom turret while the team was running.
He got the turret, though.
Yeah,
he got the turret.
But while the team was running up through the jungle, right? And then he paid for it with his life. After that, they chased him down to the bot lane. From there, though, I have to say, TSM started commanding the fights, while C9, we have to give them credit for controlling the global objectives in terms of dragons and barons. We saw them pick up 3 dragons and a baron before TSM picked up any.
Yeah, TSM was really going for all of the turrets and the team fights and kind of neglecting the dragon timer. They were like, it's okay, you can have all these, that's fine. We're not going to even get to the 5 dragon point. They ended up trading inhibitor for baron, which they ended up pushing with super minions later on and using that as kind of leverage. And I thought it was a fantastic plan.
There's an interesting balance between the gold earned from global objectives like turrets versus the, you know, the stat bonuses or what you attribute as gold value from stat bonuses from things like the dragon. Because what we witnessed was TSM that actually started down a little bit due to CS, ended up skyrocketing in the gold advantage up 4 or 5K in the mid game, while Cloud9 is sitting there putting weight into, well, if we get dragon buffs, that move speed is worth X amount of gold. What do you guys feel is kind of the balance between the two, and when is it okay?
I don't know. To me, like, the more I've played in the new season, I have a really hard time weighing the value of dragon. I feel like it never feels like it does anything. And I know it does. Like, to me, dragon is more like, hey, if you let me get 5, we're going to probably win the game. And it's like, I play the games, but like the 6% AD never seems to like matter in the team fights. The positioning is almost so much more important. Hitting an item breakpoint, like, by the way, items are worth more than their weight in gold. They're always over 100% gold efficient, any completed item. So gold is worth more than the gold value of the dragon. Flat out, always literally the case.
Is that true with Youmu's?
If you activate it, sure.
Yes, if you activate it, yes.
I mean, come on, like,
I gotcha.
There's no item where like you combine it, you're like, damn, I wish you didn't buy the combine for this thing. It's impossible. Yeah. So I feel like Dragon is more like a ticking time bomb thing where, look, if we can't close the game out, we're going to keep taking these, and at 36 minutes we will. Great, right? That's fine. But I don't think, like, they have 3 dragons, don't fight them is not, like, the case.
Yeah, right, so I think that begs, then, the question of, like, when we're looking at team comps and team play styles, things like that, are teams that are more oriented towards brawling, sieging, and, you know, really like, hey, let's fight, whether it's under a turret, this or that, are they at a greater advantage now? Because we're starting to realize that maybe, you know, the dragon, you don't need to put so much weight on it early when it's a % AD bonus at 12 minutes into the game.
Certainly Dragon Rushes, I think, mean less than they used to, right? The 3-minute Dragon where you got to get your BF sword a wave earlier and then bully out the bot lane, that used to be a big deal. The 6% AD, I mean, yeah, okay, it's 9 attack damage in my lane matchup, that's kind of nice, but like, right? Like, it doesn't really actually matter. It's like, oh no, I've got a long sword on him, and no one ever cares you got a long sword on somebody. So that's the general gist of it to me. I do think, though, you can have these early game focused comps, but you've got to weigh taking dragons as well as turrets. Right. You've got to get a map advantage. You've got to get the actual gold coming in to push yourselves ahead, because Dragon's not worth XP, it's not worth items. You don't team fight better by taking Dragons, which allows comebacks so easily.
Let's look at our second replay. I want to move back, kind of reorient ourselves back into this game, and look at something that TSM did very well, which was Brawl. Later in the game, we found them pick the right fights, really exhaust the ultimates resources and ultimates of Cloud9 before engaging for team fights. So we're going to pull up the final fight of the game right around the Barons. Irene, I'm going to let you walk us through this one.
All right, so this is where we end up seeing Sneaky and Lemon using Sneaky's ultimate and Righteous Glory to try and find a fight, but they don't find anything. And this composition lacks engage aside from running into them, landing a cocoon, which you'll see Meteos try to flash for and miss it, and Gnar getting in, but they kind of need something to assist him. So TSM just back off, let it wear out, and then they re-engage and kite around, and they never, like, look at them right now before the fight even starts. They're pincer maneuvering this so they don't get Gnar ultied on multiple people. Let's roll the clip out, and you'll see this come out here. They end up using the Righteous Glory there and the Sivir ultimate, and Sneaky's in the back line, and he is their main damage source. Balls is tanky, Meteos is tanky, High is shut down. Sneaky's damage output in this fight is so minimal because of the low range of Sivir. They end up getting some damage later on, but look at this. Turtle is completely untouched there. And how much damage has Sneaky done in this fight? And Cloud9 in general is just extremely low. And it's really, really just about the composition and finding the engage, and they couldn't find it in time.
Exactly. The big problem, I think, was kind of both the Fizz and the Elise together. They had no damage output. Gnar didn't build a Hex Drinker nor a Brutalizer, or even like a Sunfire Cape to deal more damage. Elise went full tank, Ninja Tabby after building the Juggernaut enchant. There's no damage output here in the composition, which you need. Sivir is one of the worst late-game carries for damage output, and the entire weight is on Sneaky's shoulders. You can't really bear that as a Sivir when there are threats in your face. You run like an Olaf in the jungle to have a damage threat, or you run like a Jarvan to make sure the engages actually land, and he's actually a decent damage dealer in his own right. The comp works a little bit better, and we talked at the beginning about keeping coaches accountable. Honestly, I didn't like this comp from C9.
Yeah, and the fact that TSM played it perfectly with shutting down High, great on Bjergsen for getting the solo kill, which is something that you shouldn't actually count on. It's like, I'm going to solo kill him in lane, and that's our strat. No, it kind of just fell into his lap, and they're like, oh, we can exploit this. And they kept going in over and over again and really getting High kind of off of his just kind of groove and throwing him out of the entire team fight. He was the last person like alive there, and he really couldn't do anything at all.
We do have to give a lot of credit to Bjergsen, though, for the solo plays. Although, as you said, they can't necessarily be planned for. The fact that he stepped up, did make some of those MVP, type plays in terms of getting solo kills, and then expanding that lead to over 3K at some point individually in that lane matchup. I want to look at how much we think jitters and things like that might have played into this, because when you look at that last fight, I was starting to count.
Yeah.
Thresh missed a hook.
Yeah.
You have High using Playful Trickster, too often defensively as opposed to offensively. He missed fishes throughout the game. I mean, this is uncharacteristic of them, I would say, who we normally tout Cloud9 as being one of the top team fighting teams in the league, and here they are struggling to find the engages they want, and then when they do get an engage, they're not capitalizing on it.
Yeah, I really think that High's fishes were really off too. His Playful Tricksters and his fish were just not landing, and we never saw him make a play where he like QEs in, Zonias, and then his E's back up and he's able to get out or make a play along those lines. We never saw a play like that from him this entire game, because you really couldn't pull it off being shut down.
Yeah, honestly, C9 still had their big sort of team benefit, the thing that they're so good at they had good rotations. The Baron Sneak was great. They managed to stay up in a game where they were losing, I would say, the most important lane in the game. They were, out-comped severely in team fights and managed to keep it competitive for so darn long, but they still had the individual misfires, a lot of skill shot misses, as you're talking about, and again, a bad champ select, I think.
Okay, well, so let's dissect the champion select some more then. Let's look at alternative things that they could have done here. Yeah, well, in terms of the way it played out, right? We had the Rumble, Cassin, Lissandra bans from TSM. We had the Trist, LeBlanc, and Italy bans from Cloud9, right? Then we see the first pick, Rek'Sai, immediately followed by Gnar Sivir.
Yeah.
I mean, Gnar Sivir to me seems like a very solid first rotation of picks. Sivir, fantastic AD carry right now in the meta, has a lot of mobility, gives you both that engage and disengage that you might want depending on how a fight is turning out, right? So that seems fair to me.
Great.
Then we see Jinx Janna picked up. Where do you go from there? How do you pivot it?
So the one thing to keep in mind is Janna is such a queen of disengage.
Yes.
Like, not only does she, of course, push people back, but what an unsung hero here is the local move speed to dodge skill shots like Cocoon and the fish and stuff, where it's like, actually, you dodge the skill shot engages too by picking Janna. And it gets really unsung. I think no one's really brought this up before, but it's true. It helps just a little bit. You still can power through this, though, right? You get like a black shield so that you can't be Janna away. You pick up Morgana's support, which, by the way, Lemon is great at. You go for a Jarvan or a Vi or a champion that is immune to knockbacks when they go for somebody, right? If you need to kill one person, which Jinx is that kind of champion, Vi Fizz, there's no way you peel that.
Right.
You're knocked up for a second and a half, a shark comes at your feet. Jinx is gonna die at that point.
You're gonna die.
I became Southern. That's how much she was going, that's how down under she was going to be. I made it work. I made it work.
You got it.
But I really think that the Narvin should have been the combo that they went for there. I think that the Jarvan was the pick that they should have gone for. Like, they didn't have any real damage with the Elise. Elise Cocoons are really unreliable, but when Jarvan gets up in your face, it's a point and click R, and then the Gnar ultimate on top of that. That's why that combo is just so widely regarded right now, because it's collision terrain for Gnar ultimate. Jat was talking about how the TSM is playing these fights so well because they aren't standing next to walls, so balls can use his Gnar into them. If you just throw the Jarvan R down, boom! Circle of walls. You have walls galore, 360 degrees of walls. What more could you ask for? Even if people are outside of the Jarvan ultimate, you can still Gnar them into it from outside. It's great.
Right. Yeah, I would have to say the jungle Elise pick was probably the most questionable, especially because, again, you look at Jarvan as being that foolproof engage, as opposed to, as you mentioned, due to the Janna, they have the movement speed to be dodging Cocoons, to be dodging Thresh hooks and fish and things like that.
Yeah. The other big one was Fizz, and I understand the Fizz pick. I can't completely fault C9 for this one because it's a lane matchup. Bjergsen said, I haven't played it much, but it's normally a good matchup for Fizz. Like, this is an understood, like, hey, he picked Ahri, blind pick. You get to kind of pick that lane, and that's not a bad thing to do, but it relies on you winning your lane then, because it's not going to work as well for a team fight. Fizz, without someone to help him get in, without some way to make that skill shot guaranteed to land, you're just going to be kind of a dead champion, right? Getting something like a Syndra or a Xerath, or just something that has reliable damage dealt. When the Boomerang wasn't enough poke, the Sivir Q wasn't enough poke, these guys take one charm, lose half their health, you have no way of firing back, no way of exerting any pressure to then have a follow-up engage on.
Yeah, their engage was kind of like an 800 speed skill shot that's pretty dodgeable.
Right.
So.
Yeah. You have to wonder how we'll see Champion Select and Team Comps evolve as the beginning of the season kind of begins to unfold. But now that you've gotten a glimpse of the pros in action, take your league passion a step further by creating a fantasy league of your own. Build a team of your own favorite LCS players, rack up points for first bloods, pentakills, and smash turrets, and take down your friends. Head to fantasy.lolesports.com and start drafting today. For those of you that picked up the Burger King, you are going to be feeling pretty happy with that performance, I have to say. Now, we do have to take a quick break, but Team Coast and Dignitas are taking to the stage for our next match, so don't go anywhere.
Time to get into the action with Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9. Flash engage coming in from Santorin. Bjergsen picks up high. Santorin's going to go down. Is it worth? And that is just going to be Meteos trying to find a way out of this fight. Another one. That's going to be a kill down onto Meteos going over to Dyrus. Meteos goes into the repel. Bjergsen trying to get in with Spirit Rush, but he's just on the outside. Orb Deception to hit. He does not. He does pick one up, actually. He picks up balls, and the fight continues. They just can't get him. They're still trying to go in for the fight. There's the box. It goes down. Dyrus is right in the middle of this one. Lustboy as well. And it is a completely melted Cloud9 team. Welcome back to the NALCS. We're on to our next match, Team Coast versus Dignitas. And Coast won their way back into the LCS through the expansion tournament after a split in the Challenger Series. But this is a very different team than the squad that last played on the big stage.
Yeah, it really is, Rib. This is a group of veteran LCS players, really, who are making their return, obviously with a new team now, Team Coast. Also, they have 2 transplants from the European LCS.
Yeah.
Jess's joins from SK Gaming, and Impaler was most recently with the Super Hawk crew. There have also been some impediments that have kept this team from practicing together, visa issues here and there, not only with the European players, but with their Canadian player as well. So we'll see how they perform here, because I think their own expectations are a little muted.
Well, to contrast that, Dignitas are just returning from Korea, where they were getting an immersive boot camp.
Yeah, returning to Dignitas' team is the shot caller and part-time Prophet Crumbs, as well as Shifter in mid lane and QWicked on support. But just like the majority of LCS teams, though, Dignitas will still be adjusting to this new lineup. It's Gamsu, a Korean player in the top lane, and Core JJ, another Korean player who will be taking over for I'm a Cutie Pie when he stepped down from competitive play. So we did get a taste of this team when they played at IEM Cologne. They didn't do that great. They were defeated by Gambit Gaming to knock them out of that tournament. But today will be our first chance to see how they perform after their time in Korea and in the LCS.
That boot camp, though.
That boot camp, though.
That is it. Let's check out the teams with a roster rundown. On the blue side, it will be Coast. That means it's Chris in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Jezz in mid, Mash at 80 carry, and Sheep at support.
Yeah, you can see Team Coast, they're all lined up. They're still getting a little bit set up.
That's
Day one,
true.
these guys trying out their equipment they had to submit is a little bit slower. Dignitas as well here on the red side. Top lane is Gamsu. We got Crumbs in the jungle, Shifter in mid lane, and Core JJ and Kiwi Kid in that bottom lane. Core Kid, JJ Kiwi.
Wow, that'll happen.
Core Kid.
Core Kid.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see this. There's obviously, like we said, returning names and then new ones for Dignitas. I really like the way that, jumping to EU here for a quick second, the way Yellowstar described the team of Fnatic, having new players, a new outlook and whatnot. And while they still have Kiwi, Crumbs, and Shifter, I feel like they're getting that out of 2 lanes that were pretty outspoken, right? Cutie Pie was a pretty big player for the team, and a lot of people, especially Scar, would say that he was quite knowledgeable and offered a lot to the team, so that's big shoes to fill there. And then your top lane as well. Zion, he controlled his own game. He played his own, so it's going to be different for these guys to fill it. Be interesting to see if they change their style of play and if we can still get the direction out of Crumbs that they want.
Can also see the coaches standing up on the stage. Coast coach is Michael Slan. He is the son of actually Coast owner David Slan, I believe, and you can definitely see him pacing around behind, see what he's got planned for pick and ban. Obviously, the Dignitas coach, since they did lose Skara, is Devin Nash, or Malixia, as other people may know him. He was actually Dignitas's life coach back in 2014, and looks like he's taking over the pick ban notebook duties at the moment.
And that's something that, you know, Kobe said was also one of the bridges that a coach has to cross is being, you know, have that relationship with the players. And being the life coach is something you quite intertwined with the life of the players you are around. So I'm sure he's already got that foot in the door. So now it's all about the strategy. It's about trust in that sense on the game side. I believe they
those
have
hand warmer packs open too. But there's a few issues going on there. There's a tear here.
It's tough.
That you generally go
They
for.
are very tough. So will Shifter be able to take it to Jezz in the mid lane? Jezz played quite well coming out of the expansion tournament, helping these guys get through and back into the LCS, a place that they have known before and probably want to stay.
Mid lane is interesting because here's the rub. Jezz, typically, if he plays Ziggs, they do well. Pretty much whenever they're not doing well, he plays Ziggs. That's what ended up happening at Worlds. SK was losing all their games. Then he played Ziggs, and they beat TSM and prevented them from finishing first place in the group stage, as NA fans are probably very familiar with. Also, he plays Ahri. But outside of those two, the majority of his success hasn't really been there. A lot of people in Europe thought you could attack him if you took away those two picks. However, people very rarely took away those picks from him.
Yeah.
And you look at the other side, obviously we have Shifter, who, while he puts together incredibly potent KDA statistics, we even had a graphic during the break where he has
Shifter
like
the God.
7 or 8 AD carry during the entire split on what was a losing team. But in order to get those high KDAs is almost an overly passive, low presence style of laning.
Right.
Because he averages at 10 minutes around 8 CS fewer than his opponent.
Right.
And that does not provide that much for the rest of his team, because that means the enemy mid laner is generally pushed up to his turret. It means if his jungler Crumbs gets into some trouble, he is slower to respond. He's very good at staying around the outside of team fights and finishing kills.
Right.
But as far as actual presence goes, which I'll get into a little bit in between games, but basically presence is, in my opinion, your ability to impact your opponent's mind in the game. Are they accounting for where you are? And if all Shifter is doing is sitting at the back of fights, letting things happen, and sitting at his turret CSing, his presence is approaching 0. And as he kills you, you'll start realizing it, which can have its positives, but is generally not that ideal of a play because it puts a lot of pressure on the rest of your team.
It'll be interesting. These guys share somewhat of, not the same champion pool, but like champions in a way. Definitely those wave clear-esque champions as well. We are going to go over to the analyst desk for a quick second as they discuss a little bit more of Coast versus Dignitas.
All right, so we have a second here to talk about Dignitas and Coast in this matchup that's coming up. Coast, one of our challenger teams that's coming in, re-qualified for the LCS through the expansion tournament. They've brought in a couple of LCS transplants from EU. And so having watched EU play and seeing kind of, the style of EU, do we think that bringing that into NALCS, kind of they went crazy this weekend, or the last couple days in EU. Do you think, Impaler and Jezzes are going to kind of invigorate Coast to do that kind of thing and catch someone off guard this week?
I want to see his Rengar still be viable. I really want to see Impaler just whip that out and other jungle picks that he has up his sleeve. I think he's incredibly intelligent as a player. I do know that Coast has not been practicing as much as they would like to, especially since they've been kind of spread out all over the place, because they do have 2 Europeans who haven't been in the country until like a week ago.
Yeah, we have heard that from a lot of teams.
Yes, we have.
Everybody's don't even have the whole roster here yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be a big factor. And Dignitas was lucky enough to at least stay together as a team over in Korea. Yeah. So perhaps a little bit of an advantage there, having been together and working together.
Yeah, and I got to see, does Dignitas have the CLG style of practice or the Cloud9 style of practice over in Korea, where, Cloud9 had a really good showing at Worlds. CLG, unfortunately, had a really lackluster one in the NA playoffs. But I do want to believe in the power of being together and boot camping really hard. Dignitas did not look very good in the offseason. We saw them at one of the IEMs, and it was a pretty short exit for these guys. But again, I do have high hopes. I think they will turn out a lot better than we saw them last, just like TSM did.
Yeah, we haven't seen the new guys either, Gamsu and Core JJ.
Yeah, we saw them at the tournament.
I think that at IEM, it was definitely a lackluster performance for them, but the shining bright spot for this team, I have a lot of faith in Gamsu. I think Gamsu is going to put a lot of pressure on Chris. I think that he can actually swing this game for Dignitas, and I think that it's going to be a really big focus on those big top laners right now. Rumble, Gnar, and Lissandra for Dignitas. I think picks and bans, those are going to show up, and we'll have to see if Gamsu can grab one of them.
Yeah, I definitely want to look at the top lane as one of the, the more telling matchups in terms of the way this game is going to go, but also the jungle, because these are, I mean, we've seen Crumbs have his success in the LCS, but Impaler in the expansion tournament, I would accredit the majority of their success in the expansion tournament to his solo play.
I think it's fair. Yeah, and his Lee Sin is scary. Aiden, you were talking about the fact that his Rengar is really scary. We got to see Rainover play that from Fnatic. He single-handedly won Fnatic the game against Elements by playing this champion. So certainly there's room for playmaking junglers still to be here, still to make a giant impact on the game. And Impaler is definitely coming in as one of the best junglers in NALCS right now.
Yeah, and when we saw Impaler over in the EU LCS, he had to play kind of more of a tanky role for his team, more of a supportive role, and he's actually really happy because he gets to kind of fill in this offensive carry jungler role because they have Jezzes, they have these people who are going to be consistent, so he doesn't have to be as consistent, he can go off.
The other thing, though, speaking of stuff that we saw in Europe and we've seen in Korea as well, Support Annie is big again. That is just Kiwi Kid's type of champion.
That's true.
He loves roaming around. He loves being the initiator. So Kiwi Kid is always sort of a wild card for Dignitas. If he gets something like Support Annie and he has a good game, he can single-handedly change the game and win team fights with that champion. So, maybe he's happy that Support Annie is back in the meta and currently accepted.
I think that's a really good thing for him, too, because the AoE stun is just a big tell that you're starting the team fights. And now when you have Crumbs, who's the shot caller for people who speak different languages too, you kind of need all of those just go buttons that just, you're starting the fight. Big tell of initiation. I think that's going to be great for them.
And I agree on the initiation point. I think Jat was talking about this, and I think the bill fits for Jesses as well, where the two mid laners for both these teams, Shifter and Jesses, they both seem to play sort of secondary engaged mid laners, champions that come in second, right? Ziggs ulti, Orianna ulti, things where it's like, okay, you go, I'll do my thing next, and then we'll just do a bunch of damage this way. And when you've got these Nars and Annies coming in, the hard engaged that have very easy follow-up, all the champion pools these guys play fit right into that sort of, they fit the bill for this, and that's actually a sort of unintended power boost for both these teams' mid laners.
Yeah, we don't really expect a first blood solo kill mid this game running around.
Right, so it's the battle of consistency now in the mid lane. Yeah. And who do we give the edge in that battle?
It depends on what champion they're on, really, because both these guys play a really mean Ahri.
Right, so Ahri we're looking at as a contested pick.
Maybe a little bit of LeBlanc, but I do think the consistency is a little bit more in favor of Jessis, actually, in my opinion. I feel like he's more consistent, and he also does more in terms of presence in the game.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I actually would have said Shifter. Maybe I'm just overhyping the fact that, like,
you would have? Are you changing now just because he said? Okay, then you are saying
I'm still going to.
Okay.
But even before you talked, I was going to say Shifter. I was going to say Shifter. You interrupted me preemptively or something. No,
really?
I'm just kidding. No, you're fine.
I
didn't talk out of
before
turn.
you even wanted to talk.
Yes, exactly. You knew, and you still interrupted me. How dare you? Our synergy is so strong, Aiden.
Okay, go ahead.
Anyways, yes, I really think that Shifter has the ability to do some playmaking. I really like his Ahri when he plays this champion. Once in a while, he turns it on and goes really berserk. And if we see that Shifter, then great. And just, I would say on the average, the expected value of Shifter is higher.
Yeah, I would look to see Shifter if he is on that Ahri. I mean, that's the champion you're looking at.
LeBlanc.
If he does manage to be on the Ahri, or the LeBlanc too as well.
I like the Ziggs.
He can make some plays.
Okay.
Kobe looking for the bomb lobs. So we're going to look at some contested picks in the mid lane. Now, what about in the jungle in terms of picks? We have that Jarvan. I mean, Impaler loved the Jarvan, does play a mean Lee Sin. Those were his go-tos in the expansion tournament. However, Crumb's a big fan of Lee Sin, more of the supporty type Lee Sin though. With that, you know. So do we look at Lee Sin to be hotly contested, or do you just kind of trade the junglers?
I feel like most of the bans are going to be focused on those solo lanes rather than junglers right now, because there's a lot of junglers that are really strong right now, and Crumbs has always been this guy that will play anything in the jungle. So
he's happy to play Vi.
Yeah, I mean, he's happy to play any of these champions. Currently, I just think Jarvan is probably the best, not only because just as a champion, his kit was really strong, but also he combos perfectly with the top laners that are currently the best top laners. So not only is he best on his own, but he also has that synergy.
Are they going to take your advice, Zyrene, or are they going to go for the Narvin?
Oh man, somebody has to go for the Narvin.
At some point, we got to see the Narvin. I mean, that is. I agree. It's a huge wombo combo. So then let's talk about just now we're really speculating. If we do see that on one side, what's the counter to that, other than I guess Janna for the major disengage?
I do like Janna, and I think you want to run some kind of heavy split push. I actually liked what we saw from Dyrus where you ran Aurelia, champion that's generally going to be good at 1v1ing, especially a tanky top laner because of the true damage. And if he hadn't been 2 levels behind, we would have seen Dyrus put more pressure on the map. Good on him to do what he could despite being down. But this is the type of champion I expect to see, a very good single split pusher, plus the disengage. Like, honestly, TSM's comp is what I would do against the Narvin, basically, right? Push them all back. Nar is very susceptible to Janna, a good 1v1 champion who will eventually outscale the dueling power. What TSM did is exactly what I would do.
And the bot lane. We have a relative unknown ADC in Core JJ, paired with Kiwi Kid, so that's a new duo down there. They haven't had as much time as Mash and Sheep, who've been playing together for a year now. Yep. How do we see that matchup stacking up?
That's why I'm kind of worried for this bottom lane, and why I said that I think Kiwi Kid will go back to his roaming roots. If he gets one of these champions like Annie, I expect him to actually make a lot of moves elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, the big roaming support shows up mid randomly, but it's very passive mid laner here on Jessis and Shifter. So,
yeah, are they even in the position to capitalize on a roaming support?
I think so, yes, especially because you've got these very aggressive junglers who are, very adept gankers. Maybe you're going to see Crumbs as Elise. You're going to see either one of theirs Lee Sin, either one of theirs Jarvan. Like, Annie shows up and flash incinerates you for the stun, and yeah, there's going to be a jungler there and you're going to die. These teams are very, very good, especially where Crumbs and Kiwi Kid have played together for more than a season, more than a year. Shifter's been on that roster for a while. These roaming plays are going to be well executed, well oiled, well practiced. The core talent on both these rosters are going to do a very good job of, again, making these plays and getting this all set up.
Yeah, you have to assume that it's a given to follow up on the flash targeted stun.
Yeah, maybe I should charm this guy.
And he is also very squishy. So if Kiwi Kid does get caught out, as he's been known to do, he will die very quickly.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the danger.
He hasn't even picked the champion yet. We're like, Kiwi Kid's done 8 times this game.
No, we did it. We figured it out. They're going to have Narv.
Can we just start passing the game already? Like, it's already walked in.
Ari, Annie, and then they'll take like Graves or something on the bot lane. Perfect. That's
probably Graves, actually. Yeah, that sounds like the exact right champion for them.
I mean, all right. So we've got Dignitas's game plan all figured out. Now, let's look at now to the fact that earlier we talked about having 2 established coaches. Now we've got 2 unestablished coaches, right? And we're looking at, Malixia is moving into that coach position from being a life coach. So he does have some familiarity with the team, but you have to wonder now what the effectiveness of their presence will be during this champion select.
And that's why I think the veterans are actually, the people that are actually on the team, the players, are going to take much more weight in champion select than on other teams that have stronger coaches. These coaches probably won't offer as much in the champion select, and it'll be more on these guys who are actually used to doing it. You know, Crumbs and Kiwi Kid, these guys in the LCS when they didn't have coaches up there. And I think that they'll be able to handle it.
I do want to point out also, just to keep in mind, the coaches are really only there during champ select. You don't need like the challenge level player like calling your rotations for you because they're not allowed to talk during the game. What I mean by this is that typically all your team comps and your champion pools are pre-rehearsed. Everyone knows what they are. They're down to the notebook or whatever. I think there's actually a tendency to overstate like the necessity of the coach being like a highly skilled individual player, right? Where like they got to know all the counter matchups. It's like, well, hey, Shifter, you know, here's your champion pool, like, what do you want to play into this one? And then keep in mind, hey, does this fit the comp, right? Like, I feel like a coach can very easily just be like the guy to be the gut check. To be like, hey, are you sure this is a smart choice? You've got a minute to lock this in. Is this the right way we want to go with this? Are we going to run this comp, guys? Remember, we want to run the hard engage comp against this team. Let's keep on track here, right? It's kind of the guy that's going to make sure no one's getting caught up in stuff. And I played with Malixia a little while ago, actually, before he was the coach of Dignitas. He's like a mid-plat player, really talkative, really smart guy, but not the highest skilled individually. I don't think you need that. I think he's been with the team for a long time. He's going to keep them in shape, and he's going to kind of push the champ select through like properly.
Keep them focused.
Right, yeah.
I know he's the life coach back in February. Is he the guy that told Cutie Pie to like see everything as a turret?
I think that was different.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm very curious to know because I know he's a life coach for them, but can he help them integrate inside the game and like come together as a team there?
I mean, I like the idea that the coach is operating kind of as the blinder, right? Keeping them focused on what's, what the task at hand, what the objective is. Ultimately.
They're not building team comps in midair or anything.
No, please. I hope not. And so, that's an interesting, way of looking at it then, because then you have to, keep in mind, when do you yield to the player's knowledge as the coach? And when do you yield to the coach as the player and saying, hey, this guy has an interesting third person's perspective and isn't necessarily reacting emotionally to like, I just feel like if I played this champion, I would win kind of a situation.
It should be a back and forth with the input as well, with the coach kind of having the respect of the player. And that's why I think like Loco Doco and Charlie are great examples of this because they're both very skilled players. And you could probably just queue up in a game against them in your lane and get some lane training too.
Yeah. I mean, that's why we've talked about in the past, the possibility of evolving into position coaches and things like that, just because knowledge of matchups over a champion pool of 120 plus is absolutely insane.
Yeah. And also keep in mind sort of the communication you're talking about. When does the player's mind take over? One thing to keep in mind, kind of talking about random things to know about gaming, like when you come down to the last 5 to 10 seconds in the decision making, as a coach, you kind of need to shut up and like just let them make their choice. Like if you're talking, whether like going through all this, you tend to put a lot of extra words out there and it gets jumbled. You kind of keep the input going, but at the end of the day, it's still the player's decision. If you think about Season 3 with TSM, they role-swapped Reginald and Dyrus to make sure they got the bans done properly. Like sometimes the player just does what they want to do, and I find teams oftentimes just say, okay, I trust you. You want to play Jinx here?
Yeah, I'm more infinitely curious to hear the sounds of the game, what the coach is saying to them beforehand. It's like, pick Jinx. No, I don't want to play. Pick Jinx.
Pick Jinx.
Pick Jinx.
No, just trust me. Pick
What
Jinx.
happens there? Because everybody's taking a lot longer to lock in their champions overall, so they're actually spending that minute to just have a discussion with their coach. Some teams actually don't have that back and forth, though, that we've seen.
Yeah, the extra time that we've seen added on to Champion Select, just in terms of teams actually taking the full allotted time to make those champion picks, definitely points to that there is more discussion. Hopefully they are coming out of Champion Select more confident in the teams that they're picking. Since we do have the time right now, I want to talk about some of the changes that have just happened to the game specifically. So we can move away from Dignitas and Coast. Let's go to the jungle since we got Kobe, Zyrene, junglers, and then Freak, numbers guy over here. I want you here because the math is your thing, right? Okay. So we've looked at, in the previous game, we saw
how much Baron does How much damage does Baron's first spell attack do now, Freak?
It just does whatever his total AD is. Look at the number. It scales up every minute. You can't tell me that.
There you go. Okay. Now, so let's look at the jungle items, because we noticed in the last game, Rek'Sai picks up that Stalker's blade first, as opposed to the Trailblazer. But now, because you have that ability to transition between the enchantments for free, we've talked about how it can be incredibly effective to start with that Trailblazer just for the early clear. It really keeps you healthy and then even allows you to make ganks.
Well, it's completely reactive now. Since it's free, switching them out, it depends entirely on how the game is going. If you're planning on going for a level 3 gank and you want to have your Chilling Smite, then you get it right when you want to go back out there and you want to combo it because you're sure you're going to get a first blood or something. But if you are something like Rengar, who has a little bit tougher time in the early clears, and you just want to try and power farm, you want to try and get to level 6, you want to make that gank more effective, then you start out with Trailblazer, swap it out before you enchant it, by the way. You can't swap it. Somebody's going to be like, you told me I could swap those, and after you can't swap them after they're enchanted. So sometimes we'll even see people, get a Tiamat first before even enchanting their jungle item, because they can want to keep switching it back and forth.
Yeah, and I think that someday somebody's going to get really crazy and be like, Poacher's Knife, first back, go get 100 extra gold from the jungle.
You mean someday when they change poachers, so it's good?
No, I'm saying,
especially in lane swaps.
It's free to change out, so you get yourself like 100 extra gold if you go for that path. So I think it's actually something that people should experiment around with. Just a little bit. I know, you're like,
I actually completely agree with you here.
I think it'd be funny.
Leave a Rek'Sai tunnel over in their jungle, just so you can get back there and use it quickly.
No, I'm talking to be fair, I'm going to say it's in a very specific situation.
All right.
Yes.
But in all lane swaps, one team owns like upper and west side jungle, the other one owns, and half that's the quote-unquote enemy jungle. If you just show up like first recall, get Poaching Smite, those camps are yours anyway, and they're just worth 20 more gold apiece.
And then you recall,
Why
you swap it out and get the one you were going to get. Do it, Kobe. Try it out.
And you even get your Smite back up. There's actually no downside. It's the right choice. Not that you're ever going to be in a lane swap in solo queue, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, sometimes, though, it's based on a champion. Like, Rek'Sai should usually take Chilling Smite right off the bat because her level 3 is just so potent, and you can immediately go for those ganks. Also, Rek'Sai, when you have the Raptor buff on you, and it procs, and you see a ward, you have to unburrow to see the ward.
Unless you have someone on your team or vision.
But if you're the only one there, you have to unburrow. You can't see anything when you're burrowing. It's right there next to you. He can smell the ward.
LCS debut, and now that's going to haunt him for life, Zyrene.
Is this the new walking past pink wards, by the way? You guys remember the last
I don't blame him. It's always banned. So, like, not having that much experience with it is very common. People pick it up because they perceive it as being very powerful, but their practice on it may not be as many hours as they would like.
All right, well, we've clearly had a few technical delays, and we passed the time. Yeah, well, we passed the time quite obviously by analyzing gameplay and things like that. I don't know how you at home pass the time, but Austin and Allie do so by proposing for marriage. We've got some footage that we're going to roll for you guys right here. Pretty special event taking place right here on the League of Legends stage.
She's nodding yes, that's a good thing. All right.
It's a beautiful thing, right? And I love that this can happen in a place like, you see this kind of stuff in MLB stadiums, NFL stadiums, and now you're seeing them take place on League of Legends.
Yeah, I saw it actually at Worlds too. This is not our first. We've had a couple.
This is not our first.
We've actually had a couple proposals before.
We have a little audio perhaps here? No, some just emotion, just overrun by emotion.
Scream's enough for me. That's weird out of context.
The scream is enough for me. All right, freak. Yeah. Well, that's a great thing. Let's go back to gameplay.
Great transition right there.
Well, I had to add my 2 cents. I know,
and then Freak just kind of took the wind out of the sails there. Back to jungles though, because that's what we were on. We look at all these. We look at the jungle picks, right? Jarvan, these kind of early pressure junglers versus the farm junglers, and it seems like those that have those early kits that still allow them to sustain are really popular. Are we going to see that move away from though, with the ability to now have Trailblazer early and switch to Chilling Smite that provides sustain to junglers that may not have had it before?
You're saying switch away from
play the non-sustain junglers.
Right now you're looking for junglers that have built-in sustain or something like that. Like Elise is decently effective because she can get some of her health back versus Lee Sin who can do the same thing. You look at other champions that don't have that ability. Now that they can build Trailblazer and then swap it later,
I think the champions that benefited most from the new smites on this latest patch were probably Hecarim and Rengar, probably. Because I like going Trailblazer early on Rengar, and Hecarim, he always had to have it before. Not only did he get buffs to buff his sustain, but also now being able to start with Rangers and swap it over to Chilling Smite, because you definitely want Chilling Smite on Hecarim, because it gives you more damage. But him being able to start with that early and then switch over makes that his mid game really powerful. And same thing for Rengar. I usually get the Trailblazers on first back and then swap it out pretty quickly as soon as I'm going to start doing ganks. Definitely before level 6 because it adds a lot of damage and slow.
Yeah, and I think Sejuani's kind of in the same boat. You can't actually just stick with the Trailblazers the entire game, but Chilling Smite's just so powerful.
Yeah, and I do think, though, it's not specifically to the rationale behind your question, but as far as the varied champions coming out, carry junglers like Olaf, I actually want to start seeing more. Because the jungle camps are worth increasingly more money, now Scuttlecrab actually ups in gold. We saw Meteos getting 80 gold per clear for an 800 health Scuttle.
Calm down.
Sorry, I was like, I'm really excited about money.
It's like a deal.
Look, Kobe, I started saying numbers. What do you expect from me? I said 80 twice. Like, it was great. Okay. But carry junglers like Olaf, we've seen it played in pro play a little bit already, actually. Again, you can get the Trailblazer early on, switch to Chilling Smite. Again, specifically Olaf, because he gets a haste buff out of smiting people. Like, this is exactly what the champion wants. I think some teams will start embracing carry junglers this season. We'll see a few.
St. Vicious has been playing a lot of Olaf, in the off seasons, and he does have a game coming up today, so maybe we'll even see it today.
Now, I want to go to the bot lane and talk about champion picks down there, because we mentioned Annie. We mentioned, just in general, we mentioned that Annie is coming back now, definitely has the ability to roam as well. And does that then hint towards things like Leona coming back? Because we used to see, it was very popular, the Annie versus Leona in the bot lane. But we're still seeing a lot of the Janna Thresh, and we haven't really seen anyone skew towards Leona yet.
Part of what I like about Annie's support is that she's really good against a lot of these popular champions, Janna specifically. Leona was the old school hard engaged champion, but she was incredibly easily stuffed by like a Janna Q, the Zenith Blade goes away, maybe you have to flash from her ulti, but no big deal. Annie bursts out Janna before she can typically react, or at least bursts out whatever the carry is. And again, she's ranged, a lot of her follow-up might be ranged, so even the Janna ulti might not even do anything if she does survive the initial burst. So sometimes it's a counter matchup, and then when this champion becomes more popular, now you get to build comps around it, you're gonna run hard engaged sort of comps more often because you're going to play around Annie's more often. And yeah, it does change the game quite a bit.
Yeah, I think the other thing funneling into that, Annie also benefited from the stat squish at the beginning of the season. We talked about this for mid laners, and we're like, oh, these assassins are going to come back. Everybody's going to be able to kill people at level 6 because they have, they have less defenses. Support, same thing. If you have hard engage, the value of hard engage just went up, and especially bursty hard engage like Annie has.
Yeah, for levels 6 to 9, you actually have less HP, armor, and MR than you did previously. So level 6 power spike of Annie is just way more. Like, basically, you have to do 80 less damage than you did before, or 80 to 60, something along those lines.
And so then, obviously, we see that has to then combo with high burst damage AD carries. So we've seen Graves come back into popularity and things like that. Do we expect, though, to see... we saw the Jinx come out, right? And as you mentioned, Jinx is very susceptible to that hard engaged Jarvan, Narvi, things like that. So is that always going to have to be paired with something like Janna then?
I think you have to be either really, really good at the game. You have basically... So Jinx, to me, is one of the best AD carries if you can pull it off. Right? She has reset, she has burst, she has things that you can do from outside of range. And this is why you don't always need Janna. We actually saw, for example, the very last team fight, the replay we played at the end of TSM vs Cloud9, Wild Turtle was attacking from over a wall, threw a rocket in, threw a zap in, okay, they're out of range, flashed over the wall to keep fighting. He preemptively was out of range of everything, and a really good player can do that. They can use the map to their advantage, understand when the fight's going to happen, and they can make this all happen. So you can play around not having a Janna, but it's much trickier to do so, and we'll see that champion fail occasionally when you don't have good peel on your team.
Yeah, there's a lot of things like babysitting. You can put Morgana, Black Shield on her for some peel. You can give her a Thresh Lantern. There's a lot of supports that synergize really well with her. And the fact that she just takes turrets so quickly, she's so punishing for a misposition, you'll lose 2 turrets in an instant.
All right, I just, again, want to reiterate, we apologize for the technical difficulties that are taking place between the two teams. But, of course, that does give us a moment to, again, talk about the changes that have happened here. And I want to touch on the fact that we've kind of established the fact that the champion pool seemed to have grown, actually.
I think so.
From last season, it seemed like, every role kind of fell into its 3 or 4 meta picks. How much of that is a product of the fact that this is a new season and there's just a lot of exploring going on, and how much of it is a product of the fact that, no, this season just actually allows for more things to be played?
Yeah, I think that always happens during the preseason, you know, at the very beginning. Of course, people are going to try and explore, but also props to the Balance team. I think they got a lot closer this season than they have in previous preseasons, and people are actually having a hard time deciding what is the strongest at any individual role. I mean, they're kind of whittling it down now, and, you know, people are still trying to keep their personal tier list secret so that other people don't, you know, ban them out and
they don't pull it
try and
amazing.
take advantage of them. But I do think that there are definitely more options available this season.
Yeah, it's all fresh and it's all new. Strategic diversity.
Oh, wow. You had to.
I had to just throw the words out there.
I just love buzzwords.
Oh, yeah, buzzwords. Strategic diversity. But I think that they're actually hitting that right on the head here, and that people are realizing top lane mages. It's not all top lane tanks. Lane bullies are a thing. There's a lot of more, because in previous seasons, we saw supports kind of have like, there's sustain, there's engage, and there's like poke supports. And then it ended up being like, actually, now there's a little bit of that for every lane. Top lane kind of left out of that. It was like, we're all tanks or we're all lane bullies. It's all wet noodle or something else. Now you see a whole bunch of more dynamics coming out. And same with junglers too, and I really love that.
Also, as we're constantly adding new champions, of course, there are more options, so that means there are more combinations. That means there are more counters to anything that someone comes up with, so it's much easier. If you have more pieces to play with, it's much easier to have a more interesting game.
You have to imagine then that teams are coming in with far more game plans in terms of champion select, things like that. And I guess that would be one of the added benefits to having the coach around, is that they can reorient the team to, hey, look, if this happens, we're going to do this. If this happens, we're going to do this. Whereas, you know, last season it's like, oh, we'll see how the first picks go, and those will be very telling of how, you know, how the rest of the pick ban phase is going to play out.
Right, and I want to actually bounce off what you said, Zyrene, about how there's these, you know, different types of champions per role. Again, the AD carry main, so I'm going to keep bringing this role up, but the fact that Sivir's popular again, and I kept throughout the entirety of last year saying, guys, I want to see Ashe and Varus play it again. No one ever wanted to play it, but Sivir is, in a way, the new Ashe, right? It's the new hard engage AD carry where, look, she's not the best damage dealer. She's certainly not a Tristana. She's not a Jinx. She's not mobile in, you know, the conventional Lucian kind of way. But she brings the engage power. Now, with that comes weakness if she doesn't have the same kind of damage. So when Cloud9 was the best team in NA in Season 3, they ran Rumble top like every single time they could, or Ryze, something like this, these high damage laners when they ran Ashe. Or they would run Zyra support, a high damage support. We're seeing these Sivir comps come in, but you need to, again, bring damage in the other roles. This is why I talked about the Olaf. It's why I want to see Rumble, and it got banned for what that's worth. These damage supports, you have to texture your team compositions properly based on what you're lacking when you pick a certain type within a role.
Yeah, and in AD carry for a long time, it was like hyper carry, lane bully.
It was Lucian or Tristana.
Exactly. And it was just that back and forth forever. And people were like, well, the games are lasting a long time. Why not play hyper carries? A lot of hyper carries actually ended up taking some nerfs to them. Right. So these other champions that haven't gotten nerfs in a while are actually a little more popular and a little more potent.
Yeah, looking at, you know, more mobile or supporty type, you know, as you mentioned, the Ashe. I would love to see Ashe come back into play. And of course, then she would have to be paired, though, with somebody like Zyra, somebody high damage or who can keep her safe, because she, again, would be susceptible to the Jarvan, Vise, Lee Sin, Snars, things like that.
You mean like Cloud9 did last?
When they ran Zyra?
Yeah, Zyra, exactly.
Where'd you get that?
I just mean that if we're continuing this discussion about the fact that the champion pool seems to be so much bigger, and we're talking about relationships between champions, we can actually find places for champions like Ashe to make it back into the meta if we find the right, you know, if we find the right partnerships to deal with what is also strong in other lanes.
Right. Think about throughout. Sorry, do you want to go, Kobe? Would you rather? Yeah, so think about during last season when like Yasuo comps were a big deal, right? And it was like, oh my God, they got 2 knockouts and Yasuo's available. Oh my God, are they gonna take the Yasuo away? The Lulu top got locked in, when's the Yasuo coming in? And you're like, we're gonna see the same kind of thing with Sivir comps and this kind of stuff. And then when someone takes Sivir away round 2, you're like, oh crap, that was our AD carry. Maybe then we see like what people believe to be the tier 2 champions in this role, the Ashe, the Varus, and whatnot. But I think, yes, we will, because there's so much type diversity in each role, you'll start building comps around, okay, damage top laner, engaged jungler, you know, whatever. And then when you lose some of these, you have to find a substitute.
All right, well, we are aware of the fact that that was a lengthy break, but thank you for sticking with us. The teams are headed into Champ Select, so we're going to throw it over to Riven Jat for the call.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are all much wiser due to your words. Thank you so much.
I can't wait to play some League of Legends.
Well, we're not
really
going to play technically.
What happened. Well, the show is playing League of Legends.
Yeah, we're going to watch some League. There it is. All right, we have Ko's first dig. Right next to us, Chris and Kiwi Kid. They're not really looking at each other, but it looks like it. We're about to head into Champion Select. We heard a lot of the matchups between these lanes, the Shifter versus the Jezzes, sharing somewhat of a champion pool. Will Jezzes go back to as clear, a safe play for these guys? I want to see plays being made. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. I want to see this game. I think I can sympathize with everyone who stuck with this. Thank you so much for staying on the stream. Huge apologies for the technical difficulties. Blame Chris being left-handed if you're very cruel, but that is a small part of the issues we're having. And yeah, finally picks and bans. Dignitas, new team, Coast just into the LCS. How will they do?
See what the coaches have to say as we come into picks and bans. It's going to be Purple People Eater going out first. Cassidon's going to be off on this one. Rek'Sai, she will not find any gameplay this
Another
time.
Purple People Eater?
Yeah, I think the quote from last
Rek'Sai
game.
is a girl.
Gotta clarify that.
If I say it wrong, I am wrong. Because Rek'Sai is a girl, and she is banned. So
is banned. Yep.
Good.
Another girl getting banned, Sivir. Easy one to recognize. No spell shields this game. They don't want that power as well. We heard Freak talking about the engage or disengage. And Janna as well. So a lot of the bans we thought would come out in the first game are actually happening now in the second game here of Coast versus Dig.
Yeah, and these are not looking like heavily targeted bans. So we may get a little bit more individual player expression coming out here. Also, by the way, we did mention the coach standing behind Coast is Michael Slan. He is the temporary coach. Elements, the player, not the team, formerly of, he actually had coached Coast in a previous season.
Yeah.
Used to play on COG and Curse Gaming dating all the way back. Will be their full-time coach when he is here.
That's happening a lot. Teams, names, teams. Things are getting confusing.
Yeah.
We got Nar picked up first. He's been banned a lot in other regions. He's going to find his way into the second game here at the NALCS, and a champion that a lot of people thought Meteos should have grabbed last game. Jarvan could be locked in here for Dignitas as they wait for the first pick rotation of their 1-2.
I mean, I was very surprised when Elise was picked over Jarvan last game. I think that was something the guys on the desk picked on as well, is if you can combo Jarvan with Gnar, it is usually a deadly combination. Add that to the fact that Impaler is a great Jarvan player. It's a smart thing to pick for Dignitas to use, as well as to deny Coast the synergy and comfort.
As Lee Sin still, we heard a little bit about that on the desk, as Jarvan and Corki are locked in there for Crumbs and Core JJ. Now over to the side of Coast. Crumbs took, or rather Dig took quite a bit of time there with their picks. Figure Coast will do the same, kind of stretch it out, and then you only give that amount of time for Dignitas to pick their champion. So you're kind of tightening it up on them if you wait.
Yeah, they mentioned this over during the EU LCS as well. A lot of teams are actually taking longer to lock in their picks with the addition of coaches because there's just more discussion flowing back and forth. And I imagine there's also more confirmation of what they actually should pick. Coast did it a little bit out of order there, which is suboptimal. You want to actually lock in both at exactly the same time to minimize the amount of time the other team has to discuss what you are picking and what to play against you, but just a small mistake.
Mashme chooses Caitlyn. You're going to have safety and range in the bottom lane. We did see a few blitzcranks from Nif over on Elements from the EU LCS. Shifter's Ahri has been taken away. We heard about the analyst desk being pretty adamant about that, being a champion he can control the lane with, but so can Jezzes now. And we'll have to see what they decide to go. Another thing that brought up a point to talk about was that Annie being played in the bottom lane. We saw Yellowstar doing big things, and Kiwi Kid, that just fits right into his pocket once again.
I would really love to see a mid or a top lane Annie.
Top lane Annie was like hovering, and then I never saw it, but people were like, man, top lane Annie.
You see a decent amount of it in solo queue. It's most likely support here
okay.
for Kiwi Kid, but you never know.
Well, when you're in gold solo queue, you don't see crazy stuff like that, Chad.
You see more of it now.
Yeah, right?
All right.
Get them Vagar supports, the double smite Brahms.
Coast still needs to do support and jungle. I wouldn't be too surprised if Impaler pulled out the Lee Sin, or as everyone wants to see, his Rengar. But his Lee Sin during the expansion tournament was really good.
Lee Sin Thresh?
Really felt like he carried a lot of games. That would be the pack of utility that they need, really.
I feel like it'd be good. You have a lot of escape for somebody to go.
Rengo!
Whoa, neither of the options I just put out there. Rengar and Leona. Freak said it a little bit. I believe that, you know, it was his Rengar. Impaler's pretty good on it, but we haven't seen NA Rengars have too good of a time over here at NA.
Good thing he's a European Rengar. So
good.
Problem solved.
There's usually a way around it.
I like the Leona pick as well, just against Annie. Level 6, all-inning in reverse, basically. Yeah. The extra armor and magic resist that Leona has versus the lockdown when Annie does wander in to try and stun you is awesome.
At least one person's going to survive a level 6 explosion, right? Could have the
Azir.
Azir.
Sorry, Azir. They're an A champion.
The A champions indeed, all over the map. Annie, Azir, Ori. Can it be locked down? He's going to wait it out, but it looks like he will lock this one in. The team will have some good control over the team fights, especially disengage once they need to use that Conqueror's Divide. So they do lock it in. Pretty cool compositions coming out of both teams here. See, the Coast kind of puts together that composition. Hopefully Impaler can get going so they can utilize all the power they have.
And I think it'll be very critical that Mash and Sheep do well for Coast in this lineup. Caitlyn, you need to pick it for the strong laning phase, but if it does get there, that type of safety is very required because with an Annie stun, Aurelia, Jarvan, the pile-on potential that Dignitas has is really high. And additionally, if Coast does want to dive in, it's pretty hard to dive in on the Azir in the right ways if Shifter starts getting ahead. So a lot of this will fall on the shoulders of Mash's Caitlyn.
Yeah, another good pickup with that Jarvan as well to stop them from synergizing the Narvin, as Zyrene said, so you can't get any free walls out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm glad they picked the Jarvan away. Crumbs' Jarvan, he has had some pretty poor showings as of late. The end of last year was weak. He started the season looking like the best jungler in North America back in the 2014 summer split. Their time at IM Cologne, he looked kind of like he did late summer, which is not that good.
Right.
So now's the time, better time than any to bounce back.
Well, now that we've had a look at the team comps, head over to Twitter and lock in your predictions from this match. Tweet hashtag CSTWin or hashtag DIGWin to @LOL Esports. We'll be tallying your votes later as well. Something we've noticed from Dignitas from season to season is they're kind of like beginning of the season, mid-season. And then they just
really
kind
happens.
of fall downhill.
They do great at the start of seasons when expectations are lowest. And honestly, with their way they performed at IM Cologne, the Dignitas fans are cautiously, very cautiously optimistic right now.
Being a Dignitas fan, indeed. We'll see what they can do to start off the beginning of the game. Heard on the analyst desk mentioned Fnatic's Reignover played some Rengar, and he actually was doing some pre-6 work. Not something you see a lot of the time. We'll see if Impaler can get some of that aggression down. As we know, a Jarvan can easily go from lane to lane, just popping people's flashes. Lawn darts.
Found him. Well, I guess Dignitas wins that. They did the first bit of damage.
Ooh.
Swag dance. In the vision of Crumbs.
Line of scrimmage on this one. We still have a little bit of time for teams to move around here. They can still get together, but it looks like a lot of safety from both Dig and Coast as we start this game off. Everybody making use of their emotes as they christen the stage here with their first play.
Well, it is just very defensive openings. Both junglers having vision of each other, mutually assured knowledge of each other, basically, for where they're going to start. If Crumbs is over on that side of the map, he's going to have to make a pretty quick run if he wanted to go over to Gromp. So it does look like Kiwi Kid and Core JJ will be starting Gromp. I want to track how this happens in the bot lane, because when the season patch first released and small jungle camp spawns got moved back to 155, everyone was doing it. All the pro teams were saying you have to do Gromp or Krugs because otherwise you're just losing the lane straight up. Then a few tweaks were made. It became a little bit more difficult to do this. As you can see, Kiwi Kid's actually going to take a lot of damage here, so he's got to burn a couple biscuits in order to get up to full health. And it's taking them a little bit of time. I think they may end up missing a minion or two. And we'll end up seeing...
Oh, yeah.
See, that's
2
one
minions
minion
already
down, whereas Mash is going to have the lane shoving already. I want to see if this gives them an edge or if it's actually a bad idea. I mean, they're against a Caitlyn. They're kind of zoned away already.
That definitely wouldn't have given them any advantage in the lane there. And coming to the lane so late, Mash and Sheep know that a level 2 strong hit could be coming in. So it's a little told, but that's up to Dignitas to get themselves in the right
They're so
spot.
slow to push that they're not even hitting level 2 first.
You can't.
Once they get the entire wave, they could maybe hit level 6 earlier, but I would imagine from Dignitas's point of view, since they were against Caitlyn level 1, they just didn't want to be a part of that lane. So it wasn't so much about trying to get an edge, but trying to get unharassable farm.
Normal HP in the jungle there for Impaler. Going a little low, gonna head back and get his item. Back to crushing that down. Great gap close there by Gamsu, but I don't know if he's gonna get out without taking the bit there. That wasn't what he wanted. He thought Chris might have backed off a little bit more from the aggression, but Chris turns immediately, getting ready to gnaw her out, and he'll use that safety to ward.
Well, Chris started lane with the Crystalline Flask, so he was actually trying to take a slightly unfavorable trade just so he could out-sustain Chris. It did go a little bit lopsided, though, and I think that was a really bad trade, all things considered.
He's being careful. He doesn't want that true damage. Staying safe, Impaler finally returning in. I don't think he'll be making too many moves just yet. Every lane is just in the middle. They're playing it very safe. We see now that Crumbs is also going to be entering his jungle. In this mid lane, 16 to 15. Looks like Shifter's been using those soldiers, though, to get some good damage down from afar.
I do want to mention, since this game is still pretty subdued, the difference in the early junglers' plans here. So Impaler backed after 3 camps, which he had to do because he was very low on health, and that only gives you enough gold to upgrade your jungle item and pick up an extra health potion or two. Whereas Crumbs actually did a 4th camp when he went back to base, allowing him to pick up wards, but making it a little bit slower for him to make it into a lane. So let's see if Crumbs can actually get some extra vision control with that extra camp he was able to put, or if Impaler actually gets a jump on him by ganking while Crumbs is warding.
This is going to be good. He sees that the red is down, but he does not know the location that Impaler went after that. He does leave the ward so he can start to deny a bit of these resources. But they may get some love here from Rengar in the bottom lane. Full ferocity stacks for him, so this could definitely be a big play. And that would hurt what Core JJ and Kiwi Kid were trying to do and get an early white blast into the brush so they couldn't see him, but I don't think anybody was ready for that. Able to turn damage on 2. JJ returns the same amount of damage he took to himself.
Kind of trying to simulate a level 6 Rengar there by getting the point-blank bola from a leap. Really flashy looking play with less than flashy results. He did burn 2 flashes from the opponents, but he lost a lot of ground to Crumbs there.
The payoff there could have been gigantic.
No flash on Sheep, but he doesn't get knocked out.
Crumbs playing with the edge of the turret line right there. Keeps himself just out of range perfectly and applying some nice damage.
Don't do that again.
He's just harassed. He's playing around. He's fine. Giving a little bit of something extra for Mash and Sheep to think about as they try to farm. Gamsu trying to close the gap here. You got to watch out for that damage, though. And then he gets the speed. He could be able to close this one, but it's the teleports for both top laners, and there's going to be no kill potential after.
Nice bit of aggression. So he eventually won the sustained battle against Chris to push him out of lane, but he's not able to burn any summoner spells. Core JJ gets a stun, but he's Valkyrie away.
Yep. Nicely done. Good trade, Kiwi Kid, to turn to mash correctly and try and get that damage down into the AD carry, because that was the same thing Sheep was doing. Taylor, he's sad.
So who actually got the gold there? Because when you smite the buff the first time, you get the effect of the buff. So Impaler actually got the Razorbeak buff by smiting, but Crumbs' Razorbeak buff procced from the other Razors that he countered. If anyone can follow that, I was pretty confused. Jess is coming to level 6.
Sheep very low. The teleport from behind. This is going to be big. Gamsu in onto Sheep. The stun comes out. Jess is there too at just the right time. Chris comes in, far from being Mega Gnar, but he will be able to put down some damage. The slow from Boomerang, he gets the catch. We'll be able to apply again shortly, but they disengage right away. The teleports one after the other. Everybody working spot on right now for both teams to stop that.
Jess is the first mid laner to try and roam in this matchup, meaning Shifter will push that lane relentlessly. Azir's not the type of laner who tries to wander around. He's out of tools here. He's got a flash.
That's a whoopsie.
What an aggressively silly and dumb counter jungle that was by Crumbs. Honestly, he knew Jez's was going to be returning to lane, and he burns his flag and drag to get into the Raptor camp, which, by the way, is the hardest hitting camp in the game. So dangerous. Burns his flash, still level 4.
Trying to make some moves that put him in a dangerous spot. He blew flash, so you won't have that over Impaler, who blew his flash as well in the bottom lane. Both junglers trying to work with it to devices that they get. Impaler now to the bottom lane again. Where is he at? Just about halfway, so he won't be hitting 6 on this one.
Why would you put 3 traps next to each other like that? You can cover more ground if you place them at the front of the brush and then at the back.
I've actually never tried that. Does that just catch you and catch you if 2 are close? Or is there like a I can't be trapped?
That's probably the answer. I hope that's the answer. Otherwise,
That would be
he's just
so
wasting
annoying.
mana.
Yeah, that's going to be tough if somebody runs into that.
I should know that, but I'll have to do some testing.
I haven't seen Caitlyn play in a while. At least not a lot of it. Gnar up on the turret. He doesn't have to worry. You just get so many resistances when you turn that Gnar form. He's not a care in the world as he approaches the turret. About Crumbs. He's taking his red. May actually put some pressure on that top lane, but pretty much perfect warding here coming out of Coast. There's one right under red and one in that tri-brush, so he can see anybody coming to the top lane.
And speaking of wards, I do have to commend the pink ward Crumbs placed early on in the game, where that ping actually just went down.
Yeah.
Down by Coast's red buff. That is the pink ward spot if you have an early pink ward and you're able to invade, because it is so seldom checked by the enemy jungler, and that is spectacular for scouting where Impaler is. We'll see if anyone ends up walking through that way. It just doesn't look like it's in the cards.
I actually saw it be pretty useful yesterday when a red buff was getting counter jungled. The guy knew 5 hits of the red buff would give him enough time to steal it anyways. He just walked out. So it's even better. It gives you a little more time if they do find it in the first place. Moving down, good clears.
Yeah, Crumbs is still not spotted. He had a lot of patience waiting in that brush. Did not want to all in and reveal himself to Leona. But at the same time, it doesn't set up any type of kill for him. And like we saw, that pink ward showing exactly where Impaler is on that red buff.
Let's see if he enters. He has no reason to. As you said, he'll just go down to Krugs. A little bit of pressure towards the bottom lane here from Crumbs. We also see Kiwi Kid come from the side. Maybe it's Core JJ trying to get a bait in here and say, I'm by myself. We're going to see Kiwi Kid enter the lane.
Yeah, that's where I think coaching needs to come in. Every time you do red buff and you go down to double golems, you should just take the extra 1 second, check that brush.
That's a good point.
Because it can save you so much for such a small investment. Now they know that Rengar is probably there. They're trying to bait a level 6 gank. They saw Rengar was low and Crumbs is down here waiting. But Impaler is actually so low that he decides to recall, and Crumbs ends up wasting a bit of time. Maybe they can get something if Sheep goes aggressive.
Yeah, I think Sheep knows, because Core JJ would be trying to shoot him.
He suspected it.
Yeah. There wasn't enough aggression just for walking out there. So plays back and forth just with some ward games. Blade Surge onto Chris once again. He already used his Transcendent Blade, so he won't be able to get any more damage out of that. Chris isn't having a good time here. Usually you see Gnar able to stay safe, able to just use his Boomerang to farm, but Gamsu not letting that happen.
You can see Gamsu's actually putting more points into his W on Aurelia as well. Wicked really popularized the max E Aurelia against Ryze in that matchup, but against tankier targets, I think he wants the true damage and the higher sustain, which is working pretty well for him, even though the CS is pretty close in that match.
The one thing that counters a poop load of health, right? Able to cut through it. Oh dear, that's going to be the charm coming in. Conqueror's Divide isn't going to stop too much on that. Can he yo-yo one more orb of deception? It's the Foxfire to come out and get the kill for him.
Impaler gets it, they go for mash.
Oh, we found Tibbers in the bottom lane. One rocket misses. That's going to be Sheep going in. You got to be careful, Sheep. Mash, not enough HP to join you on this one. Kiwi Kid forced out with an ace in the hole. And they stop what could have been a bad situation in the bottom lane, the side of Coast.
Dignitas is just not quite in sync. They spent so long down there with Crumbs in a battle in the top lane. Can he get him?
Oh, he's going to Gnar! No way! That's why you don't fight Mega Gnar. So much power coming out of that ultimate. Or just the change, I should say.
Gamsu thought he'd be able to burst him down before Mega Gnar, but he wasn't. Luckily, they both walk away with their lives. Gamsu down teleport. I want to talk about the problems Dig is having in the bottom lane, though. Crumbs waited so long in that bottom lane brush, and then as soon as he leaves, they do flash ultimate from Tibbers and nearly burst out Don't Mash Me. If they just would have gone for it, they would have had the kill, and it would be a 1-1 game right now. Teleport comes in, though, as they're trying to secure this dragon.
That flash Tibbers down as well. They're still going to get the dragon, but it may be a continued fight. Crumbs getting hit up, a few more hits to him. That's Chris's pickup. Jez's will be going down if Gamsu can get one more attack on Coast. Looks like they're trying to organize themselves here after losing 2. They're only finding Jez's. Doesn't shifting sand. Shifter doesn't need to get himself into place just yet. They're still going. Chris puts himself in the middle of the fight with half Narbar, and it looks like they're actually going to be able to pick up Hansu on this one. Soldier's coming up big for Shifter as he's trying to keep himself in range, and what an elongated fight there. They actually went back in with members down.
Yeah, Dignitas tried to contest during a 3v4 and got a little bit flanked. They did pick up a kill for Shifter. Azir does scale remarkably well with damage in the right time.
Again.
Yeah, we absolutely just have to
Dragon
see that.
Lake, right?
Crumb's already low from the Dragon. That is the disadvantage of starting the Dragon. Since it's straight up a 5v5, they are kind of expected to lose that fight unless they're taking Dragon off the back of some real advantage. Not just, I don't think Coast is going to be there in time. And Coast was there in time, so they end up being able to win the ensuing fight. Hopping off the crab, Chris is, to get real close there. Shifter obviously can't zone quite well enough. And that is a lot of damage down onto Chris's Gnar.
Shifter and Jezz both having a pretty equal game for the AP carries, and both putting on a bit of pressure on either side as well as they get themselves built up here. We see the Morello Namicon finished up for Shifter. Help keep Impaler down as well once he gets that health low enough.
That was a very strange Rengar ultimate as they clear a pink ward in the river. But nonetheless, they get the pink ward.
It's a tricky crab.
They still haven't gotten that pink ward in their own jungle, though. One of these days.
It'll be there for a long time. It's one of those wards that have a timer on it. We'll just figure it out. It looks like they're safe enough as well here to come in and clear more out. That deep ward gives them so much to play with, so many options, and they are not even worried to do most of this. Checking that, says that Impaler has been here shortly or recently, and now they will see him towards the top lane. Actually, he gets out of the way of that minion, so no vision there for them. Crumb's still trying to deny. Impaler's not finding anything, though. He's walking around the map, finding nothing, just his camps.
Sheep and Mash just have this sense of where Crumbs is right now. Oh my god, if they get this.
No way! They just walk in like it's their jungle. They're gonna pay for it. Usually you do, and you just nonchalantly step back. Crumbs trying to take it out. Kiwi Kid and them focusing on it. Probably should have moved a little bit faster knowing that Crumbs was so deep in the jungle. But
yeah.
It works. They get a kill on each side.
Really fascinating series of events right there because that was a educated guess by Coast. They knew that Crumbs had cleared a ward prior on top of the red buff. And then let's check. They're just like, you know what? We're not in lane. I think they're respecting Tibbers a fair bit, and they had to back away. Speaking of that lane, we kind of lost track of it. Even though Crumbs didn't have very successful ganks, maybe the presence he offered down in that bottom lane, Cortege and Kiwi Kid are crushing Mash and Sheep.
That's true.
30 to 98.
No real help to the early Gromp, but they were able to pull out of that with an aggressive lane. Flash and Tibbers. Well, Tibbers isn't up, but Flash is, so we'll be waiting on that engage probably from Dignitas. Remember Kiwi Kid back in the day says, yeah, I have Flash, I'm going in. It's pretty much how he activates things.
Or, I don't have Flash, I'm going in.
No, I don't, but it's okay still. Dignitas' mentality on that, it's sometimes what makes the plays work. They just go headstrong into it, and if everybody follows, you get those results. Still safely pushing into the jungle here. This is just showing how much control Dignitas has. They finally, back into it, only because they're trying to take red.
And it took the Raptor buff as well. It activated for Impaler to show him that the pink ward was there. So a little bit of poor luck that he didn't have the Raptor buff on at any other time when he was checking that. Finally, they get rid of this pink ward. Dignitas getting a lot of pressure back because of this, though. You can see the position of this game is slowly pushing closer and closer to Coast's base.
Looks like they're trying to stop that a little bit. 4 pink wards inside their inventory as they want to be able to set up defense they can control. They're losing pretty much all the wards they set outside that line, outside of river. You see Crumbs again grabbing up the crabs, and they're going to be all over the coverage. Oh. Okay, he's not going too far. But you can't defend it.
Cortege wanted it.
Okay, they're not going to go for it. So they know it's there. So it's going to be hard to defend. That's kind of stuff that Coast is just dealing with right now. Chris big in the top lane. Gamsu's there, though. Really good control by Dignitas to stop these waves as they reach the turret. They're in the right place at the right time.
I really want to see what happens with the next dragon in 53 seconds as well there. You can see both these top laners would teleport up. Chris still taking a lot of damage from Gamsu despite being so tanky. And then returns it in typical Gnar fashion. But yeah, I want to see if Dignitas tunnels hard on the second dragon, or if they can get the right type of position. You can see the pink wards around the dragon pit are slightly in Coast's favor. But if we get level 11 Meganar with those items actually making it into the middle of that fight, I think it would be death for Dignitas. But at the same time, Azir with his immense zone control, if they can position in the right way, could just completely segment this fight and win it for Dignitas. Dig does have the early dragon. I'm just trying to figure out if it's worth them overcommitting for this dragon. They clearly want to start it. But if they end up losing another fight, it could put them in a very big hole.
We've heard some teams say that a few dragons in the early game isn't the end, and they've been able to give it up. Doesn't seem like Dig really wants to go for that.
I mean, we just saw it. TSM was down 3 dragons to 0 against Cloud9.
Yep.
And a Baron, and was still able to pull out a win. You can tell this one's getting a little bit testy, though.
Well, they have ward control, at least on this side of the jungle now. They figured out that they're not being spotted everywhere they go, and with Sheep on the front line here and Chris just about to gnaw out, this is perfect timing for them to get something. Unfortunately, he did hit that boomerang and take a shot, so he's going to gnaw out before necessary.
You want Meganar to proc while they're fighting you, so you can catch them off guard. Now, they're almost forced into doing the dragon, and Dignitas, do they respect the Gnar, or do they pile in and fight?
I think you're going to have to. Looks like Gnar will still be up for the majority of that entire one, and the wait out. Patience is a virtue, and Coast comes out with Dragon on that one.
I think that was properly played by both teams. I really do think the Coast could have won that 5v5 if they pile into the Dragon Pit against Meganar, because they didn't have position with Azir, but they couldn't actually get the position early on just because of the Rengar threat. So, Coast using their comp properly to get that Dragon.
You know, I said before that they didn't have Jarvan on their team. You can still gnaw out people into that.
Yeah.
If it's up.
I know.
It doesn't matter if it's yours or not.
It's the anti-synergy. So you all should try and peel Gnar, and then it's like, well, actually, Gnar just stunned my whole team. So
here's a wall.
Here's a tip. Do not alt Gnar. Jarvan, if it's on your team. Also, this is completely off topic, but if you have a Sion on your team and you're Jarvan, you can pop his ultimate on Sion on your own Jarvan ultimate to like completely troll your Sion as he's trying to initiate a fight, because he'll just hit your Jarvan Cataclysm.
I hope we see some Jarvans today, or rather Scions today. That is some fun stuff to watch. Barreling down the lane. And it's usually been some pretty good Scions that we've seen as well. But in this game, none to be had. It's Gnar versus Aurelia top, and Gamsu's been taking that to Chris pretty well this game. However, he has found 3-0 through some of these team fights and kept himself up in CS when getting battered down in that lane. So Chris is showing well here at the start of the split for Coast. Down to the bottom lane, looks like they might try to get a little bit of a gank here. Taken by surprise. Nope, they actually walk out to the lane. I figured they were hiding in the brush, but they're out in the open.
Really surprised still that Mesh lost that lane. Obviously there was a ton of jungle pressure by Chris. He's doing his best to try and keep up right here, but Caitlyn needs either a few kills or a huge amount of farm to really get going. I'd say Caitlyn definitely takes more items to turn into a giant threat than other AD carries do. Core JJ is basically there right now.
Yeah. They're
just Trinity Force and BF Sword.
They're still trying to make some plays off this bottom lane. Pink ward down in the brush, so you can see Impaler coming in and out, and actually they're going to do it right now. I don't know if they're going to get what they want. We don't see Core JJ or Kiwi Kid pressing up past the river. They're keeping it as a rule of thumb right now. Still there. Let's see if the ward here coming in from Sheep actually gives them any vision over the wall so they can get this gank in. See, the mid lane is pretty open for Shifter here. Roam from Jez's is just towards the bottom side, maybe seeing if he can help in anything, engage in the bottom lane. Pretty much a stalemate. Both teams really respecting each other here as the game is really close.
Well, it's really difficult for Crumbs to make an aggressive move here. He doesn't have many items on Jarvan. He's 0-2. He's gone Sightstone, which makes his combat effectiveness very low. So unless he can get absolute knowledge of where Impaler's Rengar is, a gank can very easily be turned around on him, which makes him not actually want to do much. Yet he's still spending a lot of time just camping lanes, which is surprising to me that he's not farming more. It's going to set him back far, far behind. That's the Achilles heel of Crumbs. He's continually over-prioritizing vision and lacking farming, and when his ganks don't work, he falls really far behind of the curve.
No, it makes perfect sense. We see that that ward's not there anymore. The deep ward, and their actions have slowed down across the board. Crumbs not making the opportunities that he was before when they did. And we'll see if they can find it another way. Looks like everybody's just grouping in mid right now. So vision for Coast tells them they also have some time to clear up some waves and get the wards down that they need. And still having a lot of those pink wards they did earlier, which means they've been protecting the ones that actually went down. Working out well for them so far as we reach 23 minutes in the game. 400 gold, about 500 gold is the difference. So it pretty much means nothing with a dragon on each side as well. Oh,
blue minion
finally
MVP
getting
right
fancy.
now.
Yeah.
Who needs wards when you have minions? Yeah, it looks like Dignitas is trying to make an aggressive play, but they just abandoned that bottom lane. That's going to allow MASH to catch up, so Dignitas kind of has to make a power play right now, knowing that they've left Caitlyn by her lonesome.
They do have the options. Mid lane's getting pings here. That's by Coast. They're saying that is a dangerous spot. Do not go near Wolf opening. And everybody's going to be safe. MashMe has the wards to go just a little bit further, but he decides not to. He's going to head for the back. Everybody's taking this one real slow. 1 minute and 30 on Dragon. That's going to be something they want their ultimates for. So they're giving each other some space right now, that comfort level. And the wards actually really good here coming in for Dignitas. They've, again, started to get those 4 wards down, where Coast only has that towards the top side for a bit of a lane pressure.
Yeah, I can see that invade and the logic behind Dignitas going into that blue buff area, because they needed a way of actually getting vision on Coast if they wanted to get aggressive. In order to get those wards, though, they did sacrifice their bottom turret, and they sacrificed a bit of the advantage that poor JJ had over MASH. It's really just going to be another objective game, it seems like at this point. The ward coverage isn't good enough by either team for them to really take control, and a lot of it's going to have to be down to the team fights.
All those team fights are going to have people grouped up. That's good for Shifter. That's good for a Kiwi kid. On the other end, you're going to have also that disengage, though. You can have Ari flying around. You can have Narth throwing everybody. So it's going to have to be, it's pretty much whoever ults first is really going to be the winners on this one. Usually it's kind of, you can predict the ult and then be the one to win the fight, but I don't know about that. MashMe taking quite a bit of damage there. Nar not too hyped up right now. He's going changing on the Kiwi kid. No Timbers this fight. That goes down, and it looks like they're going to be going hard on this fight. Gamsu taking a lot of damage. Forced the flash over the wall, providing no more for the team. And Shifter is the only one who can fight from this range right now. Coast gets exactly what they want, taking out 2. Maybe not wanting to lose Impaler, but the fact that he has to dive in so hard right now means he's probably going to go down. Great controller by Coast.
Actually a very explosive fight as well. If Kiwi Kid would not have been blown up so quickly, I think that could have actually been a fight for Dignitas. We really saw the potential of Shifter's counter engage right there. He was doing a ton of damage as Coast dove in for that one, so much so that even with the clean initiation from Coast, they had to just abandon the Dragon. And now it's actually Dignitas trying to regain control over that pit.
He can't do much. He's like, oh, actually, I probably should have been back. He's going to at least try to get vision for the team. That'll be able to stick on this one. Oh, wait, we do have Impaler coming up.
Chris would have to TP in if they decide to go in on this. They almost have Ari ultimate.
Dragon, that's the TP. Nar's very close to going crazy on this one. Chris is going to be big. Impaler steals the Dragon. Can Dignitas come back on this one? Mega Nar is out, chucks the chimney down. Big damage from the Orbit Deception here, but they're deciding to back off without Sheep. A pretty good decision there. Kiwi Kid doesn't have Tibbers, but that was close to Dignitas falling.
Yeah, Dragon Steal, nice job by Impaler. All that investment Dignitas put in only nets them a kill onto Sheep. The real question is, can they get any vision control after making Coast fall away? And I think the answer to that is no. So, despite the kill, I think that's a big loss for mid.
Let's see it again.
Yeah, he just walked up and smited it. That's the old classic Dragon Steal there. Walk up and use your button.
Is that how it is?
Yeah, it's just smite. Make sure you have it on the right key.
Just press F.
Press it. Sometimes when you have the chilling smite, you're too used to using it for the fights. Obviously with the Rangers Trailblazer.
That happens quite a bit. Or the fact that you just want to smite everything in the jungle for the buff, and then you're like, oh yeah, that Dragon helps. Not something that Impaler is finding he's having trouble with right now. A great second Dragon Steal. 3 in the game, 2-1 so far, and that only means Coast is getting that much more powerful. Feeling the need to push up here. Looks like we're going to have Chris back to the top lane. He doesn't have teleport, though, so he's going to be up there for the long haul. This is a push that they're going to use. Put a little bit of pressure in the mid lane as well with the rest of the members.
And also, as far as being able to make things happen, Dignitas have been the ones that have been battling this vision control game with the double Sightstone for quite a while. And finally, Coast has a bit more to fight back with. They have the DFG now onto Jess's. We talked in the pregame about both these mid laners being a passive style, and we saw it in their item choices. Jess's started with an Athene's Unholy Grail and then went to the DFG, whereas in the game prior, Bjergsen just went straight for the DFG and started making plays. Now, with the Deathfire Grasp, Jess's will have a bit more of an opportunity to make plays, especially if Rengar can get a catch. Will they go?
Oh, exclamation. Nice divide there coming out. They still take him down. There's way too much front-end burst. Jez's will be picking that one up for himself. And Sun Disc goes down for a little bit of control, but it's only a turret to be taken down here, most likely by Coast. They're not really that deterred by it.
Yeah, Crumb's continually... He's now at threat for getting picked off, which really sucks. He has this Sightstone here, and he needs to be able to get map control with it. And normally it's great to have Sightstone in the jungler because it's harder to initiate on a tank than it is a support. But now that he is a very squishy tank, he's trying his best to take up. He can't get it.
Ow.
I don't know about this two-man Baron.
Oh, there he is. There's Chris. Good guy, Chris. You can still get killed by AoE, gentlemen. Be very careful here.
Well, they can dodge around it. Dignitas kind of knows something's up. There's the ward. They know it's low. Do they try and flash in? They don't have flash?
No.
What a Baron sneak by Coast.
Could this be a fight that they take, though? Very, very low on this one. They find Jez's. This could be Baron going down. Actually, Gamsu's going to hit it. Transcendent Blades, and he will get a bit of damage. Nicely slowed by the Boomerang, and they are going for the fight. Soldiers over the wall. The big one coming out from Core JJ, and Shifter's doing what he can from just outside range. Kiwi Kid, a little too by himself there as he walks through the forest. He's going to go back with the team. And they come out nicely on that, picking up a few, but Coast will still have some minions to Baron up with those buffs as they lose turrets for their Baron attempt.
Yeah, but that is not a good Baron when you look at the results afterwards. There's a few minions in this mid lane for Dignitas trying to get this down. Coast will be coming out with 3 people, but that's not enough to fight 5.
No home guards on either of the people rezzing right now, so they're not going to be instantly into the fight. Still too much pressure for them to do anything. Impaler in as soon as he is up. He's going to try to dive out of this one. Gamsu with a blade surge and then a flash right over the elbow of the wall. Gets himself the safety to pick one more up before they exit. And it looks like Coast is left to kind of clean up the pieces here. Yeah, they got Baron, but Dignitas is showing that that was a mistake for them.
It's turned into a tremendously close game. And it's not going to be letting up anytime soon, especially with Coast's willingness to dive through the Azir.
Oh, yeah.
Mash is getting a little bit more and more gold, too. If he can get Last Whisper, he'll become a real big threat.
Do this again. Oh!
Yeah.
Little base gates coming into play.
Basic, also right there, he thought he was walling off the Rengar as he jumped in, but because of the base gate, he was able to get the flank with Rengar. Quick adaptation to how to use those guys on Rengar. Shifter guessed wrong with his Emperor's Divide. Oh. And it ended up costing somebody else's life.
Thanks, man. Oh, yes, Zanya's, though. Should be pretty good. And we'll see the mid getting cleared up here. It takes a little bit longer for these Baron minions to be cleared, but they got it.
Exactly. The nice thing about Baron buff is only one person has to have it in order to get the minions to the same power. So if Coast can actually get a fight of some kind, and get a few kills, those Baron minions could push clean through Dignitas. But with the safe ward clearing of Shifter's Azir right there, it's going to be pretty hard.
I think it was in the LPL, they were doing Baron, like Banner and Command stuff. It was IG. That was really funny.
Meaning basically only the AD carry can kill it?
It was great.
Yeah, it could be a strategy here. If you get an empowered Baron minion, it attacks from outside the turret range. But if you Banner of Command it, it's immune to magic damage. So you literally have to stand there and whack it for it to die. And it forces the team into a really uncomfortable situation.
It did as well. They're pretty much just crushing down turrets. Not something we'll see here, however. As teams, as we look around those core items.
Yeah, no Banner of Command coming out.
Nope. We got Infinity Edge. Last Whisper.
Oh, no!
Phantom Dancer as well. That means big damage coming out from Caitlyn. we're going to have everybody ready for this fight. A few shots left and right. Not even going to need Mash's damage for that one. And Coast showing that they have control of the map. When you know that another guy can go hang out and push mid while you're getting Dragon, it feels pretty good for the team, and they're going to go ahead and take control.
Even though Dignitas wanted to control that Dragon to prevent the move speed buff from going onto Coast, they had no business walking in that space. They did not have vision control. They were not grouped up together. And they know that Charm plus Rengar equals death, and they did it anyway.
What?
Oh! Coast. Chris couldn't get it.
Almost. That would have been pretty cool. I actually have not seen a Gnar smack a Jarvanado's flag and drag. Probably be interesting. Back down to safety. Gonna go ahead and back right out in the open. They are good to go. Looking around again at those lanes. We talked a little bit about Shifter being behind in CS. He actually did well going into this game. Kept it even with Jez's. Both of them stayed safe, but you're Azir. You can farm from 90 million miles away, so that kind of goes into it as well. But he's the one that's trying to provide that damage and the separation of these fights. Like I said before, they're just getting charmed right through that divide. They gotta find a different way. Right now, that's to take control of all the resources and the vision in the map. They can get a good pick, and maybe a Caitlyn. Everybody else is really jumping away from the fight or peeling, and they'll be good off.
It's still a really close game.
Yeah.
Even though Coast have been the ones picking most of the fights here, if Kiwi Kid can get a good Tibbers down onto Mash, who's yet to build a defensive item, it could be the end of the fight for him there. Or even if they can just lock down Jez's. One stun, burst down Ahri before he can start dashing away would be enough. But continually, Coast are the ones finding the fights, whether it be Jez's or Impaler that are starting with Rengar or Charm, and they're piling on spectacularly. Again, Dignitas is split up a little bit, but this time at least they're close enough to their turrets not to get caught by Impaler.
Look at the option they wanted to create there as well. They didn't see really anybody else on the map towards Wolves, maybe one ward over to the red side there, but they were ready to go in with 3 and take out Gamsu immediately. They want to make plays, and they want to make it happen now. Towards the top lane, oh, Gamsu, you are in a scary spot. Nobody actually goes around the backside of the turret. They just want that. They're going to play it safe.
It's a turret game now.
Yep.
Keep in mind, until next patch, the spectator turret counter will be inaccurate, so it shows 7 for Coast. That's counting 2 down to 0 turrets. Right. Yeah. It's actually 5 turrets that Coast has killed to the 5 of Dignitas. So the turrets are actually dead even right now.
Good old Shurima's legacy.
Yeah.
Also attack speed on cooldown. It's fun stuff. Shifter on Azir versus Jez is on your screen right here. Both level 16, providing the maximum amount of power from those ultimates now within these fights. And we see that Shifter's gone through the defensive power of the Zanyas, but it's all power coming in for Jez as he tries to finish up the Void Staff next. 3 roam squad kind of going around here. It's Caitlyn, Impaler, and Sheep. So they're trying to get a kill on their own. Not finding too much. Dignitas is playing way too safe. They know it can happen.
They're out of vision too. So this is really a very bad spot for Dignitas to be in. The reason they're denied vision is because Crumbs was the guy who was supposed to be giving it to him, but he is too squishy in most cases to get caught out. Now he has some armor, but he would still have no resistance to Jess's flying in. They're hoping that Coast tries to overdive and Dignitas stays together, and that they can get a proper peel from Shifter's Azir and actually win that fight. It's just not happening right now as Baron's about to spawn.
Just the fear that the entire team, especially Impaler, is putting in here, like you said, without the vision. It can be a jump at any point in time, and the gap closing quite easy.
That flash from Andy, they got him. That's what they needed on Jez's.
That was explosive. Finding Jez's towards the mid lane, now going straight down that with the eyes on the inhibitor. They're going to have 2 minutes on Dragon. After this gets taken, they probably go for that. And they have all the time in the world here to trade for Baron.
I mean, you don't trade this because your Nexus will die.
No,
your Nexus will die. The Baron takes too long to kill. What are they thinking?
That's bad news, Bears. I do not know where that call just came from.
Gamsu can interrupt these, the game's over.
That's not empowered. Transcendent blades through the entire team. That's going to put the nail in the coffin. And after being on their heels for the past 7 minutes, Dignitas is going to take down the Nexus to win their first game of the North American Spring Split.
Wow, Coast with a giant blunder at the end of the game, and Dignitas capitalizes instantly.
Huge play by Gamsu to stop 4 backs as well. Definitely get a replay on that Kiwi Kid initiation for Jez's.
Oh my God.
What an incredible play.
Dignitas was completely out of options. They were on their back foot. The only thing that could even win them a fight is if they flash and stun Jesses. Did that. They got him out of there. Then they start pushing mid, and Coast forgets that they have a down inhibitor.
I get it.
That must be it.
I get it. We can take Baron fast enough, we'll have a charge recall, and we'll get back in time.
Maybe. Not even close.
Not even.
Because
that's the only option, though.
Yeah.
Because 4 seconds, no.
The minion wave was in the right place for Dignitas for one.
That's true.
When they were trying to do that push.
That was huge.
Which is surprising for Coast maybe, because Coast had so much map control overall. But they get the catch, it's a 4v5. They make the call to try and trade Baron for something in their base, not their actual base. They try to stop the Baron. Gamsu makes the great move, has his Aurelia ultimate up. What a perfect champion to interrupt recalls with.
My God.
One little blade through each of them. They get every single person interrupted, and then they just kill the Nexus. 37 minutes in.
Very nice job there. Looking at the game, both teams fought quite hard. I have to say, Dignitas can't expect to win games like this all the time. They were on the back foot. They did find a way through. We'll have to see if both these teams can right the wrongs, however, because there was a bit of stalemating where they didn't know what to do, where kind of vision went to the wayside. They got back another way. Someone was looking out for them.
Hey, it's a new age for Dignitas as well. After all the stuff that people always constantly throw at Dignitas doesn't know how to play around Baron. They're not doing this properly. The 2 times that Coast goes for Baron, Dignitas punishes the enemy greatly. Coast got it on the first one. Dig took 3 kills in the mid lane inhibitor turret. The second time Coast goes for it, Dignitas just ends the game.
Great play coming out all around. Pick and ban phase went pretty well for both teams, so you can't really criticize too much there. They played their compositions as they should. Coast was not afraid to make plays. They were not afraid to take control of this game, and they did so.
They had a lot of control. I mean, if Coast can separate themselves from the emotion of losing that game on that bad Baron call blunder, that was a recoverable blunder as well. If they get caught out in mid lane, Justice is dead, all right, recover, pull back, they get an inhibitor, we defend the Baron. You know, that's what Coast's game plan could have been there. Up until that point, they were playing a good game. And they'll have to try and take that into the rest of the week, because otherwise this can just destroy a new team's mentality.
Well, Dignitas is definitely going to be happy about that one win so far. Like we said, though, it's 2 games coming out of these. And I said before, that's a lot of impact. Maybe not so much for this game, because it was close. Coast will know that they can come back into this one fighting. More so for the games that are lopsided, because then you think this has a lot of, impact on what can happen later. This is a game we may lose. Who are we going to beat? Not something that Coast will be looking at. We will see that this game, the second time, probably just as close.
Yeah, Coast had a Dragon advantage and a 1,000 gold advantage when that game ended, but we actually have a replay of that final fight.
Awesome.
Or the final killing of
explosion.
the Nexus.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can see here, as Coast is starting Baron, if we can just roll this right now, they must have thought they had a turret there, and they had a little bit more time, because that inhibitor going down, you can see the bells run off as soon as they started hitting the inhibitor, and then Gamsu.
3 with just the first blade.
And then the final shot to get the Rengar. Just no chance. Chris as well gets Mega Gnar, is not able to stop it, and just nobody can make it back on time. What a finish. He throws out the Emperor's Divide just in case someone comes through, because he can. And that's another thing about this. As the Nexus explodes once again, Azir takes turrets so fast. Because he can consume a soldier to click the turret and just do a whole bunch of damage to the turret right off that. It definitely expedited the process inside the base. But with no inhibitor and no inhibitor turret to defend, it was really fast. I think with or without an Azir, it's still a win for Dignitas with that Coast call.
Yeah, Dignitas knew what to do at the right time. So much credit to them. And the fact that they're able to come out strong again helps the camaraderie of the team, helps the fact that the new team is there. And for both teams being new, I don't really think we saw too many mistakes from the players. It was good to see both teams had the fights they wanted when the synergy was there. Besides the blunder call, I believe we'll go for a whole team on that. Probably one person made it, but both teams show promise for this season.
There were definitely a few very well-executed moments in that fight. The fact that Dignitas was pulling back and Coast was showing their presence on the map to push them back that far, was showing a nice measured approach to the game.
Right.
Until the ending. And just everything went out the window.
There's not too much you can do, especially with the pressure that Impaler put in the beginning on Crumbs, especially when that ward was in the bottom towards red. Impaler just kept walking into it. Crumbs would make the options. And then, as we saw, when that ward went away, Crumbs didn't want to put another one down, or the vision was totally gone, or he wasn't tanky enough, like you said, to put more. So it's almost like that ward was their one-track mind for the game. And if it went down, then they were like, well, plan B. What was plan B?
Yeah, I mean, Kobe talked a little bit about the desk, the players on Dignitas that may or may not perform well. He thought Gamsu was going to do quite well. And honestly, even though Chris picked up a lot of kills in the teleport fights, he was very close to pushing Gnar out of lane. And to do that to Gnar, who is probably the strongest top laner we have in the game right now, in lane, is very, very potent. And then even Core JJ and Kiwi Kid, they had a pretty big CS advantage over a Caitlyn in lane, which are, again, pretty positive things for Dignitas to try and build on. One game, you obviously have to watch the rest of the season. There's 18 of them this year, not 28 like we had last year. Can't wait for it.
That's right. So right now we're going to check in with Dash at the analyst desk, the inside story on that win by Dignitas.
Thank you, gentlemen. I want to welcome Kiwi Kid and Crumbs to the desk. And I got to be honest, there was a moment there where I wasn't expecting to be talking to you guys. And then we kind of had that really shocking, finish. I mean, did you, Crumbs, as one of the main shot callers of the team, I mean, that had to have blown your mind when you saw them rotate back to Baron with an open inhib.
Oh no! I mean, as soon as we got the pick, he wanted to flash. He's like, I want to flash. I need to flash. And then we got the pick. I flash after, get the Ari, and then we're like, oh well, it's obvious they just want to go for Baron. We're like, okay, we'll just end. So then that's pretty much it. We're like, oh, they're going for Baron. We'll win.
Was it Gamsu who decided to go back and stop himself, or was that also a call?
I think it was like everyone
was a collective, but I think Gamsu already was going.
Like,
he was already doing good for him.
Well, so that's got to point to a little bit of the synergy that you guys have developed already. And I know we were talking on the analyst desk prior to the match. We haven't gotten to see this lineup play too often. Got a little sneak peek over at IEM, but you're playing Korea. It seems as though that has, paid off at least a little bit in terms of synergistically. You guys are at least now able to expect things from the different players on the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think our vision got a lot better, but at least for myself, I ended up getting really baited with that all the time. But I think that we definitely have a lot more synergy going on, and as the weeks progress, that'll improve.
One of the other things that we were talking about on the desk prior to the game is the fact that the champion pool this split has grown enormously in terms of things that are viable to play. And we actually pointed out specifically, Kiwi Kid, that Annie is a pick that is back. And we know how much you love to play that roaming support, playmaking support, where you can do exactly things like you did there to end the game. Do you feel like, though, that that's going to be a short-lived thing, seeing as how people are, recognizing that immediately, and it's time to ban that away?
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of people still remember I used to only play Annie the first half of the summer split last year. But yeah, I mean, that's good. It opens bans for the team, and honestly, I don't want to just be a one-trick Annie player because I'm trying to be a great support, not. I hope they ban Annie.
Not an Annie bot.
Yeah, I don't want to be Annie bot. We've already got one of those.
What would you say are the other supports then that kind of fill the same role as Annie that you feel you could do the same kind of playmaking stuff on?
Honestly, Annie's not really replaceable. She has the immediate flash stun. I mean, the only other support worthy thing that I can think about the top of my mind is Veigar, who also has a flash stun engage. But
I wouldn't mind seeing some Veigar support.
I've tried it. It's not bad, but you actually you need to put in a lot of games because you need to get really intuitive. It's not even arguable that Veigar's stun is definitely a lot harder to hit than Annie's stun.
Right. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of familiarity in terms of ranges and things like that. Crumbs, you too, with your champion pool, we mentioned how you are a jungler who is willing to pretty much play anything across the board, and that is super useful in terms of allowing your team the opportunity to get the picks in the solo lanes that they need. Picked up Jarvan here. Was that mostly because you saw the Gnar and it was like, let's not give him that combo, or?
Well, I feel like with the champion pool now, it's mostly just back to the same thing. You got Lee Sin, Jarvan, and then that's pretty much it for now. And then it's like you play Rengar as well, which is also in the meta. And then thank you for the new addition of Rek'Sai, because I really love that one as well. But besides those 4 champions, you're really not playing anything else. I feel like anything below that is a little bit subpar. So you stick to those champions, and then the rest is just, well, you're going to have to deal with it.
Of course. And I have to point out that you had some really aggressive counter jungling in the early stages of the game, going for the Raptors multiple times. One time, unfortunately, getting caught out a little bit, had to flash over the wall. Is this something that you guys are now trying to trend towards? Is like a really more aggressive, like early game play style?
Well, yes, and it's also because the Raptors are pretty much the most broken out of all the camps because they grant that oracles, which once you smite it, you're pretty much safe to go anywhere and gank without being spotted. And if you are, you know where the ward is, you go ahead and kill it. So it allows you to counter jungle really effectively. So if you control both Rays, the enemy just doesn't have as much vision denial as you do, and you are able to get a lot better vision control. So it's just a better camp, to be honest.
Tips for solo queue, for sure. Now, Kiwi Kid, as the support, being the primary, vision provider for the team, how do you play around that now? What are the approaches to knowing that there is this Oracle buff available to people at all times? Are you looking for deeper wards then to catch them in places where they wouldn't expect them to be?
Oracle, like the stupid Razor Beaks to give, it's just... Man, it's just too good. I used to just ward mid, like ward that side of the mid for mid all the time, and now it's like I'm really wary about it because like 75 gold in the early game is a lot, and especially since I like to go mobility boots first, and it doesn't like eating into a sightstone charge isn't as bad as getting mobility boots and then it eats into your actual like green ward. And now I gotta be more careful. I usually like don't do it as deep. And if I do, I'll make sure like Crumbs is like about to be there to counter gank something, or we can make a play off it. And no, I'm actually really happy about our game, and we have a lot to like build off of, and so I'm happy about that.
I do want to approach your duo of being with Core JJ. I mean, we've known you as being, the other half of I'm a Cutie Pie. What's it like to switch that up finally? Because you guys had played together for so long. I have to imagine adjusting to a new duo is rather difficult.
Not really, because I haven't really played support for that long. It's only been like a year, and I'm still really open to like learning how to play the lane, especially because let's be real, like my laning was ass.
Especially.
Yeah, my laning wasn't, the best, and he's taught me a lot so far, and I'm just really excited to like kind of learn how to play the game better.
Well, regardless, you guys did manage to pull out the win on the back of some great playmaking. I do want to jump into a replay. We're going to go about 30 minutes in. It was the first Baron that Coast took, but I want to look at the play you guys made coming off the backside of the Baron. Crumbs, we're going to pull it up on the screen. I'm going to have you walk me through it in terms of, the calls that were made to get the picks and then end up pushing for turrets off of it.
Oh, well, right here we tell JJ to use Scrying Lore to make sure that they're doing Baron or not, and they are. So we see, okay, it's really low. They're going to commit to it. They're very low as well, so it's unwise for them to retreat. So we say, okay, well, just fight in, go. And I'm really far back, so I know that I can't help out at all. So I just go straight to push the lane, and then they go in and clean them up.
All right, so we got to start out here. A fair amount of poke there landed on Jez as you see the Baron buff pop up. At this point, though, are you calling for, well, Gamsu goes in, so is that his call that he can make that pick?
Yeah, they're all doing their own thing because I'm not there at all. I can't see what's happening. Like, I'm just going straight for the lane. They say we can go, keep going, because Annie wants to go around because she's got mobilities, so she can get a stun for more kills. And then I'm just getting the wave so that once they're doing that, we can just go straight to middle lane and get that. Otherwise, we probably would have just gotten one tower.
Right, so I want to take a look at now because we've seen a couple games here. We saw in Cloud9 versus TSM, Cloud9 had the Baron, they had the first 3 dragons, but they still managed to lose the game. So it seems like there are teams putting a high priority on those 2 global objectives that don't yield gold anymore but yield stats, and they're not finding as much success. Because you guys, you had 1 dragon, but then you ended up going down 3-1 dragons at some point, also a Baron, but still managed to pull out the win. Do you think that teams are putting too much emphasis on the dragon and the Baron?
Yeah, the more I think about it and the more I play, it doesn't matter. The dragon count doesn't matter until you have 5. It's basically like, if you sacrifice too much for the first 4 dragons, it's probably not worth it.
It's all about the items now. If you have items and you can teamfight, you're going to win. Doesn't matter what the other guy has.
All right, so going into tomorrow, I want to take a look at your matchup. You're playing TIP. This roster has been blown up and then restructured around Zhao Wei Zhao, so you're familiar with him. Are you guys? What's your approach when going at an entirely new roster? Are you looking at the known factors, saying, okay, well, at least we know Zhao Wei Zhao, so let's play around him? or are we doing, as our own thing? And then this is kind of like the test the waters.
We got to look at their game today, and off that we'll have a pretty good understanding as to how the team functions, and off that then we can base our plans.
All right, sounds good. Well, I want to congratulate you guys again on that win, as surprising and as abruptly as it did complete. But we're excited to see how you guys come out swinging tomorrow against TIP. We do have to take a quick break, but keep it tuned right here to see if your Twitter question, or answer rather, gets read on air, making you the proud owner of a new Challenger Ari skin. Then Winter Fox will battle it out with newcomer Gravity in our third match of the day. The 2015 Spring Split continues after this.
Heard a lot of the matchups between these lanes. I want to see plays being made. They're still going to get the Dragon, but it may be a continued fight. Crumb's getting hit up. A few more hits to him. That's Chris's pickup. Jezz's will be going down. He's going, changing on to Kiwi Kid. No! Timbers this fight. That goes down, and it looks like they're going to be going hard on this fight. Gamsu taking a lot of damage. Forced the flash over the wall. That's bad news, Bears. I do not know where that call just came from.
Gamsu can interrupt these against over.
That's not empowered. Transcendent blade through the entire team. That's going to put the nail in the coffin.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to check in on the conversation over on Twitter. So to remind everyone, we wanted to know what has you the most excited about the 2015 NALCS and why. And here are a few of our favorites. At Sir Eminon Lowell says, for me, I'm extremely excited to see what impact the new Dragon buff and Baron buff will have on strategic diversity. Well, strategic diversity, this is your domain, Irene. I mean, we've talked about it a little bit already.
And we just saw some of the impact of Baron. You know, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's really bad.
Yeah, not always the best decision.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, just stay away from Baron.
Hey, you can't fight him, just end the game.
Exactly. Our next tweet comes from @Schwagen, and he tweets, the addition of coaches to the LCS is going to be a total game changer. Better picks and strategies equals better competition.
And I got to say, we talked about it at the very beginning. TSM definitely did a good job. Locodoco got them a really good comp. C9's not excited about, but that's okay. And we had pretty reasonable, comps here in this game. So 3 for 4 so far with the coaches.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that, too. Like, I remember I brought up the point where it was like TSM, Locodoco is going to give them that extra edge. They're going to have more out of the change of having a coach there. Because Elimination, he still has his book. Charlie may give a little bit of input. But I feel like Locodoco just gives them a lot more for more bang for their buck with the coach.
Sure.
And we'll continue to see which teams benefit more or less from having the coaches on stage with them. Our final tweet comes from @PuriKura Senpai. Wider champion pools, new faces, all the jungle changes. What's not to be hyped about?
It's true. A lot of new stuff going on. It's going to be people figuring it out as the season goes on. We're going to see more and more crisp things, and probably something that none of us thought was going to happen. It's like, oh, that's the new thing, and whatever it ends up being, it'll be cool.
There's going to be some pretty uncrisp things too.
Sure. Exactly. Well, it's going to start uncrisp for sure.
Some pretty doughy things in there that don't really work.
All right, I like that. No, I mean, we were looking to see how things, pan out, if you will, to continue the baking metaphors. But I want to congratulate all of our winners. Please enjoy your new challenger, Ari Skins. And if you're looking to join the conversation, hit us up at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. But now let's turn our attention back to the next match, Winter Fox versus Gravity. Winter Fox, formerly Evil Geniuses, ended their year with an 8-game winning streak to pull themselves up from 8th to 7th place. The two up-and-coming stars, Pobelter and Altec, are back, as well as Helios, who's brought along his brother Avalon to take over the top lane. And rounding out the roster is Imagine, who is slated to take over as support. However, due to visa complications, we do have some substitutions, one which reunites Altec with his bottom lane partner from Cloud9 Tempest, Glebe. And joining him, will be Shorter Ace and Flares.
Yeah, so this is kind of the interesting thing. You're about to say it. They're really not well practiced together right now. Not only the fact that it's just a new roster in general, but now, of course, they've got 3 subs coming in. And I think it's going to be very, very difficult for these guys. Now, first of all, there's so many things that change just based on the subs. So number one, the team actually plays in Korean. They have a Korean coach. They've got 4 players fluent in Korean, and then like Altec is kind of on his own island. Like hopefully Pobelter translates for him, which is already going to be weird for him just as a player. I think he's going to underperform this season. But then in this case, with the subs, Glebe had a really rough tournament last time we saw him at the expansion tournament when he played with Fusion. And you've got some players who are pretty good, but like you're just throwing a bunch of solo queue stars together, and we saw that with CLG at the end of last split. They didn't win any games.
Yeah, I think Korean is going to be the actual language of the team here, and Altec's going to be doing his thing on 80 carry, sitting in the back, throwing out whatever he can. And I don't know how much he actually contributes to the conversation and helps shot call. I believe that a lot of that was, Crepo and Helios, and now pretty much just Helios with some input between whoever else is on the team. So right now, today, who's going to be calling it? It's English. Who's going to be calling this? It might be Pobelter.
Now,
more so than anybody else.
One shining light, though, for Winter Fox might be the fact, though, that their subs do have experience against the Gravity players specifically. So you have to imagine that some familiarity with the opponents, at least, as opposed to coming into the LCS as a substitute blind and playing against someone that you haven't gone up against in the team scenario, might be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, Shorter Race was on Final 5. They're at the expansion tournament. They played against Curse Academy, now Gravity. Like, sure, you've got these things, people have seen each other, but at the end of the day, you've actually got an entirely together roster who's on a hot streak qualifying for the LCS, looking pretty good overall. In fact, my favorite of the new teams, I think Gravity is the strongest of all these guys. I got it wrong in the C9 TSM prediction, but I don't see how Winter Fox is supposed to win this game.
Yeah, and also the fact that Curse Academy, even before expansion tournament, they didn't have Haunter in the top lane. Yeah. I think he's a really great addition in that top lane and really kind of solidifies them with a very consistent top laner who's going to deliver constantly. And then they have people like Keen, who's like, Hecarim just got buffed.
Well, let's play around with that. Let's take a look at who we have in the other corner of the rift, which is Gravity. Arguably looked the best of the new teams to join the league, but they have been adjusting to several big transitions in the offseason. The team was split from their sister squad, Curse, and in doing so, they lost their support staff, had to move into a new gaming house, as well as adjust to a new owner.
Yeah, and I think that St. Vicious, though, is going to be the rock to hold everybody together. And the fact that it is a new patch, St. Vicious has always had like jungle tier lists. He's okay with bringing new things out and trying them. And he's always kind of makes things mainstream. I want to put it that way. Like, he's an innovator, but everybody kind of picks up and be like, oh, yeah, that's what the meta should be. And St. Vicious really pioneers that.
Yeah, I think St. Vicious definitely deserves more of a legacy than Missing Smite sometimes.
Yes.
He's one of the biggest junglers in North America. He's had probably, I would say, the biggest impact in overall North American jungling. Just when you count the fact that he's played since Season 1, right? Media's had a lot to do in the last 2 seasons, but Saint's been molding that since forever, basically. So I think Saint's got a lot of weight on his shoulders there, and I think he's going to do well in this one. He'll thrive. Cop is the other guy I want to talk about, because you talked about Hanser joining the lineup, but Cop also joined this lineup, and he was really one of the biggest driving forces that got Curse Academy, now Gravity, where they are. I think was an underappreciated AD carry. Okay, a little bit on the safe side, but still always put up very good, consistent numbers, which is the number one role, like the number one goal for an AD carry in the first place. If they're always getting their DPS out in team fights, then you're gonna have a rock that you can tank for, and he'll kill some people in team fights.
And he's paired with Bunny Fufu. Again, because they played in the LCS together.
Right.
So he has a support that he's very familiar with and has a lot of repetitions with. And I think that the comfortability of this bottom lane is going to be something that we have to keep an eye on this game. Because it's Altec and Glebe. You know, they're very comfortable with each other because they played on Cloud9 Tempest. But I feel like Glebe just hasn't been playing up to the level that he was before, and he's having some trouble. But I think that Altec also has to readjust with that, as long as being in a completely new team with new members.
Well,
new members of the team.
Exactly. Yeah. I got you. Well, Gravity is a tight-knit group, and say the different personalities and play styles of other members will make for dangerous combinations in the LCS.
We used to be Curse Academy, used to be a part of the Curse brand. We ended up qualifying through the expansion tournament, and now we're Gravity.
This time around joining the LCS, it felt like we really earned it. I remember Keen just ran up to me and gave me a big hug after our game, so it really felt good.
We got Cop, who's like pretty passive kind of AD carry. Not really known as a playmaker, but he's really consistent.
Saint and I are the leaders of the team, I guess you could say. We're the more vocal ones on the team.
Bunny's like a super big playmaker though, so he's like the complete opposite end of the spectrum with Cop. Cop I was like, I don't know if I want to go, and Bunny's like, no, you're coming.
So, Cop takes the lead first, now he gets it, it's gonna be Kiwi Kid!
Having Cop in my lane is definitely really good, just because he's like a veteran and I'll like do crazy solo queue stuff sometimes, and he'll just be like, Bunny, don't do that, and he'll save my life like 5 seconds later.
We have Old Man Saint in the jungle, me in top lane. I'd say we are good at shot calling, rotational plays. We don't have like one carry on our team who like we give all the farm to.
Keen, he's kind of quiet, soft-spoken, but he plays a lot of really random stuff like Urgot and Hecarim and like all this other, just like God knows what else.
Having Saint and Cop in our team like helps me a lot because I'm like new in NA and like LCS, but they got the experience, so they help me out a lot.
I mean, I've been in esports for like 4 years, so that's an eternity by gamer standards. I took a year off. Personally, I grew a lot as a player and like understand like what a team needs and basically how to lead a team a lot better.
All our personalities complement each other playing. It keeps us like level-headed, and between Saint like stubborn-headed and then like me, Cobb joking around, I think it all mixes well.
We're not on that forever fork thing, so we're not part of Curse, so hopefully we can do better than our predecessors.
I've been on the team the longest, so I think that's just my curse. I'm okay with it. 4th place, new team in LCS, I'll take it.
For more on Gravity, we're going to send it over to Kobe.
Thank you, Riv. I'm here with Gravity Samurai, the owner of Team Gravity. 19 years old, here on opening day of the LCS and your first game. Now, can you even compare this to any other experiences that you've had in your life?
I am so stoked right now. You don't even understand. I've actually never been to an LCS or anything like that, or any convention or anything like that. So I'm freaking out. And I know the guys are going to do their best, so I really don't have anything to worry about.
All right, well, step 1 complete. You've got a team. Step 2, as an owner, how do you set this team up for success, and what has the preseason practice been like for you guys?
Well, as soon as we got the team, I flew out, and basically we just moved them out of the old Curse house, went to the new Gravity house, sat around with no furniture or anything for like a couple days. We didn't have internet, we didn't have hot water. They had to go to like a different gaming cafe just to play and stream and stuff. And so since then, I've been trying to make everything absolutely perfect for them. Like, we got them all new computers, we got them all their own desks, all of them have their own rooms, and you know, for me it's just all about making sure that they are the most comfortable so that they can just spend all their time on the game.
All right, and do you have a bar that you're looking to hit this split, the first split for your team? How are you going to measure that success?
For me, I'd say I want my role to be a complete success. Even if they like make top 3 or better yet, make the first place, I would really not be comfortable or proud of myself if I didn't give it 110%. So really, I just want to make sure that I'm making them the most comfortable that they can be and make sure they have no complaints.
All right, well, let's get into that game here. Let's send it up to Riv and Jat at the desk, and they're going to get us ready.
Thank you very much, Kobe. That sounds like a great deal. Where do I sign up, right?
Yeah, I'm just on Team Gravity.
Let's see how Gravity does this season. Let's get right into the action with a quick look at our starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Winter Fox. As the guys mentioned, we do have a few substitutions. So today, part of the top lane will be played by Flares. Covering the jungle is Shorter Ace. Mid, Pobelter, All-Tech at 80 carry, and in as support is Glebe.
It's going to be tough for them with 3 subs, but on the red side it is Gravity. Haunter in the top lane, St. Vicious in the jungle, Keen, maybe he'll play Hecarim in the mid lane, Cop on 80 carry, and Bunny Fufu, the playmaker, on support.
I'm ready to see what these guys can bring to the table. Veterans versus quite a new team of people as well.
Yeah.
Let's see some playmaking. I was really hyped up when they were like, Bunny's going to make so many plays. And then that clip again, I remember that clip so well. Nerd chills. I want to see it again.
Bunny Fufu probably won't get Thresh, but we'll be able to see only because there's so many champions that are an incredibly high priority ban right now. I really wonder if Thresh will kind of sneak through and not be worth a first pick, and then Gravity would be able to get it on the next rotation of picks.
Oh, we will have to see. Heading right into picks and bans right now as we get game number 3 underway. Winter Fox versus Gravity. These guys actually pretty much neighbors, living on the same street, which is pretty neat. They get to hang out in the same area, get those scrims down, hang out with each other. So they have a good camaraderie between the teams. They obviously know what kind of power they can bring to the table. And as the bans go out, you see LeBlanc and Lysindra already on that ban list. No Jarvan for either Saint or Shorter Ace.
Shorter Ace actually had a pretty good showing at the expansion tournament.
It was impressive.
Although his team was unable to qualify. Knocked out of that tournament, unfortunately. Looks like with the Z ban at least, that is very heavily targeted at Pobelter. So in the offseason, this is why it's really unfortunate that Winter Fox is playing with these subs. It is too bad that they have the subs because they did a boot camp in Korea. The team was all ready to go. Pobelter and All-Tech had that entire offseason of hype, basically, because Pobelter was destroying solo queue.
Korea, just all
everywhere.
these videos on Reddit. That was ridiculous.
And we'll see if Pobelter and All-Tech's synergy alone could carry him through. Sivir first pick, though, for All-Tech. That's pretty huge.
High priority coming in on that one. Lee Sin for St. Vicious. He has definitely worked on that champion over the years. He can lay down some pretty good sonic waves connecting it. Haunter is going to take Janna for Bunny Fufu, so not so many plays to be made there, but you can still make it happen for your 80 carry.
It's probably his second best support, at least. It's one of the big things he did while he was outside of the LCS is like, well, my Thresh is obviously LCS quality. Time to work on other supports.
That's what you need to do.
And his Janna is very good. Wow. So Rengar Annie.
That's a lot of power coming out of that team. Anybody that gets caught, you are pretty much nullified instantly. Wait a minute. They want it. Oh, look at this. Look at the smile coming out of the coach here.
Yeah. Soldra, the coach for Gravity right now.
Yep. They're enjoying it. It's good that they can have fun in Champion Select. That they can just know that they can already put smiles on their face and a schoolyard lock it in here.
New team, old tricks.
Yep.
Hovering troll picks. They won't end up going with.
Hey, your first time on stage, you got to do a hover. You got to please the crowd. It will be in his ear for Keen, though. Cop's going to take Corky. He's played that since the day of his inception into League of Legends, so he'll be fine on that. Just farm out the game and get himself to his late game phase. We'll see how these guys do, though. Keen, a lot of people say he's strong. Talking to Saint during the expansion tournament, I was like, who's this Haunter guy? He says he's the real deal. In the top lane, he can put up plays. He's not afraid to make it happen, and they're leaving last pick for top. It's the first time we've really seen this happen.
It is really interesting that they have Azir. It could be Azir top. Technically, Azir is a flex pick.
That's true. Good call.
Overpow played Azir top in the European LCS yesterday. So definitely the potential of flexing, which will make this pick a little bit more difficult for Winterfox.
Ooh, guitar there, talking to Pole Belter. They're saying, yeah, Fizz, Renekton. And we were seeing a little bit more Renekton.
Slightly buffed Renekton. He had a large number of his abilities tweaked in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
But basically, it's Pole Belter's Fizz here. Will he be able to hyper carry off the back of that 7
HP? Awesome. All right, Haunter. He's going to be putting up some power here. I love Sion. Kind of like a Gnar. You can just sit there and build a bunch of defense and be a menace the entire game. We'll see if Flares can stop him. And great compositions coming out from both sides. I think they round out nicely.
And Gravity was actually put fairly highly in some of the community power rankings that were out there preseason in North America. Some teams, I think Gold Per 10's power rankings had them as high as number 4 in the entire LCS. And with Winterfox playing with 3 subs and a pretty solid lineup coming out for Gravity, they should be in a position to do quite well. It's all going to be about whether they can shut down Pole Belter's Fizz and Altec Sever, really, because those are the only two core members on Winterfox right now. Tons of preseason hype. I'm sure tons of people have Altec on their fantasy team. Early picks on 80 carries because his numbers last year on a losing team were incredible.
We heard a lot about Altec from Crepo, as he would call him, Johnny, playing with him, saying if there's a kind of thing there where he's still himself and he doesn't take to the team. Maybe he's starting to take the team, and that's when a player really grows and you can see all of their full potential. The game's about to go live, so let's get those predictions rolling in. Tweet hashtag WFXWin or hashtag GVWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll be tallying your votes throughout the game to see who's going to take game number 3 of the North American LCS Spring Split here. Starting off this season, we've already seen some great plays today, and we're only going to see more.
Yeah, just to recap the day, Team Solo Mid taking down Cloud9 in a really well-fought game, honestly. Cloud9 with an early advantage.
Right.
TSM closing in behind them. And then the Dignitas versus Coast game.
Oh.
That ending. If you have not seen that and you're just tuning in now, go check out the ending.
Worth a 30-second
There's
watch.
a Baron, it's a Dignitas game, and the game ends shortly after.
Wow, that actually leaves a lot up in the air. That's a choose-your-own-adventure if I ever heard one. So, not really worried about the wards because of their power in numbers. Thanks for making me a liar, Saint. I called you good on your cues. It's like he'll miss the first one. It's not going to too many problems. It's a little bit of an invade here. Not invade, but roam in by Annie. And Sivir.
I remember.
Interesting by Altec.
Oh, wow.
That happened.
Shorter is able to kill the ward. Now, keep in mind, on this patch, wards are not stealthing as quickly as they should.
You don't say.
So it is a little bit easier to kill them. That's another thing that will be fixed next patch.
You're trying to take the credit
All
away
the players know that is the situation right now.
Yep.
And honestly, with the way he used his Q, he would have killed the ward even without the bug.
Right.
But
Minions
he did it.
Good job. A few champions that can do that early game. Get yourself a Leona or something, and you're right as rain if somebody puts a ward in your face. So we'll get a little bit of help here to shorter ace. As he starts on the Krug's bottom lane, Gromstar help going over to Saint Vicious.
An invade early, actually. And not a necessarily good scout. It looks like they're going to do some vertical jungling here, though, just because of the lane swap. So if Saint Vicious were to go for his own blue buff right now, it would be way too dangerous. The question will be how much of this jungle do they decide to take?
see where FLICKR goes after this. They obviously realized that the 2v1 happened before they had a chance to see it, or rather beforehand at all. That could hurt.
No, this is really curious. What is FLICKR doing? Because normally, as a top laner in a lane swap, you are either double jungling or staying in the lane.
Well, that's Annie in Rengar right now, which is weird.
Yeah, he's doing neither. And yeah, this is...
And he's going to try to do Raptors
all kinds of
first.
strange.
That'll be painful.
So I've actually seen a few variations of this. I was watching the Chinese LPL, and OMG started the game triple jungling, actually. They used a jungler, top laner, and a support to power through the jungle, because if both teams are lane swapping and there's no dives because the other team is respecting it too much, there's no need to have multiple people in that bottom lane, and you can instead use your team to help gank and go.
Oh, Keen, there's the stun, the roam, too close to the turret, but they did force that flash. That gives Pobelter and Glebe, the rest of the team, a chance to come back.
And Glebe had actually charged his stun in the jungle while he was helping that out. Didn't need to start with his W, then had a point-and-click stun onto Keen, making it easier for him to burn that flash. But yeah, this is a very low-investment jungle. It did look like FLICKR's decided to do Raptor Camp with his Q on Renekton's. A very dynamic opening here. Teams look like it looks like they're freestyling since they have 3 subs, but I wonder if that was part of the plan.
Putting that first 100+ gold into Pink Ward vision as well. So kind of just offering safety to the rest of the jungle here as they need to recoup a little bit from what's happening. It's not like Hunter is getting too much on that Scion right now, so he's not that far behind. They're both level 2 at this point. Free farm for Cop in the top lane. We've always seen him have a consistent CS. We heard Saint talking about him. He won't be making the plays, but he delivers. He'll give you what you need.
And I would definitely say solo lane Corki, being able to get a level advantage, is very important. And FLICKR, even though he is on Renekton, who is a typical solo laner, because of the early disadvantage he was put into and having to go do Raptors and then make it to lane, I don't think he's going to be able to keep up in CS with Cop.
I gotta say, I feel like Cop would be a little more aggressive already. Almost every auto attack between not farming a minion should be going on to FLICKR right now. He can give him so much harass and easily get to safety. But that's Cop. Cop plays down.
He also has no ward control, which is the other thing. Knowing that Annie is somewhere.
The wave did just come out.
And oftentimes in lane swap situations like this, the support will go and aid what is supposed to be the top laner, which is what we're seeing with the Janna Scion lane there. He kind of knows Annie's on her way. He's got to be a little bit careful.
Well, playing that one safe, as he should.
Saint's trying to get that free gold.
Shorter ace coming down. He'll be seen by the Pink Ward. And looks like that's the ping in from Saint right there.
Oh, he snuck behind it. No flash on Keen.
This is the counter to the counter. He uses the shifting sands to get forward. Will it help? This isn't something Saint can really get himself into. He's going to try, and he puts down a bit of damage. It can't be shorter ace. They pile onto him, hip to hip. Can't connect it. Bunny Fufu now coming in with the Howling Gale. Only out of lane on this one, and they're not going to be able to provide too much. Winter Fox positioning nicely and able to engage every new challenger.
Hey, the team with 3 subs is the ones who draw first blood. Some great roam there by Glebe, edging his way around the ward, knowing that he doesn't really need to help Sivir down in the bottom lane, letting FLICKR fend for himself, and really just trying to get Pobelter going on Fizz.
Somewhat of an upper hand. You can use your advantage in that one. You've been scrimming against the entire team of 5. You don't know what these new guys are going to do. They don't have any kind of things they stick to or something you're sure of. So coming out with a very early roam in the beginning takes Gravity off guard. It's going to be first blood. Nothing huge. It does go to Pobelter, and he looks for damage on that machine coming out. So he could actually try to make some plays.
Full ferocity.
This is the wards that we were talking about. It's going to be the lockdown. No, FLICKR turns around. He doesn't have enough. Where's the attack? Cuts him down right out of the air. St. Vicious could easily capitalize on this. Haunter comes in.
Man.
That's going to be a few if they can get it. Wait, no! FLICKR gets away! What a beautiful slice and dice. St. Vicious was rearing back to punch him and didn't connect with the auto attack.
And then Shorter Ace gets 5 ferocity and is able to heal on the backside of that one. They get out by the hair of their chitty chin chin. Or the skin of their teeth, whichever one you want to say. But it was ridiculously close. These are the kind of games that completely go the way of the other team when you're so close to getting kills. And almost escaping kills, but it just continually goes the other way. That's happened with these first 2 kills, and no counter by Gravity.
That's the scary part, because it's always just I want that last step, and that's going to cost you your life.
Oh,
Belter going in, Emperor's Divide, just stop short.
Not the best time for a pause, but we'll get the reason for that as shortly as possible, as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, early on in the game, Winter Fox really coming out huge. Obviously, the lane swap is not going entirely their way, as you can see by the CS.
They made things work, though.
But Sivir having 62, Sion having 36, you add up top laner and AD carry and just compare them against the other teams, they would actually be winning that overall. Cop hasn't been doing a great job CSing 1v1 against Renekton, and Glebe has been doing a very good job roaming around on an under-leveled Annie. I mean, he's only level 3, but he created that pressure in the mid lane, burning Keen's flash, and then getting the kill the second time that could maybe let Pobelter just skyrocket through this game.
If we look at the things that they have done, those are things you can do all the time. So it's like they already had it in the book. If you walk in the lane with Annie stun and there's another person with you, you're probably going to blow that flash in mid and you can return. It's almost a guaranteed every time you approach mid, as long as you have the vision to not get countered. So Winter Fox is kind of sticking to the book and everything's working textbook style. Really great for him.
Yeah, it was a keyboard issue with Glebe, which is why we're paused.
Okay.
Hopefully it's one of those times where you can just unplug it and plug it back in.
But then you have to turn it over because the USB won't fit. And then you turn it over again, and then it won't fit. So you get it 2 more times, and you get it. We'll be back into this one shortly.
That is how USBs work.
That is how USBs work.
Yeah.
There are 4 different ways you can put it in. So we see that back, obviously, from Flares. He's not too rich yet. Goes for another Doran's Blade and a little bit of damage in the longsword as well. So he's trying to keep himself at least maintained in that lane. And he's only 10 CS, or rather 7 CS down, so not too shabby there.
I want to see how that Renekton impacts the game later, because it looks like it's going to be very hard for him to get in there in team fights. And Azir pushing back, Sion stuns, Corki, Janet, everything is just kind of pushing against him. I think a lot of it's just going to be about him taking up space and split pushing on Renekton. I think that's his sole job, because the rest of the team will be this assassination squad.
Right, in and out. No reason to stay long. Use Dominus. Use Dominus to get yourself out of sticky situations in the top. We'll see if it plays out like that. As you can see, it is the pause from Winter Fox, as we said, getting Glebe's keyboard all suited up. And it looks like we may be ready to get back into game shortly. We do know that Gravity has been pretty much getting in their own head a little bit. The kills not going their way, but they're stretching themselves thin to try and achieve these. With the pause we just had that will be resuming, again, they were trying to go on to Keen and mid, so we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, and it's going to be action as soon as we come back out of this pause, because Pobelter had just ulted Keen, but the Emperor's Divide was disengaging him.
Yep.
And that's it. They decide not to fight.
And it disengaged. So, settling down now. All the players getting back into the roll of things. See a little bit of back and forth here in the top. Level 5s for both. I'm trying to see where they are at level 6, and it looks like they're halfway there on both sides. Teleports have been used, so they'll probably be returning to top lane for the next few minutes here. It's going to be all about what the lanes can do. We saw Shorter Ace trying to provide, and has 3-6 Rengar ganks, 1-0-1 for him. Still waiting for Saint to get there in time. He's kind of been a little short on each of these engagements.
One step slow.
Right.
Winter Fox.
There you
Fair bit
go.
of fan support early on in this game. The sub squad. Can a sub squad win in the LCS? CLG tried a few times last year.
That's true.
To no avail. Had a few close games.
When they sub one person, they seem to do well. When they sub a whole team, that's a different story.
I wonder, though. Glebe's still level 3, and it's the last straggler. Oh!
Just because everybody else walked through it doesn't mean the last person's safe. Something to remember. Uh-oh, Altec getting caught out here. He thought the team actually had control, but they just left River. He's going very low. The Ignite is down. That's the last hit. That's going over to Cop. Who says he's not aggressive?
Straight up right there. Altec did not have vision control, and he was up past the point that he would be safe. Cop and Bunny Fufu do a good job of just capitalizing with the move speed from Jan and getting a kill. They do end up burning Flash and Ignite to get that, but they burned Altec Summoners as well, and it gives Cop some time to catch up in CS.
Glebe making sure he's safe down here, trying to charge that stun up so he doesn't get dove. Nice hits from Cop coming in as well. Does his phage so he can get himself out off those shots and the movement speed safely. He needs to. Everybody's just, or everything I should say, really going the way of WinterFox right now. They did just lose one, but that's not going to be too bad. LTech 73-69 was up in CS, so that was Gravity trying to get back into this one, and they did.
When this game approaches the team fight phase, it's going to be very critical that Pobelter can get himself involved because the overall team might not have the most damage. Here we go, though. St. Fish is level 6, trying to gank flares.
Oh, there's the ultimate. The gong is off. Haunter not going to be able to swing that one around, and he had actually just used Roar of the Slayer, that minion push, as Saint came into lane, so they actually didn't have any real big follow-up on that.
Saint couldn't quite get the kickoff before Flares was able to dash over top of him. So again, just a hair slow.
Ooh. Looks like Pobelter wants a refresh on that blue buff, but he's not going to get it. No attack possibility here. He's forced to stay back, though. You can see just how annoying it is to try and farm against an Azir. Nicely done. Really dodging out all the attacks that could have hit him. Takes a while to figure out the placement, the soldiers. Does a little bit of through-line AoE damage, so you can't stand too close. But Pobelter's got it on lockdown.
Well, with how much that guy plays.
Oh, my gosh.
He's probably played
This is
against
true.
many Azirs in the top echelons of North American solo queue, or even Korean solo queue, for that matter. Definitely seems like he's very well-versed at dodging here, and a big-time gank coming in. Get out of there, Keen.
Whoa, that's the divide. Chum the Waters hits it, though. Look at that. They just circumvent the wall and walk out.
The mid lane camp is very real, and Gravity's going to have to find a way to respond to this if they want to win this game, because everyone is just piling on Keen. Not much more Keen can do about that unless they get some vision control or some backup, if they're willing to burn that many ultimates and flashes and summoner spells just to secure a second kill on Azir. Nice kill, though, by WinterFox, collapsing onto Keen. Nothing he could have done.
It's something you don't think you'd be seeing with Azir having that much stability and controlling the area around him. But they're just walking right around it. It only hits one person. They figured it out. So I don't think Keen's very safe in that mid lane. May need a little more help from Saint, who's also not getting the game he wants, at least compared to what Shorter Ace has had so far. 1-0-2, boots and mobility, so he's creating more options and more lanes. And Saint's kind of still sitting on recipes right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. Shorter Ace completing his boots of mobility before even upgrading to his warrior enchantment. Because really, it is about getting Pobelter fed. It's Operation Camp Keen is what this game is turning into.
Funny Fufu, a little bit of aggression. Doesn't get the spell shield out of that one, but they do on the rocket.
There's a butt in there.
Get out of that one quite easy. Saint just knowing where you can put the pressure here, and they may be able to act on something in this bottom lane. I know they're going to at least try to clear a ward, but they don't have the control to even do that just now. Maybe get it a little bit later. Shorter Ace again towards the mid lane. Bringing the hot dogs this time, setting up the camp. There it is, Chum the Waters. Nom nom. That's another one for Pobelter. Rinse and repeat.
There's smiles going on all across WinterFox's faces right now. That gank was just too easy for Shorter Ace. Keen walks in range of a brush, doesn't even have to burn his flash in order to get that empowered bowler right on top of Keen. Easy kill.
Whoa. Wow, drawing the
here?
teleport. Okay, they got Bunny Fufu. I don't think he'll be too alive for much longer in this. Wait a minute. They could pull this fight around. The shield won't come out. Haunter comes in with low mana. He's pretty much right now. Not being able to provide too much other than a body, and they still turned it around here with Saint, though. One last hit. Oh my gosh, they're picking up kills here with slivers of health, and Pobelter's about to have a heyday as he starts picking up a few. That's going to be Haunter going down after the passive knocks out. And beautiful job by WinterFox to just close in on the bottom lane and stop that aggression.
It ends up being a 2-for-1 right there. Sivir ulting in order to get Glebe in range for the ultimate, gives them the proper start to that fight, and then they teleport in burst. Even though Haunter was there, it wasn't enough. I mean, look at this. Not even Sivir ult to get in range. Bunny Fufu just lost his mind. There's no reason to walk that close to Glebe and Altec. Burns his ultimate just to try and stay alive. Has to get out of there. Flares gets in the instant before Haunter and closes the kill. And at this point, St. Fishes is just trying to make a play when a play's not completely there. Yeah. I'm sure they're saying Haunter's got ult. Everything looked great up until this point, but they couldn't get the finish, and nobody was accounting for Pobelter. Keen had no presence in that mid lane, and Pobelter could just come straight down once again and pick up even more kills.
7-2 now as we approach just 14 minutes in this game.
Yeah, you can see the pause screen popped up right during that replay. Unfortunately, there's been some technical difficulties today, but it's day one of the North American LCS. Once again, we'll keep you completely up to date. It does look like Glebe's keyboard issues persist.
The Gleboard. The Gleboard problem. We'll see if he can get that fixed up.
Jeez.
See Short Race waving to the crowd. He is having so much fun up there. Just on the cross shot. He was like, hey, what's going on, guys? I am crushing faces right now, and it feels good. There he is, the one kid of Washington.
It's got to feel good. 4,000 gold there on Rengar, but it's all about Pobelter. 4,800 gold on Fizz. 302, 1,300 ahead of Keen's Azir. Just really looking to run over this game.
It's definitely a different dynamic. We heard Hanser in the pregame video saying, you know, there's nobody really on Curse that will feed the kills to, or one person that'll get everything. Not the case with Winter Fox. That's Pobelter. He holds that role. And right now at 302, 15 OCS up above his opponent, 13. It's pretty. He's going to make some plays this game. I think we can see that out of him. More Reddit clips to come.
We'll have to see how effective he can be. I mean, we saw High's Fizz get shut down by Darius' Aurelia.
Yeah, that's
Is there someone who can block Pobelter and just stand next to him in fights? You would hope that could be Hanser, but honestly, I feel like Fizz is far too mobile for Sion's incredibly dodgeable abilities. Gravity tried to get Dragon, but Winter Fox is there to contest. 5v5 at Dragon Pit.
It's like standing in front of a train and you move
Dragon
at the
reset.
last second. Dragon's back out. Actually hitting Glebe right now. That's 2 down, 1 for each side respectively. Divide goes out. They're trying to take down Cop. Alltech with the boomerang coming off a cooldown. Will he be able to throw the last one? Storm Shield to save Cop, and it looks like they may retaliate just a little bit. Pobelter on this side here is making that change, though. It doesn't look like Gravity really wants to get themselves back into this tussle. But back in a fourth, the Dragon stays alive throughout that one as one goes down for both Winter Fox and Gravity.
Poor junglers. The Dragon reset as they both went in to try and smite it. So it was no longer in kill range. Then the fight erupted, but both junglers had put themselves in such compromising positions that they died in the fight. So tricky stuff, but still Winter Fox with the big lead.
Let's see how they apply it. Something we noticed, you know, throughout any season or the beginning of a season is teams have a bit of trouble closing out a game. Dragons kind of stop that. Allows people that power they need to really just get through after the first inhibitor, but we'll see if these newer teams can hold that and get it down.
I want to see how Pobelter can carry this game, or if he can, because Pobelter has always been a top solo queue player. Ever since he was 15 years old, he was kind of just, everyone was waiting for him to join the LCS. He was actually on...
Felt like he was 15 forever.
He was actually on Curse of all teams while he was 15. And then eventually he made it into the LCS, and it didn't transfer over immediately. He was in the LCS while still finishing high school. He couldn't devote all of his time to the game. I mean, it's been years in the making, the development of this guy. It's a little bit comparable to Reckless in EU when he was too young to play the LCS, but everyone knew he was really good. It's just Pobelter was never quite the same name, but he's always had that talent. It's just a matter if he can realize that, play as a team, and show up on the big stage. This could be his year, honestly. He had a strong finish to last year. The team is more built around him now.
Right, there's nobody to overshadow that.
And he's doing this with subs right now. I mean, this isn't even the team that was built around him. So it's looking like a very strong opening for Pobelter. We'll see if he can close out this game with his immense lead.
A lot of plays being made by this team, Pobelter especially, and with the option of Alltech to kind of be that same person as well. His skills are on the up and up. They have the ability to have 2 players with that ability. Glebe, he's trying to get an upper hand on the ward control, see if he can kill anybody trying to plant one, but they don't. He like hides under that ward. You almost can't even see him at all. Only the nameplate. Good clear coming in from Keen. Almost called him Shifter for a second. 17 minutes on the clock. Both teams respecting now that the ults are around and on everybody. A lot of champions hitting level 11 as well, so that's something they're trying to get under their belt. And we see once more towards the mid lane. That's the Monsoon. They don't use the divide. I was going to say, if they get through both of those disengages and still get a kill, but they get out safely this time.
That's really huge. That's what Gravity needs to do to stop those dives. You can see how hard it is, but they repel it that
2
time.
flashes.
That's true.
Tough to get out.
Oh, pop the ultimates from Winter Fox, though, before that Dragon. And in the in the long term, you'd rather have your ultimate because it comes back before Flash, but in the short term, the ultimates would win or lose this fight. So Gravity should pile onto the Dragon here, knowing there's ults down from Winter Fox.
Whoa. They get a little bit of a tunnel here. Glebe went way too far. The rest of the team, what? Altec coming out huge on this one, as well as Glebe. They focus down onto 2. Saint and Bunny Fufu no longer for this world. That's a double kill coming in for Altec. Beautiful job as they drop 3. Hanser is going to be bolting out of this one with a short sprint. Almost a kill onto Cop as Pobelter is trying to make more plays. And Winter Fox is all over these engagements immediately. Great teleport.
Geez, Saint Vicious thought he had the upper hand there, and if they would have engaged in a clean fashion, I think they would have, but he doesn't even get his Lee Sin kick off in that fight. I think Glebe was able to stun him, and then the rest of Winter Fox was able to just focus him down before he makes a play. This game is getting out of control. Winter Fox is pulling away.
Winter Fox is definitely pulling away. Odd to hear when a lot of the people said Gravity is one of the better teams coming in. Let's check this again.
Yeah, I mean, what a strange fight where Glebe thinks he has a catch on a Cop, and then they're kind of running away. Sivir has an immense amount of burst and is able to get him with the backside of that boomerang, as it was actually Shorter Rays who held him in place. And it looked like an Infinity Edge crit that came through from Altec, bursted down for a fair bit of damage, and at that point, Gravity didn't collapse at the right point. They were already down a person. Even though the ultimates weren't there, it was fine. And Pobelter nearly finishing off Cop on the backside.
That was sneaky. Looking like a fadeaway run to get himself to safety. 45 seconds before the Baron is on the map. I don't really think anybody's going to be looking towards that just yet, however. You see Pobelter sticking the needlessly large rod into his inventory. Saint forced a flash out of that. A huge front-end burst hit. Nice slam down by Hanser. They can really turn this one around. And as Winter Fox enters the jungle all willy-nilly, they're going to definitely pay for this Raptor attack to go down.
Gravity finally sets up a trap right there. That's what they need to do. They punish this time Shorter Rays and Glebe for overdiving, and Pobelter was not there to supplement the gank. Really showed they didn't have the damage outside of the big fish they got in the mid lane.
A little bit of disrespect being given there, saying we're strong, we can walk anywhere. Not the case. Gravity can still take your team out. 20 minutes in, and we see a little bit of life there from Gravity on the attack to save their jungle. Looking at the lanes, actually pretty all even. Saint Vicious, however, we saw him farming up a lot. It is 69 to 48 as he was trying to repair what Shorter Race had done to his team in the early game. Mostly Keen. Keen had a hard time.
Yeah, and there's actually a huge amount of gold in the jungle now. The jungler is willing to go and farm it. With the recent buff to the jungler items that happened in the 5.1 patch that we're playing on right now, an extra 30 gold every time he kills that jungle monster. If you just sit there and farm in the jungle, you become a very, very rich man. And despite Saint's 3 deaths, he is ahead of Shorter Rays in gold just because of that CS discrepancy by a whole 300.
Level as well, so we'll be hitting 11. And that Dragon's Rage kick up leveled once more. And just some wave control coming in here for Gravity, as nobody's really making a move just yet. Cleaning up red buffs, cleaning up blue buffs. It could be flares, however, in the top lane. Oh, so close. No cigar. Ooh, BM.
Oh, geez. To be fair, Cyanol rarely hits people. He's taunting them, though. These Winter Fox guys are just trying to get in the heads of Gravity. They know they're playing with subs. So
yeah,
they can do no wrong, in a sense. If they win, whatever. No one expected them to win. If they lose, everyone expected that because they have 3 subs. So it puts
mind games.
It puts an added sense of pressure on Gravity. And what way to try and push them over the edge than just laughing in their face?
It's like what Unicorns of Love says. Why'd you name yourself that? Because it'd be funny if you had to go tell your friends you got beat by Unicorns of Love. There you go. That would suck. It looks like some teams had to do that this weekend. Left to 6 here in this one. 22 minutes on the clock. The gold lead, obviously, in favor of Winter Fox, along with all of the turrets this game. Not even able to crack a base yet. The base, I should say, for Gravity. They've been kept to their side of the map. Good clearing. Seems legit.
Yeah. That long range ward clear. Good. Surprised they lost 2 pink wards to that brush, considering Azir can so easily clear them.
Yeah.
I would rather sweep that brush against Azir and place your pink ward further away. But they really need that pink ward, that brush cleared, because that's their gank path for Rengar. It's a very contentious spot.
What a back and forth fight. Put some batteries in these guys' gloves, do a little more damage. 13 to 12. Oh, wait. Here we go. Bunny Fufu. Nope.
Janna's shield, also known as the battery, to help you do more damage.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you can see that brush that Keen continually clears pink wards out of is the spot that both teams need to control. If WinterFox controls it, they can get clean ganks off in the mid lane. If Gravity controls it, they just simply can't.
As soon as they see him, this could easily... I guess they won't die. If he has Dominus, that'd be really hard to kill him. Minute on Dragon. A lot's being focused here towards the top lane. Looks like they're going to back. They realize that, and they want to get themselves prepared as well. Haunter's going to start walking down. Get a ward down. He may even walk down to Dragon. He'll keep teleport up. We'll see flares stay as well. So nobody really getting a kill out of this for the last 5 or so minutes. It's been pretty much a stalemate. I think it's all about the Dragons.
I wonder if Gravity's going to even be able to contest these Dragons. They have relatively limited vision control in that pit, and they must know how far behind they are. Sivir and Fizz are both getting very strong.
No.
It's actually, Altek's build is rather greedy, but he's going to be very rich for it. Normally when you build the Avarice Blade, you do Static Shiv.
Right.
But he's just sat on the Avarice Blade the entire time he's been farming. It's actually accrued an extra 423 gold for him already. And I doubt the Static Shiv's going to be his next item. I feel like Last Whisper or Bloodthirster will be his next item, and then maybe a Static Shiv. He's just going to be sitting on that Avarice Blade for a super long time. It gave almost no combat effectiveness, but eventually it's going to pay for itself.
428 gold off of that already. No contest. Dragon number 2 going over. Very nicely done. Oh dear. Sundisk goes down to the turret. Cleave tries to flash in with the Tibbers ultimate. Finally gets it down there, and it is just such a back and forth ping pong fight. This is the members of Gravity going down, however, and we see Haunter now in the middle of the fight trying to take down Shorter Ace. He's done such a great job at just taking control of people's vision, while Pobelter and the rest of the team wipe them off of the map.
Oh geez, a 4-for-1 in what was a very chaotic, almost YOLO fight by WinterFox. It looked like they just said, all right, let's fight. Everybody do something. It wasn't even super coordinated, but they ended up killing 4 people on Gravity. Pobelter was getting bounced around by the Azir ultimate the whole time, and it just simply didn't matter. WinterFox is that far ahead.
Lich Bane's going to help crush this one down quite nicely. Altek gets out safely as well, so they drop another turret on the game. Gravity has only dropped the mid turret, which helps open up the map. So we look at this one more time.
I mean, it's the Sivir ult with the Rengar ultimate. They don't even synchronize their initiation, but the Tibbers is good. It sits in there for a little while. Haunter kind of zones out, and watch Pobelter here. He just gets, I think it's Janna ulted out. I thought it was the Emperor's Divide that messed him up. He didn't have a huge impact on that fight, but because Altek was also fed, because Renekton is getting quite strong, everyone is just utilizing their lead and punishing the passive behind team of Gravity. The whole fact that Altek has been allowed to buy that Avarice Blade, sit on it, and not get punished really speaks to a lack of map pressure by the rest of the Gravity team. And it's really meaning a big, big edge for WinterFox.
Well, we see fights all the time, but we rarely see a team fight like that, wanting to just barrel head first into it. There's always some back and forth, some dancing, and then the fight goes down after you've placed 3 or 4 wards and tried to take it out. WinterFox, not a care in the world here as they do their engagements. Ready to lose one, but take your entire team, and it seems to be the goal since the beginning of this one.
Yeah, and for those of you that have been watching since the start of the day, this is kind of the pylon Sivir composition that Cloud9 wanted to have at the start of the day. When you can just pop the Sivir ult and have everybody go and get to the target you want to is ideal. That it's such an important thing. They were able to get the mid lane ganks onto Keen that really started this whole thing rolling, because that then gives them river control if the mid laner can never get, the enemy mid laner can never get past his turret. and the move speed you get from Rengar plus Sivir and then the lockdown from Annie makes even a properly positioned opponent look out of position because you're just so much faster and you can catch them in spots.
We saw a bit of it coming from Coast as well. They had the Rengar, they had the Leona, and they would blast it as soon as they went in. Just get those one engages. WinterFox working it the same and working it very well. You got it. Gravity has to be like they're in every brush. That's what you consider right now. Any brush that's not warded, they are standing in it. Very, very careful play has to come from them.
Gravity's doing their best. The only way you can get control back here is to pink ward your own jungle, which they are trying to do.
It's
but
close,
they just can't get enough pink wards out. That's one good ward. They saw him. Pop. Really?
Wait a minute. No.
Okay. Shorter Ace is like, all right, guys, sorry. I should have done that. That was a waste.
They're having fun, though. That's the part that counts. Able to keep their heads in the game, making sure they win while doing it with a smile. Just slow push in mid lane here. Altec to clear this out. Flair's now to the bottom lane. You see this back and forth once again. Probably not going to do too much to each other. Nice slice and dice to the smash, keeping himself safe here. Top of the map looks like it's going to be getting a little bit of help from the team. Gravity clearing waves out right now, but they're going to have to find a mistake fight coming in from WinterFox if they really want to get themselves back in this game. At 7,000 gold, that means there's more than one core item probably across the map in different lanes that's really putting you on the back foot. The map control that WinterFox has in 5-to-1 turrets, definitely leaving Gravity a little bit to be desired here.
We definitely have to note again, hopefully for the last patch, that with the Azir in the game, the turret count is inaccurate. It's 3 turrets down.
You're right, yep.
For Gravity. So WinterFox has the outer 3 down as well as a substantial amount of map control. But yeah, I do want to talk about the Avarice Blade on Altec. Probably after they all run and try and kill someone shortly. So they're trying to do. You should not be allowed to build an Avarice Blade. This is one of those things like, do not try this at home. Don't build an Avarice Blade and sit on it because it typically makes you incredibly weak as an AD carry. But he's been able to outfarm by such a wide margin that he has a full item advantage on Cop and an Avarice Blade to sit on, which is, by the way, giving him an extra 626.
I think it was Uzi that did that at Worlds and he just got punished in lane. He just tried to sit on it and they took it to him. They know you can do that. But like you said, playing it safe. Playing it smart. With the positioning on the team, everybody in front of him, he's been able to do this. Hit the lanes and farm it up. Now he's up to 643 gold off that Avarice Blade plus. 25 seconds on Dragon. Their turret, most likely their Dragon once again uncontested here as we see Gravity trying to clear and get the wave push towards the top lane. They'll take this turret. Like we said, third Dragon now going over to WinterFox.
I think the only hope Gravity has here is that Keen can get to a powerful enough point that they can punish the heavy dive of WinterFox and can somehow stay alive. He's going to have to build his Zanya's Hourglass out of that needlessly large rod. Because I've seen many games where an Azir that is really far behind can just crush a team fight if he gets his soldiers in the right position and he cuts the enemy off the right way. But it's going to be real tough against this WinterFox team.
Easy to say and put on paper, hard to do. Very hard to do, especially with the way this team is going to be moving. They have that Sivir ult, Playful Trickster, Shorter Ace, jumping around or being invisible. A tough task here for Gravity, but a task that can definitely be completed only 31 minutes into the game. They need to stop these dragons. One dragon would help them out immensely, at least at this point. But 3 on the favor of WinterFox only makes it harder to get that first dragon for themselves. Gravity's going to back. Looks like things are slow for them right now, but they feel they are safe enough with the control they have to do this backer.
Definitely showing their subs right now for WinterFox. I think a more coordinated team with this type of gold lead, dragon lead, and diving composition would be able to manufacture advantages a little bit more quickly. But at the same time, because of the Avarice Blade on Altec and because they have the Fizz there, it's not the worst thing they're taking this long to kind of set up their plays. A Yuma. So he doesn't go Static Shiv. He goes to Ghost Blade on Sivir. That's actually something that a lot of people have been doing on their second item, just for more move speed on Sivir. Since you're already mobile, you're just supplementing your own strength. personally like it. Plus, it gives you that
pen on the boomerang.
Temporary power as well. 20% more move speed, 40% more attack speed for 6 seconds. Never hurts.
No.
But now he can't get that extra gold. And he has such a small amount of lifesteal in this build. Bloodthirster will have to be his
Are you
last
saying
bet.
that wasn't a financially stable decision?
I'd say it's pretty stable.
Oh,
There's the speed.
That's financially stable because that banks some gold. Going
God.
over to Pobelter, also going over to Alltech. These guys are cashing in right now, and now they're on to Hanser. Saint tries to get into this fight. Cop gets cuffed himself, but he's able to jump out of this one. It looks like another turret in for Winter Fox. They're going to be tearing down to the inhibitors, looking right into the eyes of gravity as they turn their base to shambles, and they're not even worried about the outside damage on this one. Shorter Ace completely tanking the turret. Guys, that shreds some of your resistances. You got to be careful. They finally get it to go down. An elongated fight here, which would be perfect for an Azir at range, but King got dropped in the beginning, and they'll have none of that. Winter Fox comes out big on a 33-minute engage.
That's what keeps happening. Winter Fox just beating Gravity to the punch. There's such a big lead at this point. It's almost impossible for Gravity to win this fight. The one hope I feel like Keen would have had is to stay alive in one of these fights, and he just took his Zenith Steel Large Rod, put it into a death cap, and he won't be able to Zhonya's when he gets dove.
Which has happened almost since minute 1.
Every single time.
Alltech, run. Make sure your shoes are tied. He'll be able to get out of this one.
Well,
Burn that air.
Maybe a Desperation Baron or something by Gravity. They need to get some type of catch before they'd start this thing.
Yeah.
But they could kill it rather quick.
Let me dive over this wall with no mana. Everybody's in like chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna go.
Rabbit
Quarter Race is so
mode.
fast. They know they're doing Baron. They can't do it. Oh, here's maybe a fight though.
There's
really
the
messy.
Ah! Nice knockup. Nothing coming out of it. All right, that was a good dance. Nice moves by both teams there. Looks like everybody was getting a little rabid. Nobody had health or mana, and they were still trying to dive into these fights. It's getting crazy in this late game. The 10,000 gold, you're going to have to make crazy plays, especially if you're Gravity at this point to get back into the game.
Yep. And that was a Desperation Baron attempt. They really just hope Winter Fox makes a bad dive decision, which is a possibility, but the laughing continues.
Too bad Saint didn't kick him there on the slice. That actually been pretty funny.
Into the Janna.
Yeah.
You're like, let's get. Oh, wait.
Ooh, Baron.
Yeah, it's an easy
Flares. Saying what? Raid boss Flares fighting top lane so Winter Fox can get Baron. He's like, yeah, 3? You got 4? Are there 4 people? Flare's pretty big right now. Actually, even with the Hydra first, getting right to his items necessary as Spirit Visage for the health gain and magic resistance and Branduins to keep the fight going. Moving up to the second inhibitor turret.
And it's really been Pobelter and Alltech carrying the brunt of this. Shorter Ace did so much to help, as well as Glebe, though. They're actually playing like a pretty coordinated team. Last-ditch effort by Gravity. They're pretty far from that base,
He didn't hit anybody with that. Great dodges coming out of Winter Fox, and they just walk out clean after being able to get a few shots in the inhibitor turret. They are messing with fire right now, but they're getting out unscathed.
Yeah, they figure they may as well be at full health if they try some type of game-ending fight. Because they are 12,000 gold ahead. 3 dragons plus a Baron buff. Dragon 4 on the way in 45 seconds.
Pobelter 3,700 gold above his lane opponent right now.
Yikes.
Quite a chunk at 705.
I'll do you one better. Alltech's 4,000 gold ahead of Pop, who is the larger winner. Yeah, and even though Alltech has 0% lifesteal, he has that Elixir of Wrath, which gives him 10% healing on physical damage dealt, which is even better. It's so good on Sivir, you have no idea. It's healing him on Ricochet and on Boomerang Blade.
I'm going to say I'll give you that in gold, but he did have the Avarice Blade.
Yeah, he cheated. Big old cheater.
So looks like they're going to use these minions for the bottom lane. Let's see if Flares uses that Baron. As we said before, you only need one guy with Baron buff to buff up these minions, and that's Flares for the top lane right now. Takes that inhibitor. They are going to get spread thin right now on the side of Gravity.
Yeah, this game's not going to last much longer with the Baron minions on one side and the Giant Renekton on the other. Here they go.
There's one. Nope, they don't go for the inhibitor to push through. That's going to be St. Vicious, and FLICKR going head-to-head in the top lane. He hasn't even put a dent in him yet, and St. Vicious now to half HP. Helping that Hydra to keep him healed up just a little bit. He should be able to go down here, but that's now 2 of the resources for Gravity taken away, which means the bottom inhibitor, the bong goes off. An early activation, however, and they're able to just dip out with On the Hunt from Sivir.
That's all of them. 3 inhibitors down.
That is
methodical play from the triple sub squad here on Winter Fox.
Very methodical. A method to a lot of the madness towards mid lane to shut down Keen. Pure control of Dragons, this being number 4 now as we approach 38 minutes in the game. A Baron already in their favor that's currently being utilized. It's far and beyond Ben Winter Fox's game here, and a very impressive first game of this one.
It really has been.
Subs as well. Just
It's got to be so painful for Gravity right now. A lot of analysts were wondering what will be of Gravity. Obviously, it's a long season. We can't take too much off of this first game. But when they did qualify during the expansion tournament, they had full access to Curse's support staff. All their analysts and coaching and support. They had to move, a ton of adjustments being done. It's going to be a difficult adjustment period as we're seeing in this first game. Let's see if this is the final push. They're going to wait for 3 waves of super minions and probably just go and win.
Yeah, you can see him hanging out in mid as well. They're stalling for those waves. Push up, nice and easy on the outside. You can see how the base gates could semi be effective right now, but it's not even something Gravity can approach or leave. That's going to be the dive. On the Hunt goes off. It's going to be under the Nexus turrets here. Bunny Fufu still with the Monsoon. He holds that for the last second. And there he is. He throws it off to give the team a little bit of heal. Haunter is fighting 4 people right now, amazingly, but I think it's going to be for naught. He will go down in the end, possibly. Gets himself to the fountain, actually, for a little bit of solace, and it's only been Bunny Fufu that went down. Gravity's doing a great job at defending the fight, but not defending their Nexus turrets, because that's the objective. That's in the eyes of Winter Fox. One final fight to bring them to their knees, and Gravity is now running for the fountain. Winter Fox is on the Nexus. They're going to find their first win in the spring split here in North America 2015.
And what a way to start the season. Look out for Pobelter and Altec this year. 7-0-6 on Fizz, 9-2-10 on a very gold-hungry Sivir. 20,000 gold in an under 40-minute game.
That's crazy.
That's over 500 gold per minute right there. Flares, Shorter A's, Glebe, all actually performing very well when kind of the pressure was off. So big smiles all around for Winter Fox. Oh, St. Vicious with the stare onto Pobelter.
Definitely swept off their feet this game. Winter Fox came in roaring. And Shorter Ace in the jungle, we said, played well in the expansion tournament with an unfortunate loss to the team that did not allow him into the LCS. But that does not stop his skill or his potential for play.
Yeah, a lot of people talk down on those North American Rengars.
I was actually just going to mention that.
That was only the North American Rengars that were in the LCS last year.
2015 season will be approached the same way, though.
Shorter Ace.
See that gig?
So many mid lane games.
Congratulations from Guitar there, knowing that he played well. And I think a big thing, again, is that they just did this with subs. What does the real team look like? Hopefully it's just as good.
Yeah, hopefully. He would hate to be like, well, actually, the best lineup we had, that guys
first
we
game
threw together in week 1, there'll be no getting back to this point.
Very nicely played in the mid lane as well by Pobelter. For being as aggressive as he is, he kind of didn't try to undertake anything by himself. It was a safe play, waited for Shorter Ace. They did it when they knew they had the engagement and could get out safely. And that's what happened every time. Unfortunately for Gravity, there are 2 times where they tried to gank in the early game. People got away with maybe 50 HP. An unfortunate situation that if it went their way, it would have been a much different game.
There were definitely a few things in the early game for Winter Fox that really just tipped in their favor. Some incredibly close turret dives and very daring escapes afterwards. But once they got that little bit going, it's just a whitewash after that. They just completely took control of the game.
Definitely hard to find Winter Fox in one place as well. We saw the Scion pick not really being able to hit ults. It's not what cost in the game, but something in the top lane maybe would have helped a little bit better for the team fights. They were continuously long, and just that was going to be all in favor of Alltech, the team kiting, the amount of control they had over the entire map. Great game by Winter Fox. Definitely surprising, I'm sure, a lot of people.
So one thing that you could potentially criticize Gravity's champion select on is the fact that I believe they picked the Azir earlier than the final pick.
Right, they final top lane.
Yeah, when they're red side, you generally want to keep your mid laner until last pick, and that's exactly what Winter Fox planned. She said, okay, Azir in the mid lane, we need a mobile comp, we need good diving, we can't let Azir set up. Let's finish our composition this way. Fizz, dives,
right, because you got to finish with Fizz on the side.
Fizz, Renekton were those last two picks on Winter Fox's side, and it wrecked them. Completely destroyed Gravity.
Well, seems like the coach is definitely coming into play on that one. A good champion select. Just solid in general. We've seen teams you'd be like, that's a pretty good champion select, and they won. But the champion selects, the games that are winning, people are saying the coach had a really good effect on that champion select. It was solid.
Well, that's the strangest thing right here, because for Winter Fox, their Korean coach wasn't even there. It was their owner who was talking to them during pick ban, and it honestly looked like he was just telling them, like, using the mouse for some people. This team couldn't possibly be communicating perfectly. Well, never mind. They're all playing in English this week. They don't have any of the Korean players, and not the Korean coach either. Just ridiculous that they're able to pull together such a good game.
Yeah, the first week of the NALCS, I think, has shown us that anything can happen. It always can, but with these new teams, they're bringing out all the stops. I'm glad we're getting the flavor that we're getting. Within the play styles, we see Winter Fox coming up from the one dragon and just barreling into Gravity that one fight. It wasn't any dancing around, like I said. That's the kind of play style I wanted to see. That's a bit of what we saw in Europe, and I'm glad it's coming back to NA.
That seemed to be every fight, just one after another. As Winter Fox saying, all right, we want to fight? We're going to do that thing then. And they press the Sivir ult, and they just go. That's the whole reason Sivir is such a contested pick right now. Obviously, because Sivir is pretty strong in the lane against Corki is one reason. Spell shield it. The phosphorus bomb doesn't get bullied by Corki like the other 80 carries do. And it's mainly, though, the team fight control. And we really saw it this game.
So how would you consider this game for Gravity? What do they take out of this? Obviously, that was subs. It's not something they had been training or playing against.
Yeah.
So they weren't ready for maybe a little predictability they knew from the old roster. What do they take out of this?
A lot of disappointment right now for Gravity. Constructively, you want to try and take away some different pick and ban strategies, but that's what everyone says after game. Be like, well, they should have changed their pick and ban. Hindsight is always 20/20 in those cases. Here, I think a little bit more aggression from their bottom lane. Alltech was allowed far too much freedom this game, and a little bit less pressing and reactive play in the early game, and more proactive play is the things they need to do. St. Vicious was trying to chase around Rengar instead of just ganking early on Lee Sin. Rengar got the better of Saint in the early game, and that just generally shouldn't happen. He needs to take a little bit more initiative on his jungler there. But yeah, they have to find a way of getting over the disappointment of losing to a sub-team.
That's right.
That
hurts. It does. Hurt just a little bit. We'll see. They have another game against them. They can get that revenge, but only one more, as it's 2 games per teams this season. We're going to send it over to Dash for a word with our winners.
Thank you, Riv. I want to welcome Shorter Ace and Pobelter from Winter Fox to the desk after a pretty decisive victory there against Gravity. Pobelter, I want to go to you first. You guys had to bring in a few subs, one of which is Shorter Ace. What was that like in terms of having, very little time to prepare and strategize for this game?
It was all really rushed. Our owner, Brian Cordry, had some subs on the roster, so we had Flares and Shorter Ace. And I have no idea what these players were like before ever playing with them, and our first scrims were 2 days ago. But, it worked out really well. They both played really well. And so I think they should be really happy about how they played.
And Shorter Ace, I got to speak to you at the LCS expansion tournament where you narrowly missed qualifying yourself to the LCS, but now you've had your opportunity. You're on the LCS stage. How does that feel?
It feels great. I'm just so happy to be here.
And so, as Pobelter said, he didn't really know too much about your play style as a sub on the roster. Did you feel the same way going in, that you guys really had to kind of beef up your synergy within such a short amount of time?
Honestly, though, he's just really easy to play with. His level of communication is really easy for me to follow, and we kind of we did well together, like in a few days.
On the topic of communication, Pobelter, I want to jump back over to you. With Helios on the team, I know the two of you probably bounce back and forth the most in terms of the shot calling, but he was out this week, so did you have to kind of take the brunt of the work there, or was that passed on to somebody else?
I feel like I did not talk that much that game. I think it was mainly Altec and Glebe deciding what to do around the map, but I think most of the movements we made were pretty basic, so I don't think there was anything like really difficult required.
Altec and Glebe, there had to be a little bit of comfort knowing that those two were an old duo from back in the day on Cloud9 Tempest, I imagine, right?
Yeah.
Now, I want to go into the picks and bans a little bit. We saw Renekton come out in the top lane. We saw Rengar, Annie, Fizz. You guys were looking to dive with that with the Sivir ultimate and just go. Was that in reaction to what you were seeing set up in terms of Janna, Azir setting up kind of that disengage poke comp?
It was just, well, we got the Sivir early on, and so we just worked around picks that we thought would fit well with it. So the Renekton hasn't been seen that much lately, but we just needed something beefy up front to sort of like take in damage as we all rush into them. And so that's just kind of how it ended up, that we had a divey sort of team comp, and they had a sort of disengaged team comp.
And Shorter Race, I want to, specifically the early game, I saw what seemed to be very calculated. So I want to know if this was the plan from level 1, in which you and Annie were double jungling in the tops, or well, I guess in the blue side jungle of Gravity, and then you made that roam to the mid lane to blow the early flash on Azir. Was that something that you guys had said from the get-go, or was that more opportunistic? You just noticed he was pushed up and let's capitalize on that?
We kind of just did that because like it was a really good opportunity because they lane swapped, and we were just walking around their jungle, and he was really pushed up, so it was kind of easier.
And then I imagined you guys came back, you capitalized on that within the next couple minutes. That started that Fizz snowball. You were 1 kill up, pretty sizable amount of CS at that point. Does that give you the confidence, Pobelter, to say, I'm going to run over this game now? I'm okay with being this dive, comp and going, 2 turrets deep to get the kills?
Yeah, even like that early on, getting 1 kill, and then that's just like such a huge, I don't know what to say, like a huge lead.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to lose at that point because you're up 1 kill. I was running MR rune, so Azir was weaker against me, and I was continually freezing the lane. So Azir had to play really cautiously. He couldn't do anything but like clear the wave and then run away because he was going to get ganked again.
Well, you say it's not hard to lose, but we've actually seen 2 teams today that were up in objectives in terms of Dragons and Barons that were really doing a great job of controlling those 2 objectives, but then didn't manage to secure the victory. You guys, though, seem to have broken that trend. You managed to get 4 Dragons, a Baron on top of that. You also had the gold lead. So what do you feel like, Shorter Race, that you guys did differently from the previous teams that we've seen collapse after having those leads?
We just took a lot of vision control. Me and Glebe would always roam together. We got a lot of vision in their jungle and made decisions off that. Like, if they made a mistake going to a different lane, we could just go to the other side, and yeah.
Well, you definitely had the mobility, to out-rotate and things like that. Pobelter, I do want to jump into a replay. We're going to go 17.5 minutes in. It's in the bot lane. It's a pretty chaotic fight where Glebe kind of seems to be going crazy for a moment, getting a pick on Corki all by himself.
I'm going to have to look over there because my screen is like...
Oh, that's no worries. That's fine. As long as you can still see it, though, yeah?
Yeah.
So I want you to talk me through this because it seems like you guys salvage what looks to be not a great play into something pretty fantastic.
So it looks bad. It looks bad. A few of our dudes die. I'm not entirely sure what's happening right here, but I know that I come in at the end and clean up some kills.
Well, you call for the TP. Is that something then, Shorter Race, that you guys were yelling, screaming down here for the TP?
Yeah, I remember hearing flares. We were just shouting TP.
TP.
Yeah, our TP came in first, and then we're still like pretty ahead at this point, and after this, it's just a really huge lead.
Right.
I kind of messed up there by trying to go for the Corki, but
that's what I mean, where you had the confidence to go that deep, where you're now at the inner turret by yourself while the rest of the team's dealing with Azir and things like that. So, do you find that the freedom to do things like that kind of took some of the pressure off of playing in a scenario that you're not the most comfortable in? You're playing with this patchwork roster.
Yeah, I think everyone is just playing confidently, aggressively. We had a lot of moments where we were over-aggressive, and then we'd like Sivir ult or Rengar ult, and nothing would come of it, or we'd like flash Annie ult, and nothing would come of it. But I think the important thing is that we're going for these opportunities instead of thinking oh, maybe we can't do this, and doubting ourselves and not going for it at all.
All right, I do want to jump into a second replay in shorter race. I'm going to have you walk us through this one. This is 25 minutes into the game. We're going to pull it up on your screen right now. This ends up being a 4-for-1 mid. You guys have just taken the Dragon. And Jat on stream described this as a YOLO play because you come barreling in from the side here. So kind of walk me through again with the speed that you guys have and the catch potential this fight.
Well, our entire comp, we just wanted to go on Keen because he's playing Azir and that champ was really annoying. So we literally just call to go on Azir, he gets out, so we go on Bunny, we take out the rest of them because they're all zoned out. It's 45 for us. And yeah, we just kind of just clean it up and we get a lot of kills.
This is kind of a pretty chaotic fight, too. I mean, do you guys feel like you had top-notch communication in this fight, or were you just relying on instinct at that point of like, all right, we're all over the map, but I'm going to trust that Pobelter mechanically is on point and Glebe's doing his doing the right thing over here?
Honestly, I was just yelling kill him, so nothing really.
He's bloodthirsty. Kill who? Kill him, get him. How much practice would you guys say you did have, Pobelter?
We had 2 days of scrims. We had, I want to say, like 8 hours total, maybe. 8
wow.
or 10.
Yeah.
I mean, that has to be a huge boon to confidence too going into tomorrow's matchup. And I kind of want to parlay the question here into you're going to be playing Coast tomorrow, which has to feel good because you guys you're familiar. Shorter race. Yeah, exactly. You and Glebe, right? Some of your subs are actually very familiar with the players that you guys happen to be matched up against this week. So that's got to feel good. Along with the win here, are you guys confident that tomorrow is your game?
Yeah, I expected Gravity to be the tougher matchup coming into this weekend, but actually Coast gave Dignitas a run for their money, so it might actually be the other way around. But I'm pretty confident going into the matches, and I know Ryan wants to avenge himself because his team got knocked out by Coast in the expansion tournament.
You out looking for blood, Shorter race?
I'm looking for blood.
I like it. Kill him. Kill him, right?
Kill him.
We'll be hopefully listening to the comms tomorrow, or maybe we got some clips from that game too we can pull up with the screaming. Well, I want to congratulate you guys on your victory. It was outstanding and very fun to watch. Coming up after the break, though, Team Impulse will look to make a name for themselves when they take on Team Liquid, so don't go anywhere. Congratulations.
This season, we've already seen some great plays today, and we're only gonna see more. And they still turned it around here with Saint, though. One last hit. Oh my gosh, they're picking up here with slivers of health, and Pobelter's about to have a heyday. Glebe went way too far for the rest of the team. What? Ultec coming out huge on this one, as well as Glebe. They focus down. Sundis goes down to the turret. Glebe tries to flash in with the Tibbers ultimate, finally gets it down there, and it is just such a back and forth ping pong fight. That's in the eyes of Winterfox. One final fight to bring them to their knees, and Gravity is now running for the fountain. Winterfox is on the Nexus. They're gonna find their first win in the spring split here in North America.
everyone. Welcome back to the North American LCS Spring Split. Now, guys, do not adjust your browser. Kobe and I are taking over the caster desk for the last 2 games of the day. Start with Team Impulse versus Team Liquid. Now, Kobe, welcome to the desk.
Thank you very much, Free. And you're right, Team Impulse, actually formerly known as LMQ, who actually went to Worlds last year for North America, 4 of those guys went back to China. And the team was completely rebuilt around the summer MVP, Xiao Xiao. So they brought in 4 new people. One of them actually couldn't get over here. It was Impact. They have the former world champion from SKT T1. Unfortunately, these guys are also going to be fielding a sub this week. It's going to be Rux covering in for Impact in the top lane. And he's a guy who's played in the Challenger Series ever since its inception and even subbed into the LCS before for Team Curse, the very team that they will be facing today.
Yeah, they do have at least some of their main roster, though, so it's going to be a whole bunch of fun to watch. Now, of course, the rest of Team Impulse will be their intended starters. Xiao Xiao is expected to remain dominant, while Apollo, formerly Wiz Fusion of old Team Coast, and Adrian, who had a brief stint in the Challenger Series as 10Q, will fill in the bottom lane. Now, neither of these 2 guys actually had very successful careers before in the LCS or Challenger Series, but I actually personally have high hopes for the new duo lane. I think this split will be a good test for them, and their first quiz is going to be North American All-Star Supporting Special.
That will be a tough quiz. And Xpecial's team actually also got a name change, formerly known as Team Curse. They will now go by the moniker Team Liquid. And to go along with that new name, they have brought in 2 new players from Korea as well. Phoenix, who some of you may know as Miso from the Jin Air Green Wings in Korea, actually used to be a top laner. So it seems like he is an apt replacement for Voyboy, who also came from the top lane originally. And like Impulse, Team Liquid acquired a world champion by signing Piglet to the squad. Unfortunately, just like Impact, Piglet did not make it over this week, and they are also going to field a sub. Keith McBrief is going to be subbing in for him as AD carry. He's got some fans in the crowd, and now with so little practice time, both of these teams actually, it's always really interesting to see how these teams are going to fit in a substitute player. Maybe Dominic actually just spends more time at the solo lanes where he's comfortable with, ganking for Phoenix or Quas to try and get them ahead to carry the game.
Yeah, but of course, on the other side of the map, that duo lane we talked about a bit ago, Apollo and Adrian, I guess they may have an easier time facing off against these guys since they do have a substitute AD carry in here. Though from what we've seen so far in the NALCS, the team with the more recent roster swap is always winning. So now you've got only 1 sub on each side, back on equal footing for these guys.
And the most decisive game of the entire day was won by a team who had the most subs.
That's true. Guys, it's the whole CLG thing going full circle. Now, the members of Team Impulse are realistic about the obstacles they're facing with their new roster, but they say once they get up to speed, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
上个赛季呢，打完 S4嘛，然后很多人走了，然后也是因为一些，有的是因为自己的原因，也有是因为一些其他原因。不过其实也还好，因为还会有新的队员来，然后其实我对现在的新队伍也是蛮有期望的。
Our new lineup that consists of Impact, Rush, Zhao Zhao, and Adrian, and myself. Even though we're kind of 5 random players put together almost, like our team is already skilled enough individually that we can mesh well already.
我们上路玩家就是以前 SKT 的上单选手 Impact， 也是拿过 S3世界冠军的，然后我们非常高兴他能加入我们这个队伍。
We do have an advantage in a sense where we have players that have obviously played like the highest level and then can learn off of that and then share their experience.
我们队伍是目前来说有3个国家的，就是韩国、中国跟美国的，然后我想我们应该平时大部分交流用一些英文吧。
Week 1, it's going to be pretty funny. We're going to be like using broken English and spamming pings everywhere.
战术讨论这种东西可能还会需要翻译。
We have an in-house translator as well as a Korean coach.
Rush English is really good, so he'll be our shot caller.
I think we will be fine just because of our individual skill set. It'll definitely be rough in the first few weeks, but I think we'll pick it up towards the middle of the split.
So an in-house translator going to be helping them even with their practice, like just getting them to communicate properly. That is a big hurdle to get around.
Yeah, and one of the guys I really want to talk about, who I mentioned a little bit on the analyst desk, is Rush, who I'm extremely excited to see play because not only is he coming over from #1 solo queue ladder in Korea, but he's also, as they said, going to be the shot caller for the team, and he does speak English as well as Korean, so he's going to be the in-game translator to translate for Impact for the rest of the guys. So this guy is going to have a lot of pressure and a lot of jobs in the game. And I wonder if he can handle it all because he has so many things that he's going to have to worry about.
That's true. And then Xiao just does whatever he wants because he's like, I don't know what's going on in any of this. Guys, going to check out the starting lineup. On the blue side, Team Impulse. Rux subbing in the top lane. Rush here in the jungle. Xiao defending MVP in the mid lane. Apollo on AD carry and Adrian on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Liquid. Up top is Quas. In the jungle, I will dominate. Mid, Phoenix, AD carry, Keith McBrief, and support X Special.
And this is going to be all kinds of fun to watch here because there's so much star power here. I feel like we somehow managed to understate the fact that Xiao's was the hard carry of LMQ, basically. MVP winner throughout the regular season, qualified his team for Worlds, had an incredibly gigantic impact on the team. And here he is with his new team. Can he keep that performance up here?
Yeah, there's a ton of star power here, even with both world champion players not making it over.
That's true.
All right, there's the early Annie ban, though, coming out. Very, very popular. And X Special, no stranger to Annie either.
No Rek'Sai for Rush either, so gonna see who hates on what here. Quas, he had been playing a lot of mage tops by the end of the season. Lulu throughout almost the entire playoffs. No Lysandra for him. No Rubble for Rux, one of his better champions as well.
So I'm seeing Gnar still up and Janna both still up here.
Sivir as well is kind of the top contested AD
So the
carry.
thing is about Sivir, I really do like her. She's extremely strong right now, but there are a lot of things you can pick into her, and I don't like picking her that early. So I don't think Sivir is really a first pick style champion.
Yeah, I liked what TSM did where they actually went for Jinx Janna, where they hit her from outside of range. Sivir can't spell shield Janna shielding someone for bonus AD, so you get really easy trades in that one. Castle going away means maybe LeBlanc is something that you guys want to consider here.
A lot of focus.
Rush, two focuses.
Look at this focus on Rush here, though, from Team Liquid.
Really early playmakers.
Yeah, they're definitely worried about him. There's still definitely plenty of junglers up that can be early playmakers. Jarvan, of course, everyone's go-to at the moment.
Sure.
Definitely going to be a high priority, but I can't ignore the Gnar, so we'll see. One team is going to get two of these, probably pick up the Janna in another.
Wow, it is. Xiao. First game back in the new season, 4 new teammates. They ban away the counter pick and give him a first pick LeBlanc.
All right, so you talk about Xiao just, being on his own and being able to do whatever he wants. LeBlanc is a perfect champion for that.
Exact champion.
So, get an early sweeper, try and control vision around mid lane, and Xiao can easily take it over if you give him any amount of room to move around.
All right, Phoenix, welcome to the LCS. How are you going to beat up Xiao's LeBlanc here? Liquid wanted him.
All right, there it is.
The best guy for the job.
So there's the Janna plus Gnar means that they are focusing on jungle in bans, however, not early picking that jungle. So really, Rush, it doesn't seem like he'll be too heavily affected by this, and they don't even feel like rushing into a jungle pick there. I didn't even mean to do that.
Yeah, okay, sure. Well, looks like they're going to hover over whatever they think is important here. Sivir, I feel like, is a bit rough against Janna, but they're going to go for it anyway, and Vi is the current hover, so they've got a lot of tools to engage fights for now.
Interesting. Okay,
Jarvan,
Jarvan instead, but the early Sivir, without seeing the AD carry, I mean, there's so many things you can pick. You can dodge the boomerang with some champions like Vayne. Vayne's good against her. Or you can even just go Tristana, right? And just outscale and wait for that late game. Tristana is not punished by Sivir in the lane phase.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how that matchup ends up working out. Tristana certainly can't do anything to her because, she can spell shield the E, she can spell shield the R. Sivir has a field day there.
Basically, just go even, and you still hit that breakpoint with Trist. I mean, yes, Sivir can chase down a team.
You just got to be careful about your mid game where Tristana has this big trough. I don't want to personally commit to it being a hard counter, but I do agree with you that late game that Trist is going to destroy some people. Team Liquid going to make their choices. 10 seconds to go.
Oh, heavy support.
More Lulu going to come in. Lulu mid's been really popular of late, actually, outside of North America. And man, they might be setting up for that Trist after all, because I mean, look how many buffs they're going to have for an AD carry.
Yeah, heavy support-style champions locked in here for Team Liquid. So they are going to need a hyper carry, and also Quas will probably build at least one damage item for Gnar.
I like how Adrian's hovering over AD carries. Like, what if it's top lane LeBlanc and we're running double AD after all? We're like back to the old like curse ways. Not that I really expect that, though.
That would be a really tough lineup to run into a squad as solid as Team Liquid have, just because they have a frontline tank and so many shields.
Yeah.
If you run only damaged champions like that are squishy without a point man, it's really hard to crack through this squad Team Liquid have.
I guess Adrian just likes hovering over marksman, basically. That's like his, like some people hover over Teemo, and then the crowd chants lock it in. He just hovers AD carries and trolls me. I get excited every time I see one. Thresh.
You are just committed to being an AD carry main, huh?
Hey man, you talk about every jungler possible. You're like, what am I most excited for this season? Saint Vicious and Rush.
Okay.
Like, to be fair, there is going to be Aurelia versus Gnar. I believe it's the 3rd time in 4 games we're seeing that matchup opted into. They want to play Aurelia into the matchup. Thresh will be here for Adrian. Here's the Impulse lineup.
Yeah, it will be that point woman instead to have Aurelia be the one go in. So Sivir speeding up everybody. So the speed buff does benefit LeBlanc just like it does everyone else. Assassins of any type, whether it's mage or AD. LeBlanc definitely benefits from repositioning.
Sure.
Let's see if he can pick anybody off, though, because as we said, I really like this Team Liquid squad as a 5-man group. It's very sturdy so far. Now, which AD carry are they going to put this weight on? Because, I mean, this is their sub player. And yet, this team, a lot of the damage is going to be coming from
all the
their
damage comes
sub-player.
from him. Are you serious? It's Kog'Maw. That would be an option. So now Thresh is pretty scary to be Kog'Maw against, I'm going to say. Janna can't like push that lane around. Like, she's a hook bait. Kog'Maw's hook bait. This is very tricky. This is a lane, by the way, that I think Impulse can absolutely win the 2-on-2 on. This is the intended lineup here. They built the team around Xiao Wei Xiao. This is the duo lane they wanted. If they win lane, I don't see how Team Liquid wins.
I mean, yeah, you mentioned just the lane matchup, but I guess I'm going to talk about the jungler again.
Sure,
Jarvan is great against Kog'Maw, too.
Oh, God, yeah.
He can't get out of the Cataclysm here. So if he gets locked up, then he'll be easy pickings for Xiao Wei Xiao inside that Cataclysm. But really, as we said, it's going to be about how effectively can Team Liquid's front and mid line defend this Kog'Maw. They've got a lot of pressure on their substitute player here, Keith McBrief, and we'll see if he can perform.
You know what I feel like happened? No one notified them they had a sub playing. They're like, guys, we have Season 3 World Champion Piglet. He's one of the best AD carries in the world. Let's build the team around him. Okay, we don't have Piglet. Let's build the team around him.
Yeah, or they had no time to practice.
Yeah, one of the others. But hey, you know what? The comp's going to be fun. We'll see how it goes. It's one of the old Dignitas standbys as well. While the players load their digital avatars into the virtual battle arena we affectionately call the Rift, submit your internet votes for who you think will electronically win this match.
Yeah, tweet that hashtag TIPWin or hashtag TLWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll be checking back throughout the game to see how you're voting.
And we got to see a lot of great playmakers here can beat up on that Kog'Maw. Aurelia getting ahead, LeBlanc getting ahead, Sivir Thresh winning the lane matchup. I've been wrong on every single prediction today, but I still think it's rough for Team Liquid.
I think it's really interesting because Team Liquid are going with the squad that benefits a lot from grouping up. And TIP, the squad with the multiple languages they have to work around and
smart ping.
Talking about relying on individual skill, they've gone with a bunch of champions where you rely on your individual skill and you can make your own plays.
Yeah.
So everybody on Team Impulse here has the ability to make their own plays with these champions, and if one of them does get ahead, they can help carry other sides.
Well, you know, that's what they said about the name change in the first place, is they wanted to kind of honor the LMQ legacy, but at the same time, didn't want to keep the name.
Impulsive bunch.
Yeah, they just made a bunch. It's like, yeah, we're all impulsive. We're just going to go do things by ourselves, so we're Team Impulse. Jarvan impulsively stabbed himself in the foot.
Rush making the calls already.
And they got a recall away from the brush. They want to dodge the trinket. 3 of them do so. Xiao Wei Xiao shows himself, no big deal.
Trying to not give away any unnecessary information.
Yeah, no
to
deep
the
wards.
enemies. Now, the other thing about running a Nunu jungle is you always want to run Nunu jungle with strong lanes that you can rely on. So they do have solo lanes here. As we said, Dominate has been put in a lot of practice with these two guys. They're substitutes in the bomb, so maybe he'll spend more time up on this side of the map. Gnar definitely strong lane. Lulu early can also shove in and help out with any type of control that Dominate wants to get down. Probably see Nunu get into that early Sightstone and control vision to keep Rush down and try and tell where he will be moving so that he can notify lanes ahead of time.
And right now, just the lane freeze. Of course, a very smart choice by Team Liquid. Same thing here for Impulse. They'll, of course, make the freeze happen. Yeah, you walk up. You actually could pull the wave a little bit longer and make it group.
Yeah.
That would actually further kind of boost the freeze potential.
He got them to focus on a single minion, though. That's really the goal. As long as you can get your minions to focus on a single target, they will start pushing against you.
Especially when Quasar do a jungling. But it's actually Dominate who's mostly soloing stuff by himself. He took, I think, the Raptor camp. And now Quasar joining in here.
An early recall here by Xpecial to grab an extra pink ward and head on up to see if he can make something happen and defend their blue side. Interesting.
Or Adrian. So, Trinket ward over the wall.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Early pink ward. Okay, interesting. So he's pinking the weak side of the map, but he's intending to 2-on-2 himself plus Rux.
So
that is going to be 2 buffs
this is ridiculous. We had a lane swap, and neither team started in the enemy jungle. Both teams on their own side jungles with the lane swap. And it actually worked out for both of them because they both had the exact same game plan.
And Quas is a big Gnar, and that's going to be happy. So, interestingly enough, we're just going to have the very standard buffs grabbed in a 2-on-2 lane. I would argue a weak one, being Aurelia up there, but Keith always has to be afraid of getting stunned, I suppose.
The other side effect of lane swaps, usually the mid lane has a little bit more of a lone time. However, standard jungles here, they will have to worry about the 4-minute pressure as usual.
So we'll see when the first recall's going to be coming in. Rush a bit low on health and he takes down his camps. Pink ward makes sure he stays safe as he goes through his jungle. So far, we will go into the laning phase. Now, this is actually really nice. They actually broke the freeze right here. Rux pushing really aggressively alongside Adrian. He's going to make sure that the ganks aren't too easy. They go together to ward. Should be able to watch Dominate's ganks pretty nicely. And to be fair, it's not like Nunu into this lane is a great gank power anyway.
No, indeed. And Dominate is one of those guys that always used to max consume first. I'll keep track, see if he is doing it this time around.
2 Ice Blast so far.
And now he's got double Ice Blasts. Just hit that level 4. So he has opted to not go with his old standard route.
He's going for the early Trailblazer, though. I was really hoping I was going to see Poaching Smite.
Oh, God. After you guys were talking
Aiden,
no.
I'll still defend it, man. There's a chance.
He did get his ward down first, though. So he's got the early jump on Rush here. I mean, he won't be able to get a whole bunch done, but he is going to be able to assert his jungle dominance.
Oh, man. He popped the Raptor buff and didn't lose anything for it. Nice.
That is a win.
Yeah.
Small win, but a win nonetheless.
And Rush, like, with really good ward control, look at that. That's one of the ideal wards to have the, not actually the brush around the blue, off the choke point near it. You actually reveal a lot more terrain that way. And you can virtually guarantee that you spot out where the enemy jungler is, if he's ever on bottom side.
Yep. You only really need about 2 wards on each side of the jungle. So 1 trip, you can cover both sides here. He's also started with his Stalker's Blade, so if he does see the opportunity for a gank, he will have the option of the extra slow from the Smite. It's also, I mean, really where Stalker's Blade got so popular is with these skill shot junglers. Jarvan, Lee Sin. I mean, the slow is much less than it used to be, but it still makes it much easier to land your EQ, which is all of Jarvan's power. You hit the EQ, then you're going to win. If you don't hit the EQ, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, you're virtually guaranteed to force a flash out of this one. If they don't have it, then they're going to be in a really bad spot. Xiao, nice pink ward here. I love these pink wards. I feel like they're so hard to defend in solo queue, but in competitive, they last forever. You put it on your side of the mid lane brush. LA doesn't watch ganks, but you pretty much ensure they can't ward either.
Definitely a very popular one. That's why a lot of people have started putting their normal wards up on the other side of that little wall on mid lane to see inside. Just some CSing for both sides so far. Xiao with a small lead, plus some extra minions to pick up here. So he does hit level 6 first, fairly early here as well. Adrian trying to control this mid lane vision. everything around mid lane is going to be very important to see if they can get this LeBlanc roaming.
And yeah, to be honest, I think it's a really good choice because they're going to really want the playmaking potential. Honestly, so many champions have the ability to do so. And if they can disassemble this team comp early, it's great for them.
Yeah, basically, if TIP can attack Team Liquid in small skirmishes before they're able to group up, before they're able to make use of all these buffs that they have with these support-style champions, then that's where Team TIP are going to get a lot of their power from. Striking early while they're split.
And Xiao's been trying to do that all laning phase. He's up 14 CS over the Lulu. Gigantic lead, bullying his opponents around as best he can. He's actually the minion leader while harassing his opponent down. Fight in the mid lane, though. Phoenix really low, hexes him, tries to run away. Xiao, if he has another spell up, he might get him. Oh, one hit away.
So he does draw the flash from Phoenix, as well as ultimate. And it's going to make it rough for him to stick around. Xiao really wants to go for this, and he's calling the entire team, even with the wolf buff.
Wow.
Gonna see them.
And there's the miss in the EQ. Rush, first one away, one hit from dead. I will dominate, tries the root, the ice blast, first blood.
Little bit impulsive move there under the turret. Rush, we said if you miss EQ, then you're toast.
Well, kind of the opposite though when you're facing up against Nunu. He's been frozen. And out he goes back to the base. Now Quas 1v1. Now this is going to be really rough for Apollo because Hyper is crazy.
Very close though.
I think he might have to flash in this one. Oh, Pop Seal, he's got a counter get coming. Here's the TP. Quas nearly Meganar. He will have the ulti in a couple seconds. Can he transform in time to keep himself alive? No, he doesn't do it.
What a save from Rux there, coming in with the teleport, able to turn around Quas's aggression. Not only save the AD carry, but even out the kills here and turret pressure. Let's see what Team Liquid can do with the teleport advantage, though, because you always have to worry about that. We're getting to the point in the game where you can take these dragons.
Yeah, and if Rux stays up there, then he's not going to be able to join his fight.
Thing is, trading an early turret, I value the early turrets more than the early dragon. So he actually wouldn't really want to teleport down to dragon. Doesn't have to burn it. He's just going to walk back to the top lane. Doesn't want to give up any extra damage on it.
So Quas should be in this matchup in almost equal power. He's down a kill, but the CS and levels are about the same. So we'll see how that duel goes in. Again, people have liked playing Irelia in this matchup. And we're going to see now it actually starting with proper farm.
And the thing is, the kill that Rush gave away, the first blood money, all went to dominate to Nunu. And Nunu already had his Sightstone, so really Nunu's just going to get more tanky with that first blood and a bit more annoying. But it won't really change the way that this game is flowing.
Right.
Meanwhile, the kill that they answered with was a solo lane kill, Irelia, which is actually going to impact that top lane a bit more heavily.
Oh, good hook on special, only level 4, but there's teammates coming in the flash, Ice Blast. Adrian's gonna get knocked up as well. Boomerang Blade doesn't do much. Nice slow from everyone. They're layering so much damage. Dominate secures a second kill.
So it wouldn't have mattered, but Adrian threw his shield, the lantern, over to his AD carry, even though Adrian was the one getting focused. So could have had a little bit extra shield, definitely would have died anyway, but seemed like maybe he just wanted Apollo there to try and help him fight off the attackers. That's going to be Dragon Control, though. This Nunu that did get first blood money, extremely easy for him to tank it. And they're going to claim this one uncontested.
Yeah, consume only. Pretty easy grab. Nicely done there. 30 bonus gold for securing Dragon. Extra incentive to smite properly. And there we go. Team Liquid looking quite nice.
Yeah.
Of course, no monetary value for the Dragon, but they get that power.
Insane ward control over bottom side, too. As Dominate spent a lot of time over there, he emptied his Sightstone on this bottom side of the map. Plus, they have the Dragon pink ward. Pretty much all the south side here is Team Liquid area. See what Rush can do, though. I think he's at that mid lane pink ward.
Wow, nice hex by Phoenix. Xiao. Forced to jump away. Doesn't finish the root either. And it makes sense if you're talking about the all the ward control bottom side, of course. They are just playing around Keith McBrief as much as they possibly can. Good ward, good hop back by Xiao.
Yeah, don't lose sight of the game plan here for Team Liquid. They are all about the stage where they get to group up with each other. When Nunu starts to get buffing that Kog'Maw, when Lulu gets to start buffing the Kog'Maw, when Janice gets to start. Well, she's already started. But all of those shields on 180 carry will be magnificent. Probably about the time he finishes his Trinity Force is really when we'll see Liquid start making their aggressive moves. As of right now, they're very happy to go even.
And also, I guess you can keep in mind, Lulu, hold on, Phoenix taking some good damage. Nice root. Xiao backs on out. But Lulu, mid lane Lulu especially,
actually has a decent amount of power early game. It's really late that she falls off and stops dealing meaningful damage, but like at the Morella Namicon or Athene's level, she's got plenty.
Yeah, and people really do, I feel like, underestimate the damage that Lulu does bring to the table. Especially once she gets her Lichbane, it does help her late game scaling, adding that extra artificial scaling to her kit. Mid lane, though, under attack.
Heavy push on in. Nice knockup by Phoenix. Still getting aggressed upon, though. Dominate shows up, though. Rush with the ulti does pick up the kill, but Absolute Zero puts I Will Dominate on a killing spree.
So Dominate is welcoming Rush to North America with open arms. Killing him twice already. This time, though, TIP were successful with the mid lane kill, and they were able to take down Phoenix.
We're seeing Rox just continue to try to bully around Quas as well.
Ramifications of that teleport kill really showing up there now.
Yeah, I'll say Rux is a player I do respect quite a lot. When he joined the LCS the first time, it was support, filling in for Elements way, way, way back in 2013 for Team Curse. And I feel like he's like the best top laner in NA, not in the LCS. This game notwithstanding, he's not on any of the starting rosters normally. And, you know, he's really making a good name for himself so far.
Well, he's definitely put in his time. This guy has played League of Legends for a very long time and played League at a competitive level for an extremely long time. Quas, though, handling his own, now in mini-Gnar form. Easy for him to poke.
Just having a really rough time hiding as far back as he can, stacking a lot of armor, which doesn't necessarily matter against Aurelia's W. Mega Gnar is available, though. No gank pressure coming in. There's all these opportunities for, like, if Nunu or Jarvan had shown up, like, maybe that fight gets turned around. But right now, farming game top lane.
Yeah, I would expect the team to be making the moves right now to be Team Impulse. They're trying to clear a path, too. You can see what they're looking for here. Adrian, as well as Rush, are trying to clear out vision on this top side to make an opening. But they're having a very hard time keeping up with Dominate, with the early Sightstone, just dropping them everywhere. And it's really hard to push Nunu out of that vision game. Mid lane under attack.
Yeah, they're getting jumped on. Rush comes in. Nice knock by the Phoenix. Good ulti as well for himself. Rush, one hit from dead. There's the damage. And Phoenix claims one, but Dominate in turret range. Good Jono trying to keep the team safe. Apollo on the wings, but really has nothing to kill with just a BF sword and a pickaxe. He's going to back on out. 1-0. Rush having a really slow start.
Yeah, he's having a hard time here. As we said, solo queue jungling is completely different from competitive game jungling, especially when you're against Nunu. Here goes Xiao Xiao, though.
Dominate's got to be careful. The hooked on in, takes a whole bunch of bursts, but the shields keep him nice and afloat. Rux knocked up, forced to take the lantern after a flash.
Flashes to it.
Yeah, he had to. Team Liquid doing a great job mid-game.
So we mentioned that Team Impulse are a team that's really strong at picking people off and using that mobility and the earlier damage of their team. However, you don't want to be picking off the Nunu. That's a good hook onto Phoenix, though.
Yeah, he blows through his shield, takes a fair bit of damage, but there's just no mana or cooldowns really left for Impulse to do much about it.
Anytime that we see Team Impulse dumping mana or cooldowns into Nunu, the team fight that comes after is going to go very poorly for them, because that's exactly what Dominate wants. He wants to annoy them as much as possible so that they end up focusing him right before a team fight.
Right, and keep in mind that really, just to kind of hammer your point home, they don't have a what I'd consider a conventional AD carry. Sivir's sustained DPS is one of the lowest among all that typically play the role down there. She's no Tristana, she's not even a Caitlyn. The W goes on cooldown, you no longer have any steroids left. Aurelia's W, similar situation. You get about 6 seconds to attack, and it goes away. LeBlanc, burst-based mage. Like, you blow those initial cooldowns on Nunu, there is no damage left over. Very real, not even ultimate space, just their regular cooldowns. There's no damage after they're blown.
Yeah, that's why we're really highlighting the hit fast and hit hard here for Team Impulse. They have not been able to catch anybody out of position, though. They have established vision control of the top side, though. Maybe they'll be able to make a play up there. So far, though, Team Liquid have been avoiding it. They've just been sticking to lanes, farming up, waiting for the point where they can group. Kog'Maw's hit his point, got his Trinity Force right now, so they may make a move on the next dragon. 8 seconds left on that one. Gnar does not have teleport, neither does Aurelia, but we already see the move here from Quas. Trinity Force means they definitely want this one.
Perfect by Quas. Pretty tanky as well. It's got most of Randuin's Omen. Blue Trinket used by Apollos as well. We know it's alive, guys. But Liquid actually wants mid lane instead. Nice.
All right, so Nunu plus Janna is ridiculous for mowing down turrets.
See if they get any opening here. They can do a lot of damage very quickly.
Oh, they zone out Rux. Nice hop over the wall. Great slows from Quas. The engage comes in. Phoenix forced to back up. Rush gets a stun onto Quas. Or Rux, sorry. Rush forced away. I mean, there's just no tank line yet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they burned a little bit of a cooldown here in the Lulu ultimate, but they took so much damage here on their front line. The Jarvan and the Aurelia, who are not tanky. These are damage-dealing champions at the moment, all building offensive.
Oh, Flame misses. Phoenix going to be all right here. But exactly, you have a couple of early power spike champions against people that have not built tank stats. You're seeing it really easily here. A lot of poke on the rocks. Nice little slow for Dominate. Get what they can for this one. Again, just backing out over and over again. When they get up low enough, eventually that turret or that dragon will fall.
Yeah, some more chunks taken out of the front line here.
Oh, Keith, that was greedy.
That was bold. Very bold.
He had no flash. That was just straight greedy. Special low on health. Has to flash away. Pops the ult to heal. Nice boomerang blade. Special still one hit from dead. Dragon dealing even more damage. He's helping.
Shao, see if he can move around the outside here. They cut him off. Team Liquid really fumbled that. I feel like they had the opportunity to make a huge play. Tried to go mid, burned a bunch of cooldowns, and they end up getting shoved off.
Oh, the Hex again! Phoenix keeps the team afloat, gets the kill on the Quas. Mid lane cannot fall. Out you go, Team Impulse.
There's that impulsive solo move. Shao does cost his team the mid turret as well as going down. They have to give up the mid lane pressure. So both teams, a couple fumbles here, and no objectives taken.
Really nice by Phoenix, I gotta say. Ran magic with his glyphs, plus went the Athenes early. Really just hammering home. Look, I need to just not die. Extra ability power, not that important, but surviving LeBlanc is a big deal. And he managed to pretty much never give up kills because of that.
Yeah, not only are they picking supportive champions, but they're building that way as well.
Yep.
Gnar with no damage early. Nobody with any damage early except for Kog'Maw. It's enough though. Take the dragon. They're going to lose some damage on mid lane here. See if that turret actually does end up going down, so an even trade. Actually, I almost favor the early turrets at this point.
I do too. And then getting your items in there, and actually Team Impulse holding a gold lead because of all this, despite being down 3 kills. Rather impressive by them. And we're going to see some, honestly, better items coming from them. They, of course, need those items to get their tank stats up.
Well, Silver's also been sitting on that Avarice Blade for a little while here, trying to work on Infinity Edge, almost enough to combine. Turret defense, though, gonna be a little bit of work for him.
Flash play for Adrian, box him in as well. Knock up on a Quas, exhaust there onto Rush. Dominate's gonna go down though. That is a kill for the turret. Phoenix nearly rooted, but Rux is flanking in. This is bad. Flash for Phoenix. There's a jump in. First kill picked up. Now he goes on to Keith, who's been exhausted. He is sure to die. And Team Impulse finally find a good fight.
What a value teleport there from Rux. Ridiculous. The team did not see him coming. Liquid was completely trapped. They're like, oh good, we're gonna kill Rush again. We got him under the turret, and Rush even was able to ultimate Dominate this time and get a little bit of vengeance. But Rux coming in, closing the door on them. No escape for Team Liquid. Now once again they're faced with, okay, we have this teleport advantage, but there's not really very many objectives on the map for us to take. So it's gonna have to be, you know, Quas teleporting into some sort of lane gank or something to turn around a skirmish.
Shao wants a little monster, why not? But Quas does some good damage in the meantime. Throws a boomerang. Hut! And out she goes.
Hut! Teemo's not in the game, what are you doing?
2, 3, 4.
Top lane shoved up there by Rux, getting his extra gold after his job well done mid lane. Bunch of minions for him. Looks like Keith will be the one sent up. No surprise there that they want him to be the one cleaning up those minions.
The one thing they really have to keep in mind, though, one thing that went wrong in the last fight is the fact that Special's ultimate was down with the siege in for that turret, and so when the engage came in, the big disengage button that they need because there is no mobility on this roster.
Yeah. Also, the problem is, if you allow Rux to get that teleport in completely behind your team, even in Janna Ultimate, it's only going to buy you a few seconds. You're still pincered in. They can still re-engage on you. Rux doing a lot of work here.
Getting in the way, the slow doesn't hit everyone, just misses Rux there. He's going to back away, but that's an ulti burned all the same. Oh, in comes Sivir. They want this one. Nice Janna ult, but will they keep going? Rush goes in by himself. Low on health. Can they do enough? Dominate with a zoning ultimate. Will stop some people out. Rush goes down. Phoenix one hit from dead, but he actually escapes now. Keith jumped on the shield, keeps him alive. Rux one hit from dead, and here comes Gnar. Quas making it happen. That's a 3 for 0.
They finish off nobody. Rux commits into the middle of that fight, or Rush commits into the middle of the fight to try and hold them there, but Phoenix surviving on sub 100 HP. and nobody goes down. So that's a big turnaround here for Team Liquid.
Oh!
Cleanup duty unsuccessful for Xiao.
Even though he's got a sweeper, no cleanup duty.
All right, so let's take a look at how this happened. So remember the teleport discrepancy. Quas is going to be able to enter here. Rush did get a lot of Rux did get a lot of damage early. There's the disengage, and he commits because he's like, okay, we have him outnumbered. We got a lot of early damage. Not able to finish off Phoenix here, and Keith gets away from Rux, Xiao, and Apollo with the Sivir ultimate, all chasing him.
Yeah.
He has to burn all the summoners to do it, but well worth it.
Absolutely worth it. The Nunu ulti, even though Aurelia has tenacity, you walk through absolute zero, it's not going to affect you at all. So, or it's going to affect you full power, I should say.
And that's what we were talking about from the very beginning. It's this Team Liquid, they're all about grouping up as 5 so they can use those support abilities to buff each other up, protect the Kog'Maw.
Yep. Beautiful stuff here. And Keith, 0-1 and 5. The weird thing is, he's only got assists. He's got more than a support player.
That's less than ideal, but all of these support players, they're just putting out as much damage as they can. You know, they're spamming their abilities. They don't expect to get those kills. They're just trying to do it as much as possible.
Yep. And so far keeping them a kill lead for themselves. Equal in turrets here. Well, not anymore. Another one went down, but red buff steal is going to be nice. Keith having even more kiting tools, but health regen on top of that one. And life is okay. So Team Liquid, slowly but surely, with a replacement AD carry, and you would imagine he wouldn't be as good as Piglet, but he's so far doing quite nicely.
Well, they're giving him all of the buffs that they possibly can. They're like, okay, you're the support player, you're coming in, we're going to help you out. Give you everything that you could possibly wish for as an AD carry. Now he's even got red buff. Bodes fairly well for them. Lulu does not have a teleport though, so he will not be able to make it up to this fight, and it's up to them to pull a 4-man defense. Thankfully, the thing about having one of these buff the Kog'Maw defensive team comps is that it's very easy for you to defend a turret as well, because you have Janna, she can just shield it. Even if they get a few stray shots off, you can also throw out the glitter lances and whatnot for wave clear.
Yeah, I do really like this team for that kind of situation. They have built themselves a lot of wave clear, pretty good amount of AoE spells, then a nice frontline tank for them. So,
there is a time though.
Yeah.
And time will run out if they are not able to pressure it before they get to the point where a LeBlanc plus Aurelia diving in just instantly destroys Kog'Maw.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. As the items build on up, Dominate, takes a bit of poke, Ice Blast in. Dragon's up in 5 seconds. Both teams looking to control the area.
So Team Impulse really need to find a way to try and split up Team Liquid at this point. Grouped up as 5, it's ridiculously hard to get through Nunu and Gnar.
They've certainly been trying. Just a little bit of poke every once in a while from Xiao. Notice he went Void Staff second, knows he has to get through the front line. Even an Aegis on the roster to make him just tankier. And the Dragon up. Neither team's really able to go for it. They've got to get mid lane under control. Bot lane's actually pushing in toward Team Liquid here, which means a good rotation by Impulse means a tier 2 turret kill. Or it's resetting now, I guess. It was on that side of the map.
If Impulse could clear that one ward, they'd be in a very good position. But nothing left to clear it. Chased off of the Dragon positioning. And they're completely split up right now.
Rux up from the side is going to get top lane pushed in, though. That's actually one thing to keep in mind, though. This Aurelia has teleport up, is very scary, has the Trinity Force done. And that's some pressure on that turret. Keith wants to get mid-tier 2.
They're trying to catch him as they swing mid here.
Rushing the side. There's the teleport in. There's the Sivir. The flash play back in, but they only really catch Dominate with the hook. In comes Rush there as well. The team's there to support him. But nothing gets done for the teleport and the ultimate.
They take the Sivir ultimate. They take half of that tower HP. That's what we talked about. Melting turrets with a blood-boiled, Janna-shielded Kog'Maw. Very, very quick to output that damage. And now they know there's no Sivir ultimate for the re-engage. Makes it very easy for Nunu and Gnar to peel.
Yeah. They just go right for it. Of course, no one's going to take any damage from Dragon here. Consume's going to heal Dominate right back up. Just can these guys out. Quasi's going to have his ulti. This is perfect. He's saving his Fury, right? There's the hit. Gets Big Gnar up. Says, all right, back out, guys. Consume Smite. And there's the fight. Jumps him all right back in. Flay back. Dominant loses the ultimate. Who really cares? Quas is tanky. Walks on back. Rush one hit from Dead, forced to flash out. Great ult by Xpecial. No one takes any damage. I take it back. Phoenix nearly goes down. So much work done by Apollo here. Rux tries to get out. He's one hit from Dead. Dominate quite low, but no one can quite chase it. Quas now wants Apollo. Jumps on in. One more hit to go. The ulti gets it. Keith McBrief gets himself the third kill of the fight. Now Dominate chasing Adrian. Make that a 4-for-1.
So wow. I'm not sure how Impulse expected that fight to go, but they waited around until the Gnar had a fully charged bar, as well as the Dragon already going down. And when the Dragon went down, then the engage happened. That is the opposite of what they want to happen. Probably could have shoved up a side lane or something, try and trade objectives instead. Once you give up a Sivir ultimate and you give up positioning on Dragon, very, very hard to go fight through this team. As we said, the front line here for Liquid is extremely strong. And you could tell from the beginning of that fight. Watch the beginning here. Just look at Keith. Nobody attacks Keith for the first 5 seconds of this fight. So they just barely miss a hook, but then he gets to auto attack here and he even runs up into the Cataclysm. The Cataclysm was not even cast on him, and he's able to run up that closely. Then they get a little bit out of position here. Very good boomerang from Apollo, cuts through the entire team. But again, they're not able to finish off the Kog'Maw even without the summoner spells, and they're able to chase him down. Last shot, earning his spot as a sub.
Yeah. And I do like the choices made by Team Liquid here. Xpecial, basically second item, went for Talisman of Ascension. Think about Sivir ulti is most of the speed is in the first 2 seconds. That's the big
and it
burst.
starts decaying.
Right, then it falls to like 15%, something kind of small. Talisman basically matches the initial high MS boost. Lets him disengage, honestly, very cleanly. You saw the difference in that last mid lane fight 3 minutes ago. Rux TP'd on the turret in the front lines, and it was easy for Liquid to walk back. The time before that, he TP's behind. Now there's no escape route. That's the big difference in what's making these fights happen. The difference between winning and losing is getting a flank, because running straight backwards is really easy for Team Liquid.
Plus, talking about move speed, that was the third Dragon. So Liquid now have the extra Dragon move speed, and that's going to help them tremendously in the next team fight. Make it all that much more easy for Keith to kite backwards. And whenever a team with the Nunu has control of the Dragon stacks, it gets fairly scary, because they do have that...
Phoenix, though, taking a fair bit of damage. Rush is going to be here. Puts the ulti in, but he's still only a few hits from Dead. There's the Chilling Smite. Rush very low on health. Xiao Xiao shows up. That should be a kill. It's one. Now can Quas kill the others? He's trying. Rux is low. The house doesn't quite land. And Rux is still running. One more attempt to throw it. Oh, he hits
Got him with that one.
Good stun. House, he gets him.
What a prediction from Quas there. All right, now
isn't dying.
Can Xiao Xiao get out? Yeah, full tank Gnar here.
That's only a 1-for-1. That was a complete catch. Uh-oh, Quas in the wrong spot. Ulti's going to keep him alive. Xpecial, the superhero that they need, isn't the one they deserve. Xiao Xiao off on the side. Jeez.
And it gives them control of the bottom lane, so they're going to shove again with the blood-boiled, Janna-shielded Kog'Maw.
That's a dead turret.
Yeah.
I got this one. Yes, I was right.
Freak the Prophet.
You taught me well. You gave me a lot of information.
Here comes Xiao Xiao, though. He's got blue buff, but he's got no backup. The ping's already here going down onto Baron as well for Impulse, making the call they need the vision. And this is a buffed up team with Nunu. Baron now much easier to take as well, so definitely have to worry about that threat. So Aurelia uses her cooldowns then, and she doesn't have much to finish off Phoenix, so it's a good thing Xiao Xiao came in. But Quas here, as we know, Rux does some fancy moves trying to dodge. Rush has no mana, so the Jarvan can't really help, and they just decide to abandon. Rux here walks into the last house. Quas with the prediction.
And of course, the entire rest of the team had been rotating down at that time, so the rest of that brawl happened, and no one much died.
Yep.
Xpecial is without his ultimate, though. That's, I think, the most important cooldown to track, actually, in the entire game is, can Xpecial disengage? Otherwise, you're not pushing Rux and Rush back.
Ooh. They've got positioning once again, just running down mid. This is really bad for Team Impulse. Team Liquid making a strong move.
Not any great words from though. He has to go again onto the turret to teleport in. It's not going to get him anything done. Cooldown burn gets us done on Keith though. They want to go in. Nice stop there, but there's the Cataclysm anyway. Shauna ulti keeps Keith just barely alive at 1,000 health. Xiaowei Xiao is going to go down. That's a 1-0. Ruck slowed down, gets knocked up. 1,000 health left on him too.
And that's going to be mid-turret as well. They've got plenty of tanks to take this turret damage. Dominate, slaying and scratches back.
Yeah, why not? That's going to be Inhibitor turret number 1, 30 minutes into this game. Now the Inhibitor itself under fire, but the health bars are getting low. Can Team Liquid really stay at half health? Looks like the answer is no.
No, and you can tell, very, very frustrating for Team Impulse. They know what their goal is. They're trying to take out Keith, but since Team Liquid are this far ahead, it's almost impossible for them to get past that front line. So many answers. Janna knocking them back. Nunu and Gnar peeling. Even Jarvan's own Cataclysm is being used against him.
It's being rough. Rush. I keep getting those two confused. 1 and 5.
It is a little rough there.
Yeah, I know, right? It's not nice.
Alliteration is your friend.
Unless I get the names wrong, then I'm just kind of angry at it.
All right, Dragon came back up though. That'll be number 4. And the team with the Nunu, since they currently have control of the map, even without vision, should go to Team Liquid here.
I'm thinking too, man. I don't even think...
So, TIP, they're making the call. We're going to wait until that very last moment, the last Dragon, then we'll try and make our stand. Number 4 does go away to Team Liquid. They try and make the play for a turret in exchange, but Quas uses his teleport, no hesitation, able to save that one.
So now they kill minions faster, and the pushes get easier and easier and easier, and full tank Quas will actually kill turrets and minions to push the waves up pretty quickly. Rex goes for the red buff.
Don't need to fight over that. I mean, all really that Liquid care about right now is the next Dragon coming up. They've got this super tanky team, and once that team gets Dragon, even though everybody didn't build damage, everybody still does a lot of damage.
That's true.
And they'll be able to push in.
So the waiting game for Team Liquid. Of course, an open inhibitor is an enticing siege target. So far, grouping up as 5 has worked for them. Xiaowei Xiao tries to make a play, dies for it typically. And then Team Liquid get to take an objective. Right now, they are staying pretty close to the mid lane. Blue buff quickly onto Phoenix. Some quick bookkeeping before they move on any farther. But the side lanes aren't too bad. Cooldowns are all up. And they got a lot of damage on their AD carry.
Oh. Able to pop the transformation there. Very small win. They now have an opening after he transforms back to Mini Gnar. But they're not being as proactive as they need to be. Setting up bush picks here, trying to clear more vision. They have done something that I do really like on the new patch, though, is leave one person with an upgrade. Uh-oh.
Nah, it's Dominate. Who cares?
Oh, actually, it's the pink ward upgrade for Sivir on her yellow trinket.
Pink ward dropper? Okay.
Instead
I've
of
seen
the
a few of those.
regular green ward dropper. So the cooldown does get reduced, so you can move your pink ward a lot, but you can still only have one out on the map.
Right.
Does help with clearing, though, still.
And it frees you up the item slot in case you need to carry other types of wards in your inventory or just other items.
And really, that's what this Team Impulse cares about, is clearing vision. They need to get a spot, a blind spot on Team Liquid to attack from. Otherwise, this squad is just going to steamroll.
And it's looking pretty grim, though. The steamroll has actually been gassed up pretty nicely. Rush forced to run away. Phoenix not quite able to slow him again. And out they go. Apollo zoning away with the boomerang. And honestly, Team Impulse have just not been able to make the individual picks that they need. Rush's initial ganks failed. Xiaowei Xiao was dominating the lane, but Global Gold came in and that stopped happening. And now without that much team fight power, unless Rux gets massive, even more so than he is right now, I don't see how they win a 5v5.
Oh, Gnar's getting a little frisky down here on Apollo.
Good stun, knocks him back. Apollo, nice lantern though. Adrian's gonna keep him safe. But that is an ulti burn. That is one of the major engage tools gone. In comes the push towards the inhibitor. LeBlanc on the side, Adrian pushing him back again. There's the attempt, Keith. Down to 2/3 health. The inhibitor goes down.
Team Impulse looking for a pick on the way out, but they have got to be very careful.
Mini Gnar, a lot of burst damage. Gonna be okay, but there's the re-engage. Again, the knockback by Xpecial. Healing his team as best he can. Rux can't go in, and down goes the support. 1 for 0. Rush is slowed. Will it be 2? No, the flag and drag keeps him safe. Xiao also low. There's the kill. Phoenix makes it a 2-0 inside the base. Now, can they win it?
Yeah, so they look for a pick on the way out, but now they're giving up Nexus turrets for it. Team Liquid going to push on in.
I don't think this is going to be a defense that's going to be possible here, but maybe they're going to try just the same. Rux almost going down. Quas wants the kill, misses the hyper. There's the jump on in. Can't quite do it. Now Rush will indeed not fall. They actually get Phoenix back. It's a 1-for-0, actually. Team Impulse holding on right now.
I like that save. He will indeed not fall. Now they will indeed chase Quas.
And the knockup's going to be attempted. There's a slow, the chilling smite after the flash. Good boomerang. Rux is trying to chase down other stragglers. Easy slow. Good knockup. Hops off a dead turret. You could do that.
Got the boomerang slow. Oh, he wants to jump to a minion. They get the reset.
Another slow. There's Rush, and there's the shutdown. So suddenly, bad recall.
Baron is up. You don't want to chase around a Janna, because Janna can just disengage and run you around in circles forever. You need, okay, good. They've got the objective focus. Everybody's moving over to the Baron with the Sivir ultimate, immediately starting it. This is a risky move, but it's a very desperate move that they have to take here for Team Impulse. It's against a Nunu. There is no flash, though. Dominate does not have his flash. He's too far away, and they're able to grab it.
Wow, beautiful then. The overextension by Team Liquid, chasing kills onto the fountain. They failed for it. They lost 2 members in the chase, and that gives a Baron and a little bit of breathing room for Team Impulse. They're going to have Baron buff when this 5th dragon spawns.
And remember, that's what Impulse are looking for right now. They just need a little bit more time. If they can get the items to... Oop, here we go, back to... Rux not dying indeed. It gets back to the fountain. Rush does go down to the... Oh, he doesn't go... He didn't go down to the house. So they fully saved everyone, and that's where the turnaround was. So very close there for Team Liquid. Almost able to end this one out, but now there's a new breath of life here for Team Impulse. With the Baron buff, it's very easy for them to shove lanes with those minions. However, they still have to be worried about getting poked out. Now with Baron buff not giving you regeneration, best strategy against fighting a team with Baron buff is to try and get some of that poke down on them. Yeah. So they do have to back off. Then you can clear the minions.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Otherwise the melees take freaking forever to kill. The casters do more damage than you expect. The Team Liquid,
Number 5,
they
Dragon,
really want
by
Dragon.
the way.
And look at that Rush at half health already. He does have a smite available, but no flash.
So they're going to try and trade a top inhibitor for... Oh no, he's got teleport. Aurelia has teleport. They might fight this one.
They're going to try. Dragon will die a bit slower. So they've already got 4 dragons killed. Mega Gnar is here. TP comes there for Rux, but he's on the same side as the rest of his team. Quas's passive will slowly tick down. It's halfway.
Life though.
Hook's going to miss. Rux right in there. Dominate and Quas at half. Keith low as well, actually. Liquid pretty low on health. John ults just to sustain the team. This is scary. There's no disengage. The knockback on Adrian. They set him on the wall. There's the ulti in, but Rush is in the back lines. Can they get the damage? Keith kites it away. 2-for-0. This is going to be Team Liquid picking up almost everybody. A 3-for-1. No way Impulse can stop this now. Xiao's going to try. Phoenix, 1 hit from dead. The bounce is not going to do it. Double kill for Keith. Make that another one. And they don't even want Dragon number 5. They want the base now.
Yeah, they want the Nexus. That's the way that you ultimately win the game, and they're going to push on in for it. Really nice fight there from Team Liquid. And I think that Xpecial, using his Janna ult to heal everybody, baited in Team Impulse, because right after that, they engaged thinking, oh, knockback's not there, but everyone got healed back to full, and there are other means of peel. Congratulations to Team Liquid.
Absolutely great play here. The new sub in for Piglet. Big shoes to fill, and Keith McBrief, 6-1 and 11 in the Protect the Kog'Maw team comp. He was worth protecting.
Yeah, really well pulled off right there. Team Impulse had a nice opening as well.
Oh, yeah.
I almost thought that they were going to make the call to try and trade an inhibitor for the 5th dragon and then see if they could hold on and try and defend double Nexus turrets, but you know, that teleport in from Aurelia, trying to stall them at it, pretty risky. They almost even waited out that Mega Gnar, but not quite.
Yeah, and that was the weird thing is, I think it was smart for Team Liquid to start the Dragon up, saying, guys, Mega Gnar's gonna run out. We need to force this fight to happen now. In retrospect, we always say hindsight's 20/20. Aurelia pushing top with a Baron buff maybe was the better choice. Then stop the ports. Maybe you get some of that base pressure here, but that 5th Dragon ticking time bomb, yeah, forced the fight when you knew the 5v5s weren't going well. The team comp wasn't even built to 5v5 well, to be honest, compared to what Team Liquid could do.
Makes you really scared. The 5th dragon always hanging over your head. You never want to give it away. But we have seen teams win even when giving that up. So the option for trading, even if it is not the best trade for you, trying to get, if they were able to snag an inhibitor,
yeah,
maybe. But in the end, Xpecial being able to pull off that Gen ultimate to heal everybody up and sort of bait Impulse into making that engage really paid off for them.
And hey, 0-1 and 16 on Janna. Perfect game for Xpecial specifically. Gotta say, he did amazingly. Again, Keith McGrief did awesome as well. 17 KDA on him. Kog'Maw was worth protecting. I'm very surprised that they put so much trust in their substitute, and it did pay off for them. I also gotta give a lot of props to I Will Dominate. Come in there, first blood, this hyped up jungler in Rush.
Well, Rush he was behind 2 turrets.
So yeah, he made a misplay to be fair, but Dominate started this game out 3-0 and used that gold lead for an early Sightstone, kept control of the game, and was that big frontline his team needed.
Yeah, they had a ridiculous front. Full tank Gnar and full tank first blood fed Nunu is really, really annoying to get through, and they weren't able to do it here. Strong play, though, to get that small window back into the game.
Yeah, I definitely got to say strong play. Overall team fighting great for Team Liquid. They definitely have their shot calling down pretty well, I would say. Honestly, it just seemed like they did play the map quite nicely. The Dragon control is really good. Again, it made that ticking time bomb that allowed them to close the game out when there was a Baron buff really pushing top. Like, that's a scary thing to deal with, but ticking time bomb Dragon allowed them to kind of kick it the other way.
Yeah, and the other thing is, this team Impulse, they have not had much time to practice with each other.
That's true.
I mean, they were literally playing solo queue with North America and Korean players queuing up for the same game. So Rush was playing solo queue with them with like 200 ping or something like that. Whatever you get from Korea was their practice that they had. They haven't really been able to practice as a 5-man squad. So there's a whole bunch of potential for this Impulse team.
Great.
Yes, they had quite a few problems with the shot calling and direction to go with, and a little bit scattered, but they have a lot more practice to get through.
Yeah, by and large, I think their individual skill was great. Xiaowei shouted awesome. We're going to see if they can do more throughout the rest of the season. Guys, right now we're going to throw it over to Riv, who's on the red side.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by I Will Dominate of the victorious Team Liquid coming out in the first game of the NALCS. You guys getting Gnar, Janna out of picks and bans. How much does it help to have that coach on stage to kind of help things through?
Well, I just like to say that like Peter, I think is probably the best coach that I've ever worked with, and he's probably the best coach in the NALCS. So he makes so much of our pick bans like coherent, where before we would kind of just pick strong champions and we just like meld them together with just random picks. He actually gives us coherent team comps with focus. And going into the game, he doesn't just talk about picks and bans. He'll talk about rotations. He'll talk about how he wants our team comp to interact, like certain ways to play. If he wants us to control vision, if he wants us to look for turrets, flanks, like all that stuff. So he helps us out so much. And without him, we probably wouldn't be able to win this game.
And in the past, we've heard it's you and Xpecial that are kind of calling the shots. Does it stay true to that as you guys have kind of switched the roster around, but is the communication still the same, you and Xpecial?
Yeah, the way we're trying to have it work is Peter wants me doing most of the shot calling, and he wants Xpecial to help keep me in check a lot of the time, because sometimes I won't notice everything in the situation. I might not notice somebody flanking. I might not notice what summoners we have, what summoners they have. So it's mainly just I'll try to make like the general plan for the game, and then Xpecial will help me fill in all the gaps.
Very good. Obviously, you guys choose Keith to come into this one. What was the option in that, and how are things going with Piglet? Are we going to see him back soon?
So Piglet's visa actually got approved last night, so we're really happy about that. He should be back on Tuesday. He's flying like Tuesday night their time, but because of the time difference and everything, he should be able to arrive for our scrims on Tuesday. So yeah, everything's been going like great with Keith. He's a really talented challenger AD, so I'm happy to play with him. It was all really last minute. We didn't know if he'd be even able to play with Phoenix today because yeah, he was having visa issues too. But we've pretty much only been practicing 2 days, but it's been 2 solid days of practice, and Keith is a really strong AD.
You guys definitely seem to have it all together so far with that first victory. Hopefully another one to come in the future. In the end, where do you guys see yourselves? Obviously, you're trying to break that forever fourth mentality that's kind of hung around you guys, a new team. Now, where do you stand? Have scrims against, you know, the top teams that people see, Cloud9, TSM, are those going well? Are you going to trounce those positions this year?
Well, we've only got 1 set of scrims with C9. We haven't even scrimmed them with our new roster in over a month, so it's kind of hard to predict, but I would be pretty disappointed if we don't end up top 3 this split.
All right, Dominic, congrats on the win. Great new pick, and good luck against CLG tomorrow. Right now, we're going to throw it to the analyst desk for a little more breakdown on that game.
Thank you, Riv. Team Liquid definitely demonstrating some solid team play there. I would have to say that that's probably the biggest takeaway, is the fact that they established a team composition that wanted to, set up the team fight on their own terms and then executed on it.
Yeah, I was a little worried when we saw the champion select before the AD carry, because it's like, all right, we have Lulu and Nunu and Janna, protect the substitute AD carry. Let's do it. But then Keith actually played pretty well. The rest of the team rallied around him, and they found the right team fight. So he was pressing the right buttons. He had a good game.
Yeah, and then they ended up playing against kind of a pick-oriented composition, and they just had so many shields. It was really hard to get through. And the fact that it was a Kog'Maw AD carry versus a Sivir AD carry, Kog'Maw is going to shred through your front line a lot faster. And also Rush not building tanky was a big part of that too.
Yeah, I have to imagine a fair amount of the comp was also tailored due to that first pick LeBlanc. You're showing immediately what you want to do. Yeah. And on, a character like a champion like that on a player like Zhao, I mean, that's who you're looking to counter going up against TIP.
Yeah, and also you saw his damage was very, very minimal in these team fights. He was getting like Jaina ultied into the wall, Gnar ultimate every time. He was just the main focus there of shutting him down. And I kind of have a hunch that that was a strategy coming into it, because Peter is LMQ's old coach, and he's like, I know how to shut down Xiao, just keep going after him, putting pressure on him, and they really played around that perfectly.
I think a lot of it was just Peter Zhang putting together a much better team composition. Like, straight away from the first pick, LeBlanc being able to build the Gnar, protect the Kog'Maw carry around that, great dragon control. Like, there was a very well-crafted composition there, and I know it's easy to say, oh, it's not that hard. You're just protecting the AD carry. I've seen that before. But the way they did that against the LeBlanc and against a team that they thought was going to be more solo queue oriented to kind of make the death ball, really smart.
And we heard Dominate point out, give some credit to Peter in that he crafted a great composition for them, has really stepped up and leveled their game up as a team. And this harkens back to, our first segment of the day where we were looking at which teams are going to benefit the most. I'd have to say Team Liquid looks to be like one of the top contenders.
And here's the thing. I mean, it's still really early on in the season. Team Impact didn't even have their coach here, right? It was their COO being a fill-in substitute coach. Like, they did not have the same type of analytical ability behind them in that game, and it showed.
Yeah, well, it's a huge edge that really can't be overstated. And the fact that this is actually a veteran coach, because he did coach LMQ previously, he has that year of experience. And Kobe was here earlier talking about how good league coaches are really rare to find.
Well, and then you talk about having the experience, that veteran knowledge. We look at a player like Rush coming in, though, hasn't had much time, to work with the team. But, Jad, I want to let you kind of run with this topic for a second.
I'm still really excited to watch Rush, because I think Zyrina's pointing it out during the game. He shows a lot of really dominant jungler solo queue tendencies. He keeps his farm up really high, he keeps his levels up, and he plays a lot of aggression in the enemy team's jungle. But that's also a solo queue strategy for a reason, right? It doesn't necessarily transition. He was like 1 in 3, warrior enchantment. What's his next item? Longsword.
Right.
Like, you're just trying to get kills to get back into the game, which honestly works. Jarvan's one of the best solo queue champions by far in the jungle. And unless you're building him for the competitive environment, it's not necessarily going to work.
Yeah, and the fact that he's always going in the jungle too, like trying to get those advantages, very solo queue oriented thing, because when you're in team play, they just collapse on you like 2 seconds faster than before. And it's something you have to get used to and have to play with a lot.
I do like, though, that he
can work.
Yes, it can work.
And I was going to say, I do like that he stayed aggressive in his warding, right? So a lot of the times when we saw him going into the enemy jungle, he was looking to get that deep vision to provide some safety to his laners around the blue side jungle and things like that. The problem is, though, again, you're going in with a longsword and a warrior enchantment. I mean, if you do get caught out, you're done for.
Yeah, and also the team just needs to come together, tighten things up, and since he's the shot caller, we're going to be seeing more aggressive plays out of him like that. When the team gets more familiar with him, if they can all kind of join him in there.
Okay, so really yeah, exactly. I think bright spots for TIP, we have to look at their solo lane farm, right?
Yeah.
You could see glimpses.
Yeah.
You could see glimpses of a strategy that works. I mean, you go to their website, they want to play impulsive, is actually what they say. And it can work. Imagine when they get Season 3 World Champion, top laner, Impact, Xiao, who can out-CS pretty much anyone, and they actually get control of those two solo lanes in tandem with Rush having that intense jungle invading and a little bit of
familiarity actually going to collapse and help him, it's a really, really dangerous strategy that could end up paying off later in the season, just not yet.
Yeah, and Xiao usually plays off of feel and how people are positioning, so the more he plays with Rush, the more he's going to get kind of adapted to his style.
Yeah, and I want to take now a jump over to Team Liquid's side, and I want to analyze what we think in terms of they built this one composition for this, you know, very specific scenario. When they bring Piglet back in, Piglet, another, you know, stellar AD carry, do you think maybe they're going to kind of convert over to this? Let's just, if it's working to protect the ADC, let's use it with him too?
Well, I don't see why they wouldn't also try that with their world-class AD carry and Piglet. But overall, I think they have a lot of compositional strengths. It's not all roses for them, though. Only because we look at the mid lane Phoenix, outside of good team fight performance, he was getting a little bit knocked around in the lane, and he had a few sloppy rotations. Like, there's still going to be some improvements that this team has to go through.
I want to bring up the final fight of the game as a replay. Zareen, I'm going to have you walk us through this one because I want to talk about how Team Liquid set up the fight properly. And even Kobe mentioned that there was a little bit of a bait out possibly with the Janna ultimate. So we're going to pull that up on your screen right now, and I'll have you walk us through it.
So the big setup for this, you wanted me to talk about that, is this was set up from Dragon #1. This is the 4th Dragon in the game, and we've been talking all day long about Baron and Dragon, and people being like, Dragon, the 4th one, and the threat of a 5th is the most valuable part of it, and kind of that power creep. You don't really feel it until you're at this part of the game. So Team Liquid end up just kind of disengaging this fight. Xpecial has a really good ultimate here, and they're kind of baiting them into this dragon fight that they have to take. They have to be here, else it's a 5th dragon. They are Baron buffed up, but it's still not enough. So we're going to roll the clip out here, and you're going to see this team fight. Rux is trying to flank around. He has TP'd in here, and Xpecial, he heals them up. And this is just the shredding of Keith and just the great team fight prowess of Team Liquid. Rush goes in. He's still very ham all game long.
Notice, too, I see Xiao up on the top left of the screen here. He has thrown out a chain and a single distortion so far this fight.
Yeah, this is kind of like a repeat of a lot of fights that we've seen of Xiao this game. Is he doesn't get a lot of abilities off. He's gap closing a lot with his W and kind of mimicking it with his R. And then he gets in, he's like, I have a chain and a Q, and then he doesn't land the chain or the chain is broken. There's a lot of things not going well for Xiao off of picks and bans and inside of the game and gameplay.
And I have to imagine a lot of that's the foresight, though, of Team Liquid. Being able to set up that front line of Nunu, right, and Gnar, and saying, hey, we have a Kog'Maw and in our backline, and you have a Sivir. We win this standoff, right? And they're setting up the fights on their turns.
You could see the Kog'Maw was a little bit fed by the end of that fight. I mean, even just a distortion, and because Kog'Maw has such ridiculous range, the last auto attack followed him past the distortion. I mean, when that happened, they knew they had the game won. But like Cyrene was saying, they won that game in small steps throughout the entire 40 minutes.
And it becomes deceptive because we've spoken all day about, you know, the stacking of the dragon buffs versus the gold differential and things like that. And even we were commenting about halfway through that game there that things seemed a lot more even, you know, than they actually were. But then it's deceptive because you've got this Kog'Maw who's going to scale late. It's very interesting introducing this, you know, the stats buffs versus just straight up gold, judging the power spikes. And I have to imagine it's just as difficult for the players, if not more so, to do in-game.
Yeah, it's going to come with a lot of time. In that game, you could just feel the presence and pressure was pretty much always in the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, and the way that, you know, you're talking about the gold, it's kind of like Team Impulse kind of bought a hammer, and then Team Liquid went out, spent the same amount of money, but bought like 6 different tools, and then was able to use all of them against them. So it's like, you come in, we're going to polymorph you, we're going to do all these different things to you, and kind of get them from all angles. And I thought it was really brilliant play by them because they were playing around what was being built and the composition. Just I can't stop talking about the composition. It was just really well drafted.
And I do have to say, the polymorphs were on point from Phoenix, although he did get bullied around a little bit, so we'll look for him to individually level up his play a little bit. But in the team fights, he was on point. Now, there is still a lot more league action coming your way. After the break, we'll dive into our 5th and final match of the day, Counter Logic Gaming versus Team 8. Stay with us.
Even with the wolf buff, gonna see them. And there's the miss in the EQ. Rush, first run away, one hit from death. I will dominate, tries the root, the ice blast, first blood.
Are you good? We're coming.
Wait, is that word? Try to back. No. We shouldn't fight.
We got free tower.
They're going.
They're still gonna go.
I'm ulting.
I need help. I'll show him the
thresh. I'm on thresh.
Let's show Aurelia. I need help.
Yep, kill Aurelia. Aurelia now. You're good.
Yeah, I need back.
Just back. We won that fight solo.
Yeah, we won the half. Good back.
And there's the fight. Jumps him all right back in. Flay back down and lose the ultimate. Who really cares? Quas is tanky. Locks on back. Rush, but dead forced to flash out. Great ult by Xpecial. No one takes any damage. I take it back. Phoenix nearly goes down. So much work done by Apollo here. Rux, this is scary. There's no disengage. The knockback on Adrian. They set him on the wall. There's the ulti in, but Rush is in the back lines. Can they get the damage? Keith kites it away. 2 for 0. This is going to be Team Liquid picking up almost everybody. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are gearing up for Game 5. Counterlogic Gaming versus Team 8. The impact of coaches have been very big today so far this season. We're going to see 2 more from today, of course. And if you take a trip down memory lane, in the summer split, CLG, they looked like one of the teams to beat. They had a good shot at Worlds. They were really good at the beginning of the summer split. But by the end of the split, the wheels nearly came off the wagon. CLG plummeted in the standings. They went 0-5 in the last week. They lost all their playoff matches. They barely even held on to their LCS spot in the spring promo tournament. They got taken to 5 games against Curse Academy, but they made it, and now they're here.
Yes, they're here, and they have made some big steps to try and recapture the momentum, starting with bringing in Skara as their coach. And Skara was very vocal as well that he would focus on getting the right players to fill out the roster. So CLG held a multitude of tryouts, even requesting Link to earn his mid-lane starting position back. And now, CLG did get into a little bit of trouble when they illegally acquired Skara and Zion Spartan. So it was ruled that Zion is going to have to sit out for the first week, and Skara is also going to be out for the first 3 weeks. He's still going to coach them at home, just can't come to the studio and be on stage during Champion Select. Filling in for Zion, though, this week, it's going to be Xmithy's former teammate from XDG, Benny. Everybody loves Benny. One of the nicest guys in competitive League of Legends. And, as we said, former teammate of Xmithy, so they still have that old XGG synergy.
They do, and he was one of the guys that showed up to Worlds in Season 3 and had a pretty good performance. Formerly Psycho Sid, great guy overall. And of course, thankfully for Carnologic Gaming, their longest standing starter, Doublelift, well, he doesn't need replacing. He's been pretty darn good the whole time. He's also been re-energized. He spoke about his past performance as well as his goals for the upcoming season. People can read more from the always candid Doublelift by checking out his interview on lolesports.com. And while CLG were nearly relegated in the spring promotion tournament, Team 8 successfully won their way in that same tournament by taking down Complexity.
Ah, yes, Team 8. They were the first of the new teams to join the LCS. And a lot of eyes are going to be on Cali Trolls in the top lane. There was definitely some question of whether he would get to play in the LCS because he had a prior commitment to pharmacy school, but he was able to successfully petition his university for a deferment, and fans are excited to see him in action because he has been a bright spot for the team with some very interesting picks.
Yeah, I really like him too. Me and Zyrene together were kind of big fans of this guy to see what else he can do, what kind of crazy things he brings to the top lane is what he really prides himself on. And I suppose what better person to show yourself against than, well, you've got a sub-top laner who wasn't necessarily planning on playing competitively. They grabbed Benny. Maybe this is Cali Troll's chance to beat on someone in the top lane and be like, hey, my Cho'Gath, I'm going to crush some people.
Yeah, they may see a substitute as being a weak link on CLG right now and trying to attack that top lane and support Cali with some jungle ganks or something. However, supports so far, substitute players so far have performed extremely well on the first day of the LCS. So that may not be the case. Benny may surprise him.
That's true. It's been the way. CLG only ever wins tournaments when they have subs in their roster. Guys is going to look into the action.
Hey.
Whoa.
When they first, the team was first put together, we won WCG 2010.
Okay, you're right.
No subs.
That's true. All right, fair enough. Kobe won something. Congratulations, buddy. It's been a while. You can let it go. Let's get into the action with a look at the teams on the blue side. Counter Logic Gaming, Benny. Subbing to the top lane, Smithy starting in jungle, Link in mid, Doublelift, and Afromu forever in the bottom lane.
And on the red side is Team 8. Up top, Cali Trolls in the jungle, Porpoise Pops. Mid, Slushy, AD carry Maple Street, and support Dodo.
One thing I really like about Team 8 is, to my knowledge actually, their head coach, the guy standing behind them is not going to be their analyst because Porpoise Pops' twin brother, Cheese Beluga, is their analyst. And I would have loved to just see him stand behind him and just like the crazy inception of Twitch chat being like, what WTF to Porpoise Pops?
Yes, that will be wondrous.
Unfortunately, not the case here for Team 8.
Man, those guys have really good names too, both those twins.
Yeah.
Very creative guys.
They're aquatic.
met both of them in solo queue as well. Strong players.
Very.
All right, so we are going to have a little bit of wait here for the beginning.
Yeah.
Everybody really excited for this new CLG lineup, even with the sub, though, because all eyes are really on Smithy. Yeah. We heard so much about all these tryouts, everybody trying out for this CLG jungle spot, because everybody wanted to make it onto the new squad that they were recrafting, the one with the most potential ever.
Yeah.
And Smithy was a really odd choice that everybody had not seen him in a really long time. Even in solo queue, high-rated players are like, oh, I haven't seen him in a while. And then he shot right back up, and he's been making very quick gains to get his skills back.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see. I really do think that a Smithy is really a guy to watch for here. I guess it's funny because last split they picked up Dexter. He went to Season 4 Worlds, Season 3 Worlds. Am I getting it right? Yeah, Season 3 Worlds with Lemon Dogs. And they get another Season 3 Worlds participant with Smithy here when he was back on Vulcan at the time. XDG became, as they rebranded. And he is a guy that I really, really have high hopes for. I like him a lot as a dude. He's a great player. He had a really meteoric rise during Season 3. I want to see that happen again. Maybe odd seasons are like Smithy's seasons.
So every other year he's going to have He's going to take off. He'll just take it off. There.
He's going to take off. But yeah, and CLG also, just in general, their bottom lane has always been, I would say, the most dominant bottom lane in the NALCS. There's some competition for best AD carry, sometimes competition for best support, but their dual lane always performs. Their laning mechanics are always top notch, and Doublelift basically always puts on a good performance.
There has definitely always been that hype around them and that sort of reputation. There's definitely a few moments of time where I would actually think that Sneaky plus Lemonation would take the crown from them.
Yeah.
Lemonation is
once in a while, sure.
Lemonation, I feel like, is the most underrated support. Nobody ever mentions him as actually being a strong support player in the lane.
That's true,
actually. He actually is a very strong support.
I hear these analysts outside say, I can't wait for High to play support, and they find a new mid laner, and then Lemon plays coach for them so they can get a really good support player on the roster. But I agree. I think Lemon is very good. And
he's not in this game, though. So
yeah, Cloud9 will see them again tomorrow. CLG, though, here, ready to continue their reign as maybe best bot lane NA and ready to try out some of the new players here. Aurelia going away from Cali Trolls. Really odd that like the most meta top laner ever is their first ban against Cali Trolls.
We thought there would be some focus on top lane in this matchup, and it looks to be the case. Now, Gnar and Lissandra also pretty big priority put on both of those top lane champions in the current state of the game as well.
True. And occasionally we see other champions take priority over them, champions like Sivir that we see banned away right here. But
this Pantheon is blowing my mind, Freak. I feel like it's almost a solo lane ban because the jungle has so many options.
Yeah, I don't even remember Porpoise being that big of a Pantheon player specifically either. But he's, of course, a great early game ganker, has a lot of pressure available. The Cassidy ban, just like the Team Impulse game, makes me think the first pick LeBlanc might be a priority here. Rengar goes away from Smithy.
All right, so Smithy's a guy who, yes, he's done a good job getting back to the level that he wants to be. However, there's no way that he can have a big champion pool still. He took that time off from the game. It's been a while. So a focus ban here with the Rengar, I feel like that's a good strategy.
Well, Lissandra comes up, and actually,
there it is.
Of all champions, Cho'Gath versus Lissandra, my initial thought being that might be an okay matchup, but Benny's going to get himself a Lissandra top lane, maybe goes to Link in the mid.
Now I see why they banned out the Kassadin. I really like Kassadin top lane against Lissandra. He just slowly wins it until he's got his stacking items, and then he can roam around really easily.
That's true.
Fizz, though, an interesting champion. Also usable in the top lane, by the way. Flex pick for this team.
Keep in mind, Rek'Sai is here on Porpoise Pops. He's one of the guys who's going to play that type of champion. He's really good on the very fightery junglers. That seems to be his main style. Corki.
Fightery?
Yeah, well, like there's...
I get exactly what you're saying.
Okay, then I'm going to leave it at that. One of the fightery junglers. And Corki also, a contested AD carry, especially with the Sivir ban. It's going to be great for Maple Street.
Yeah, that's true. After you see the first picks, you really get some insight as to exactly what these bans were targeted at. And they're like, yes, that was the counter or ban.
Bunch of counter picks gone away.
The only
Look
thing
at that.
is, it gives up that amazing combo. The Jarvan plus Gnar.
Third round Narvin pickup. That is unusual, but it's going to go to CLG, and my god, is their team fight scary.
Yeah, that's pretty scary, and it also does mean that it will pigeonhole Link into playing the Lissandra mid lane. So Slushy hovering over some wave clear. Both of those champions can shove waves very, very quickly. And Lulu knockup on top of Rek'Sai's own knockup when she gets in there is very scary. Rek'Sai in the middle of a team with a Lulu buffing her up is extremely, extremely scary because her damage output in hand-to-hand combats, as you say, is a very, very fightery champion. Nice. She could definitely deal it out.
The champion to be worried about here for sure. Also keep in mind, by the way, Rek'Sai is a great top laner.
That's true.
Although they're hovering science, so never mind. But
that is something to keep in mind, though. I really do like that she's extremely hard to gank in the top lane. She can use tunnels pre-placed for escaping ganks. Not only that, but she can also unburrow when you come gank her. So she's a very flexible champion. Sion, though, probably going to go in the top lane. If we're calling out flex picks, also can be a good support.
Yep.
So still an option there. We'll keep all
jungle
our options open.
We've seen jungle Lulu for what that's worth too. So who even knows? Teammates. We've also seen Corki mid. This entire comp, no idea where it's going. No champion at all.
CLG, though, going up against Corki here. Sivers already been banned, which would usually be the pick. So maybe he'll go with a Vayne and even try and avoid it and go somewhere else. I always like to see double lift on Vayne, but not going to happen this time around.
Very team fight focused for CLG. They've got plenty of wave clear and defense, though. CLG, they bring, like, right off the bat, they bring this to 45 minutes.
Yeah.
You outscale and you win the game.
Yeah, Double Lift has been extremely vocal about Tristana and the state of the champion. Still has that timer that she puts on the game. But, man, it's really about the first 3 picks for this CLG team. They're so strong. When have you last seen Janna go to a last pick for a team? This is ridiculous. Sure. CLG have a stacked lineup. This is going very, very well for CLG as far as pick bans are concerned.
They certainly have all the contested champions. All I'm going to say for Teammate, though, is they've basically gotten a counter pick every single lane they wanted to, right? Ban the Saber, pick the Corki. They got the Lulu after they knew where Lissandra was going, Sion after they knew where Gnar was going, Annie after they saw that Janna was picked up. Theoretically, Teammate have picked themselves winning matchups.
Basically, what I see from Teammate is a mid-game win. Like, they want to push for a mid-game win. This is what they're all about. They want to take advantage of Rek'Sai's mobility. They want to take advantage of Corki's mid-game power spike, and then have Annie force the issue.
Yes.
Like, we're locking in Annie so that we can pull the trigger on when our comp peaks.
And keep in mind, of course, that's, I think, and you might agree with me on this one, it's got to be turrets that they take off this, because taking 2-3 dragons doesn't mean that much on its own.
Yeah, I don't know if they could last long enough to take all 5.
Right. And that's the big thing, is normally you'd say, well, maybe Sion gets invincible, but not against Tristana. And if you can get more than just the 3 outer turrets, then maybe you're okay.
Nobody gets invincible versus Tristana.
No, not a single champion. Guys, head on over to Twitter, cast your vote for the winning team, send hashtag CLGWin or hashtag T8Win to @LOL Esports. We're going to tally up those votes shortly, and we'll see, for the sake of the internet, who you guys think is going to win this game. Now, very successfully, I say, both these teams have managed to ban out the counter picks and then pick the champions they wanted. Kind of down the line, the Sivir went away, Corki got grabbed, the Irelia went away, Gnar got grabbed. Over and over and over again, these guys got themselves some very good matchups.
Now, the other thing that I want to start talking about very early, because there's a Sion on one of these teams, is the level 1. Now, Sion is a very interesting champion.
Yes.
And since we have a pause, perfect time to talk about the shenanigans that you can pull with a Sion.
I'm ready.
Now, he has this cool passive freak where when he dies, he comes back and does a ridiculous amount of damage. So, Sion can basically start at any camp that he wants. He can die to the camp, take it, come back to lane with a buff, or as we've seen, he can actually go for an early dragon. He can even die to dragon with people helping him. They can take a very early dragon as soon as it spawns.
Wow.
I don't think that's going to be the case, because it has been done, and all these guys do have analysts watching all the foreign leagues, so they will be aware of it as well. He may just try something a bit easier, like starting one of those camps, and maybe the best case scenario is really when you can start an enemy buff and they don't know about it, and you can die to it and take it.
Yeah.
Especially the blue buff, because then he can just spam his E in lane. But either way, Sion probably going to look to try and get an experience advantage by doing an early camp. Haha, just kidding.
Yeah. Did we see that from Gravity Haunter, though? Because he picked Sion top lane up against Flares, if I got my game properly, and I don't remember seeing that happen. So you could just be lame like Haunter.
You definitely don't have to.
Yeah, but it's cool.
It is real.
I would want to. That sounds great. I didn't realize you could dragon. That's awesome.
Yeah, I watched so many games last weekend. I don't even remember what game it was, but one of the teams pulled it off.
Somewhere in Asia.
Also, they lost. So.
Oh, well, there you go.
But it was cool that they did that.
It is cool.
Sort of.
I like it a whole bunch. So, unfortunately, it looks like someone's got themselves, I would guess, a tech issue. We can figure out what that is shortly for you guys. But we've talked about the team comps. CLG, very, very good at team fighting. Individual playmaking, not bad. Lissandro's going to be good. Gnar, of course, spikes plenty hard early on. Smithy, if he's on point, is going to be a great ganker on that Jarvan. The only down point being nothing's going to happen in their bottom lane.
Yeah.
Nothing exciting for CLG, I would say. And you talked about the mid-game power spike. The Rek'Sai able to make a lot of plays early on. Lulu spikes early. Annie just does whatever she wants whenever she wants. So that's kind of the big forces facing each other. Teammate doing stuff 15 minutes in. CLG waiting to weather the next 20 minutes after that.
Basically, that's what we see. The curves a little bit misaligned. The thing is also about Rek'Sai, extremely strong champion at the time. However, susceptible to being kited. Especially when she is burrowed and doesn't have the extra sight if she doesn't have teammates around or wards down.
A champion like Lissandra, who's a control-oriented mage,
yeah.
is very strong at dealing with her in 2v2 situations. Really, Rek'Sai gains all of her power when you actually have to fight her hand-to-hand, and you're taking the brunt of that melee damage.
Yeah. And keep in mind, actually, sorry, finish your point.
I just say that Jarvan plus Lissandra is a pretty strong combo. So maybe if we do see action from them early on, it'll be centered around those two playmakers.
And of course, keep in mind with that one as well, like, not only do you have all the CC from Jarvan and Lissandra, you've got the two knockback champions in the bot lane. You've got Trist and Janna to really make sure that Rek'Sai is going to be in a sad place. And, you know, her not only just walking around well burrowed, she's a normal champion, interacts with all move blocks the normal way, but her using the burrow to move forward, making the tunnels, that's just standard. It's basically like spinning slash from Tryndamere, like susceptible to all the same knockbacks, all the same stuns and whatnot. And
she's not. I mean, she's really underground.
Yeah.
She's poking up on the surface.
Right.
You can
see the fin. You can interact with her all the normal ways. Yeah. And I suppose everyone's been playing with Rek'Sai for a couple of months now. So you guys who have been playing solo queue and whatnot have kind of seen this. But if you've been taking a break from League, she's really not any more untargetable than any other champion. So.
Yeah. I think what really becomes dangerous is when she charges in right behind a Scion ult, because the Scion's going to charge right into the team, and nothing can stop him. So he can open up a path for Rek'Sai to get inside. That, or, you know, Flash Tibbers, as we said, Annie's going to be really the linchpin that brings this entire team together and allows Team 8 to actually push the button in the mid game when they do have the power. She's the one who has all of the keys. So it's going to be on Dodo to really start things up for this team.
And one thing I do like about the synergy actually between Annie and Scion is the fact that Scion's got the big, dodgeable, unstoppable onslaught, and you got a point-and-click stun to be like, you're not dodging this.
Yeah.
And it's a 1.75.
He's got a dodgeable everything in his kit.
Not the W.
Yeah, you can dodge it. You can get out of range.
Okay, sure, but... Okay, fair. No, you win. Okay, fine. So you can dodge everything that Scion does, or run away from him, or try.
I thought you were going to go with the synergy because Annie's using the Halloween skin, so she's got the Frankenstein.
I didn't even realize that happened.
Also a zombie.
I wasn't paying attention to the skins, but good point. Now, guys, on our screens...
oriented freak.
Well, good job. I wasn't looking as closely into the game. Guys, we are back into the game, though. Game 5 of the day. CLG and Team 8 playing their very first games this year in the North American LCS. And we'll see who joins first place and who joins 6th
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
as they leave their bases.
All right, so defensive lineup here for Team 8. Looks like a little bit of a move down bottom. I really do like this mid ward that Benny's placed as well. A lot of teams have grown accustomed to placing that, but it looks like they are going to go for maybe a delayed invade here. So lane swap could be on the tables here for CLG. Looking to get double lift and easy ride.
That would be probably my recommendation here. It's a really rough lane to go up against Corki Annie. One of the most brutal duo lanes in League of Legends right now. Of course, CLG know they got spotted, they hit the ward, but they got some vision control over the blue buff.
They did indeed.
3-man slow. If that were support Lulu, that was 15 gold right there.
But it's not, Freak.
Nope.
Interesting. That is a pink ward, by the way. That is an early pink ward from Team 8. Who spent their money on that? Was that Scion? Scion did, because he started Flask. He does not have the extra red potions. Really deep pink ward. That is, by the way, up there on the other side of the blue buff. The pink ward for Team 8. Yeah, one of the most rarely checked bushes. However, Nara is standing right next to it. If he finds that, it will be very sad days for Team 8. However, he does not, because he's doing a camp. So the pink ward will survive. We'll see how long that one goes.
And Benny starting with Hyper. Guess it's the best DPS for taking a camp down like this. And slowly but surely he kites it out.
Executed.
There it is.
Dives to the camp.
That's those Scion shenanigans early on. Can he take them all out? One more left.
Woo! Level 2.
Victory. Benny doing the same thing. Doesn't have to die for his.
He might become Big Nar, but that's about it.
Does take a lot longer when you're not a zombie, though.
It's true. It's more adorable, though. Aww. You know he spells LOL with the blocks. Yep. Attention to detail, Kobe.
Scion, though, got an got to lane much earlier. You can see the difference here between Sion trying to take advantage of his passive or a standard top laner doing an extra camp. He gets up there much more quickly, has control of the lane. Not only does he have the experience boost, but he gets to shove it as well. And this basically will be the story of the day for Sion. Try and shove that lane, keep it going, and push Benny down. We'll see how well Benny can CS under his turret. He'll do his best to keep these minions pushed.
I just like that Sion harasses by yelling at minions, and they fly across the map and hit you. That's essentially how that works. Smithy, pretty safe clear for himself. Level 3, both buffs, nice and safe. Similar for Rek'Sai here, Porpoise Pops.
He gets seen by the pink ward, walks right through. So they have been alerted to Smithy's whereabouts, and Porpoise Pops is full health. So might try and take advantage. Nope, just hard farming with that Rek'Sai.
I'm a little bit surprised he didn't look to try to fight Jarvan.
Well, you can tell his mentality. Porpoise Pops went with the early Rangers purple smite here. So he's looking to hard farm and get an experience and level advantage before he starts fighting. A lot of people do like to get Chilling Smite fairly early on him, but I am a very big fan, especially in competitive play, of the Trailblazer early and trying to farm fairly quickly. Rek'Sai has got great mobility in the jungle. She can use the tunnels really early on to traverse the map and get to those camps very quickly. And then with the Trailblazer, she immediately destroys camps. Whether they're yours or hers, she will take them out extremely quickly, and you can accrue a nice experience advantage on her because she is so quick.
And with the help of Calitrolls, the Western jungle.
They found the pink ward, but can he use it as bait?
Nope. The answer is no. Yeah, Smithy
does not take it.
His Raptor buff triggered, and he's like, there's a ward here. And he's like, it's that ward.
He waits until he sees Porpoise Pops exit through the river.
Nice.
That Scuttle Crab.
I don't know if it reaches that far. I think he just assumed that she gave up.
Benefit from good timing there then.
Very smart. Link forced away though. Really good early harass. Actually reveals like Smithy's location too. Oh, missed the Glitter Lance.
And now he doesn't have to clear this fatty wave. He's going to miss some.
Ouch. Oh. Yeah. And actually, I got to say, commendable effort to Doublelift and Afro. They're actually really doing an amazing job in this bottom lane. I would not have expected this lane to go well, but absolutely great laning phase. They're up in CS. They're going to remain up in CS, and they're doing a bunch of damage too.
Doublelift and Afro move definitely do not afraid of any bottom lane. They will take anyone on. And it's pretty easy if they get the early shove. However, got to be worried about Rek'Sai. They do have defensive wards up. Doublelift has scaled 1 point into Rocket Jump already, so he's feeling safe.
Yeah. Unless we get the anti-flash stun into like a flash on Burrow, there's pretty much no way you're going to start that gank off nicely. Corvus, what? Kited around by the Scuttle Crab. That elusive little water hamster.
No, Crab's dead.
It'll come back in a few minutes. Don't worry. Porpoise pops out of the ground to kill it and goes back to base.
Interesting here, little roam from Link. There's not much he can actually do, especially since the Scuttle Crab is taken, but even so, maybe he was actually looking for a dive down there bottom. CLG have been focusing a lot more on the bottom lane because Doublelift and Afromu are such strong laners, calling for a lot more attention down bottom to try and take advantage of that. Won't happen this time though, and Smithy decides to come in on the pink warded side of CLG. Level 6 with Lissandra, and we mentioned in Champion Select the combo with Jarvan and Lissandra. Very potent. See if they can actually pull it off. Slushy, being level 6 himself, might be able to get off his ultimate in time.
See just how much on the side. They know there's no wards. Of course, the Raptor buff is there.
Yep, they really want this.
Smithy only 4 to Porpoise Pops is 5. If those two ever do battle. But Rek'Sai's on the other side of the map right now. She's coming down towards the bottom right. Nothing gonna happen. Smithy just wasting his time for now. Getting out-farmed.
Yeah, both junglers really putting a lot of effort into counter-ganking each other. But just missing.
Really heavy armor stack. So Calitrolls burns his teleport just now to get back to lane. Benny would know this based on the recall timings and everything. So CLG know there's a TP advantage. Porpoise Pops gets another scuttler, but now the southern one, the one by the dragon, is gone. Yeah. Benny burns his own teleport though, so neither top laner can now join the dragon fight if either wants to do this.
Go to Crabs. Definitely very easy money early on. They do get extremely tanky. I want to say, as Rek'Sai too, one of the most important things is laying down your tunnels so that you can capitalize on them once you're 6. Pre-6, he's getting some of the ones that you really need in there. I really like the ones towards mid lane into that side bush because they're hard to clear, and you can actually fight and bait fights over those tunnels when someone tries to clear it. The other ones I really like are towards the sides of these lanes. You can jump from this tri-bush into the lane towards the turret, and you can just leave it there because it's so dangerous to kill this tunnel.
They're going to try. Doublelift gets stunned. There's the flash on Burrow, but doesn't stop the rocket jump. Casted about an 1/8 of a second too early, and out goes Doublelift.
All right, so he loses his flash. Pretty much a waste there, but that tunnel that he just laid, that's a perfect example. This is the one I'm talking about. It's so hard to clear that because you have to get into turret range. So you can leave that there, and then when your cooldown's back up, you basically get 2 dashes now. You come in through that old tunnel, and you get 1 more tunnel. Too bad he doesn't have any flash, but that would be the way that you can cover a lot of ground on Rek'Sai, and why her ganks on side lanes are really effective.
Link wants to party. In comes Jarvan as well, and out goes Porpoise Pops. Is the team going to be there in time? 800 health on the blue buff. Smite not up for either jungler. The burst comes in, and that's going to be grabbed. Nicely done by CLG, but here comes Dodo. Tibbers is in. 2-man stun. The flash required. Smithy gets out.
Nobody able to follow up. That is huge. No flash Rek'Sai, no flash Annie. A lot of the bite has been taken out of this Team 18. They do not have very many tools to work with now. Probably going to have to wait those cooldowns out, actually.
Yeah. Unless
it's an amazing Scion ult from Cali, then it's really going to be CLG's game right now. The onus is on them.
And I got to say, I'm impressed by the gall for them to say, you know, we're not a very good early game team. We have a Tristana down in the bottom lane. She's not going to do much for a while, but you know what? Let's go for the jungle invade. Let's pressure the blue buff. We think we're going to be fine. Ended up being right. Ended up getting a buff steal. And of course, late game is still theirs.
They actually, yeah, they actually don't have to do anything right now except continue to farm. Nara's getting a decent amount of work done in the top lane. Trying to get an early Spectre's Cowl here so the annoying Scion spam won't be as big of a deal either. Very interesting bottom lane here too. Doublelift up 20 CS, constantly shoving this lane in. Even with the existing Rek'Sai tunnel, he's not scared at all. Increased movement speed from Janna. Janna's got her knockups now as well.
Yeah.
And rocket jump, he's completely safe. There's the call of the Rek'Sai ultimate. Early on, it's often used just to get more of a level advantage and a gold advantage to jungle faster, just so you can move around the map to get to the camps quicker and clear them very quickly.
Ooh,
Sneaky move here into the back here by Porpoise Pops.
Nice.
Can he actually get anything out of that, though? Because there's nobody mid lane, so that they're pushing on an empty turret here, and they're just going to take down a turret. Meanwhile, Cali
should know he's outnumbered here. Jumps in anyway, takes a bunch of damage, but oh, nice. Pops the ult, spams a couple of emotes. Lives up to his name.
On Benny's house.
That's true. He's throwing a house party.
Uh-oh. Party down bottom, too.
2 versus 3. No teleports available. First blood picks up. There's the TP coming in now. But is it going to be too little too late? Smithy is low. Good exhaust keeps him safe. Looks like Cali wasn't even able to finish the teleport anyway.
That is such a risky play to burst an Annie down to try and kill her before she can get a Tibbers off. But they did it. 0 ultimate from Annie means it's an easy kill down bottom. They have to worry about getting out, though.
Ooh, this could be scary. Now, Smithy is back under his own turret. Doublelift is going to be spotted by Tremor Sense here, I'm pretty sure. Also spotted by Maple Street, so that's easy. And looks like Smithy will get out safely. Double, though, does burn his flash, but it's going to be enough for the Ignite anyway. Porpoise gets the kill. There's revenge for Team 8. They're up in gold.
Yeah, they got that mid turret. Nobody had eyes on it, but that was that move that Porpoise Pops made. Down into the bottom lane now. They're going to stack turrets on turrets. This was the main point, taking down outer turrets to try and get this mid-game gold. If they can get the cash flow right now, well, it's going to delay it.
Yeah.
But if they can get that cash flow increased in the early game and get to the mid-game point that much quicker, then it's a really good sign for Team 8, because they definitely do have to pull that trigger in the next few minutes. 2 turrets, good start.
Yeah, and you notice that they chose to go for the turret, not the dragon they could have gotten. Ben used his teleport to go top lane, no threat for him showing up, but turret was the more important pick up there.
Yeah, 6% right now does almost nothing for them. A lot of people building tank on their team. Trinity Force is not raw AD or raw AP.
Yeah.
So they can wait on that first dragon. Doesn't really help them as much as the gold that is going to get to that Trinity Force quicker.
And there's a second pink ward on that same location that just got cleared by CLG. Teammate really loved that one, just to the left of mid turret. Corvus gets the Raptor buff, clears a ward for it. CLG doing something similar with a sweeper.
Doublelift rushed a Blade of the Ruin King as well on Tristana. With the recent nerfs to Infinity Edge, I was wondering which ADs are going to stop rushing the item. 5% crit is actually a pretty big hit for the early game.
Yeah.
And not that many people still really like getting the Phantom Dancer. So it looks like Doublelift has already started with a new build path here, going with the Blade of the Ruin King. Now, not only does it give him more peel, but it actually also does help him if he decides to jump in.
Yep. This was the this was kind of the Season 3 builds for a little bit. This was when Reckless was on Copenhagen Wolves way back in the day. He would go for this and just continuously jump in looking for fights. And this also gives Tristana a bit of a better mid-game. If you're waiting for the IE to finish and then another crit item to show up, whereas if you have Ruin King, like, you do something right now.
Yeah, and the only really hard part about this item path is before you get the actual completion of the Blade of the Ruin King. When you're sitting on just Cutlass and some daggers. But he bypassed that really easily. Very easy landing phase for Doublelift. Sneaky little dragon right here. Through the ward. And nothing that teammate can do about it because they made the move up towards blue. Not only do they get the blue answered for, dragon goes down. See about this mid lane push though, because teammate are trying to answer with a strong mid lane push. Rek'Sai plus Lulu.
Calitro's also bullied out top lane, so I mean, yeah, okay, dragon got taken, but teammate's looking at a 3-turret lead right here. Okay, make it 2 because Doublelift pushed bottom lane again, kind of with no
Everybody's
whatsoever.
heading up to the top lane as well.
Blue buff can trade blue buffs.
Still there. So they don't even get to answer back blue buffs here because CLG have made it over. It would be a 4 versus 3 if they attempt this blue buff steal. Yeah, good call by teammate. They don't want to extend their stay here in CLG territory.
Problem is I just wonder how much teammate are actually able to get here, especially because Doublelift managed to trade that bottom turret back. They actually managed to get their first dragon as well. Their outer turrets aren't that hard to take. Teammate got those 3, but if you can't get any more than this, again, the ticking time bomb of CLG is going to be too much to deal with.
Interesting as well. We have the Skirmishers upgrade for the Smite for Smithy on Jarvan here. Now, I love the Stalker's Blade on Jarvan just because of the slow, so you can easier land your EQ combo. However, if you aren't making those super early game ganks, and especially now that the Stalker's Blade slow has been reduced, the Skirmishers is always a good pickup on him as well because you're trapped inside Cataclysm with someone else. Guaranteed somebody else is in there with you, so you always will get some value out of that Skirmisher's Blade. That was kind of the only drawback to Jarvan Ultimate that I ever saw is, yeah, it's a great gap closer and you can always get to somebody, but they're not CC'd. They could still attack you while they're in there. If you reduce their damage that they deal to you with your Smite, then it really patches up some holes for him.
Yeah, something we've seen a little bit. I remember in Rocket versus Gambit, both Diamond and
both of them
it.
had skirmish.
Yeah, it was like Lee Sin versus Jarvan, and they're both like, yeah, I want to make sure I can duel you really well. I do think it's an underappreciated Smite. I agree with you here in this one. All it takes is one auto attack, and the true damage exceeds Chilling Smite's true damage. And then anything past that, you actually have more damage output. And Jarvan's typically only build 1 damage item, so you extend your threat here to your opposition. You can get probably, I think, optimally about twice as much damage as you would have gotten from a Chilling Smite. So getting like 200-300 true damage is a lot of pain to deal to somebody. Plus, of course, the tank stats you're talking about.
Yeah, and the 20% reduced damage taken from the opponent that you smite with it is actually really huge too.
Yeah.
Since Jarvan won't have a problem sticking to you.
Yeah, right now the numbers, by the way, for the comparison, is 108 damage at a level 9. Jarvan's 108 dot over 3 seconds versus 84 for the Chilling Smite burst from Porpoise Pops with the Chilling Smite. So Porpoise is 1 level down, but again, the damage just slightly eclipses it, and especially because you can trigger it more than once in a fight. There is some threat to have here. Also worth pointing out, Porpoise Pops did get himself a Sight Stone, so he's really, really trying to get the vision game going, which does surprise me a bit, being that he's Rek'Sai. That's a champion that I feel like needs to continue to be a damage threat to be useful in the game. But maybe that's just me playing solo queue too much.
I mean, Sightstone is always good on Rek'Sai because of the part where if you're by yourself, then you don't have a very strong vision. So it always feels nice to have a Sightstone as well, not only to help out your team vision, but also so that you don't have to walk around blind all the time underground and just rely on the sonar. So I do kind of like it there, but I definitely think you are right in pointing out that she is a very strong duelist, and taking advantage of the damage that she can deal is always a pretty strong strategy.
Yeah.
Especially since he's the one with the kill on their team.
That's true. It is a fairly low kill game, about 16 minutes in. I know the initial pause was for Doublelift saying he didn't have any in-game sound, although it seems like Link is requiring some help right now. So I'm unsure if someone else found themselves with some issues. Looking at the rest of this game, we definitely have full tank Sion. It's been Frozen Heart first almost all the time for him. Added a Giant's Belt, which is interesting. I don't normally see that, but just adding more combat sets for the most part. It's also a very physical damage heavy composition. Really only Lissandra dealing magic damage from CLG. And that's not usually that bursty of a champion. You see cooldown boots more than Magic Pen. You get an early Zonias instead of a Death Cap.
Yeah. So Callie can probably feel safe that he won't get ulted by Lissandra. However, she does have a decent amount of AoE that he will be taking, side shots from. And since Link has rushed this Morello, he can actually have a pretty good mid game right now. We were wondering about how CLG will get through this part. With the itemization that they've actually taken, they've already hit quite a few item breakpoints for a lot of their guys. So even though they are slightly behind in gold, it looks pretty strong for them because remember, they do have that dragon buff as well.
Right, and the fact that they're down 2 towers and yet still only down 500 gold for it means they're straight up winning their laning phases.
Oh yeah,
they're
just CS is crazy for them.
Right, exactly. You've got somehow Jarvan keeping up in CS against Rek'Sai, a 20-something minion lead here for the Lissandra, and a 25 minion lead for Tristana, which shouldn't happen, just straight up. Should not happen in this game. So props to Double and Aftermove, props to Link, and the individual skill of CLG is carrying them through the early game, I would say, for the most part.
Yeah, I think definitely, especially Link deserves some praise because, especially in the offseason, a lot of people were wondering even if he would be back on the team.
Sure.
But as we said, they held tryouts, he went through them, and he earned his spot back. He's definitely committed, and he has performed quite a lot better in recent memory. So
yeah,
we'll see if he can continue that. His big problems have usually been in the really high pressure games. So regular season LCS games, I do expect him to perform at a very high level.
Right.
We'll see as we get closer to playoffs and stuff like that if the old problems of high pressure games still persist with him.
That's true, and it's often a sort of a problem of just sort of doing it enough until you get used to it. One of the stories I remember is the team that's now qualified for the European LCS, H2K, back when they were Cloud9 Eclipse. They went through a couple of organizations there. They were always touted as the best team in Challenger and then never performed when it came time to the promotion tournament. They routinely got destroyed. And you saw kind of their shining star Forbidden show up in the EU LCS and crush Elements, crush Froggen in his debut. And it's like, hey, these players finally learned how to perform properly. Again, H2K doing well in the expansion tournament. Forbidden himself doing very well on Fnatic. And it was just a matter of time until these players got good at playing in the higher pressure games. I think Link, similar for him.
Yeah, there's definitely a reason we constantly are overvaluing veterans. It definitely does pay off to have that experience.
They prove they can do it.
All right, let's see if Team 8 can actually pull the trigger now because Annie has her stun charged up. No flash available. So it may be the situation where they are looking for the Sion to sort of, if not hit his ultimate, at least corral CLG into an area where Annie can hit her. Even though Sion may not always hit his ult, he at least zones out a large part of the map. Vroom! That was not as epic of a sound as the ultimate deserves, I feel, Freak.
It didn't do anything epic. He showed up mid lane.
Little bit lackluster.
Well, when Porpoise flanks somebody and gets a triple kill, I'll do something other than Vroom.
All right.
All right, Kobe.
You're setting the standard pretty low here, and you're going to amp it up. I like it.
Over the river. What do you want from me?
Circling around the Dragon Pit right now is Porpoise Pops, trying to get some deeper vision. That's one thing that teammate have not been able to do, is really encroach anywhere on CLG territory. It's been hard for them to really get back into this jungle. They placed the early pink ward. We saw this was definitely an early goal for them, and they've continued to try and keep that up. But really all of CLG, not just Afromu, have done such a good job of cleaning off their jungle and keeping out that vision from teammates so that it's hard for teammate to make that mid-game push and try and get a pick.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's been a team effort for CLG. Oh, Calitro's getting jumped on in his own pink ward. In comes Lysandra as well. Ult's out of it. Calitro's afraid.
So no Scion ult and no Annie flash is a really big problem for Team 8. They would have to get Rek'Sai in range for a flash, which is much, much harder to do.
Well, absolutely wonderful stuff by Counter Logic Gaming. They are stifling all of teammates' opportunities as they slowly tick up in gold, as they slowly scale into the end game. And that is not a good thing for Team 8 when that happens here. Smithy, in his debut in Season 5, also doing a pretty good job. Here's the jump in, Doublelift, just rocket jumps away, and the mid turret's almost dead.
And Doublelift looks to be building more attack speed here, makings of a Zeal at least on his Tristana. Now, that does work really well when you have, especially Janna as your support. Adding that extra to AD, you get a lot of value when she puts that shield on you, since he's built so much attack speed. Benny finishing up the top turret here, while Calitrolls was occupied. And Benny the sub, even CS here, using Gnar for CLG. So far, really strong performance from him, I have to say. As a sub, coming back, just being called up out of nowhere. We'll see how he performs in the team fights, because Gnar, very tricky. Got to work around that Gnar bar, as Riv called it. I really like that definition.
I like that, yeah, that's a good one.
Sounds like a candy bar that I would love to try, right? Please.
Did you gnaw on a Gnar bar? Got a silent G, it's a good word. It's the best I got. I'm warming up, guys. Beginning of the season. Benny's still getting pushed around a little bit. I mean, he's certainly playing reasonably passively. He's not trying to do anything too flashy. And again, the team comp doesn't require that.
And he is full tank Gnar, so...
Sure. We've seen that mostly today, actually.
Yeah, not a whole lot he could gain with the 1 versus 1. Wow, that Ward's staying around so long now that Smithy actually able to take it out. Pure auto attacks.
Nice by him.
The one thing that is a little bit lacking here from Team 8, I don't see Porpoise Pops with many good tunnels in position right now to make any actually game-changing plays. Right now, all of the tunnels are really just for getting around the jungle faster. So you can see there, Pops the ultimate once again.
Yep.
He's just cruising around his jungle really quickly, trying to get up that experience and gold advantage from farming super hard. But not really going to be the game changer as far as the initiation is concerned. However, Team 8 waited long enough, and he flashed back up now.
And honestly, yeah, Porpoise Pop's the same level as Xmithy, who doesn't have an ult that gets him around the map into the jungle faster, so really not a lot to show for it from Porpoise Pops here. The Rek'Sai early game power not doing much yet. The early game team not doing much either. The engages haven't been really finding anything. Dragons in 10 seconds. Baron's up now.
All right, this is going to be a really, really telling fight for Team 8. Right now they're split up. This could be fairly bad for them. They need Annie with the rest of the team. If Annie gets caught and has to blow the Tibbers early, they are in a bad, bad situation.
Benny at half of a Gnar bar right here. Will become large soon. Dragon could easily be contested with this Blade of the Ruin King.
The other thing I really like about Benny building full tank...
Uh-oh. Well, yeah, Ward's going to get back and forth. Smithy slowed down, but so far Doublelift just getting free shots here, basically.
Yeah, early Blade is also really good against Sion since he gets so much health.
True.
I do have to say, though, one of the best things against an Annie support, since she's so popular now, people should be running a very strong full tank. Because a full tank in front of Annie's so squishy. If you have 1 point man, it's hard for her to get around. Sion comes in, though.
They find Xmithy, and that is going to be nearly a dead Jarvan. Flash in, Calitrolls finds one. Now, will they get more? Double from the back lines. Rocket jumps away, slash into Calitrolls to knock up onto Benny. Porpoise Pop's really low. Knocks up, gets a heal. Benny fails the flash. That's going to be a second kill. Now Link gets slowed down. There's no turrets around them, but back goes Team 8.
There's that trigger. They pulled it. Team 8 with the mid-game looking for the big fight. They were able to get an Annie stun on both Doublelift and Benny
Now it's going to be the Dragon after. Let's see if they can actually finish it. Yes, they can. No smite available for any steal.
They know doubles in that brush.
Double lift, not really planning anything, just trying to wait out his time and see where Team 8 goes.
Wow. Bit of hubris by CLG.
All right, so as we said, it's much easier for Rek'Sai to come in right behind Sion ultimate. Gets in the back, any stun, Benny plus double lift. So they didn't get much damage out of double lift, maybe 4 or 5 auto attacks before someone's already dead. Porpoise pops in there to bait Benny a little bit. He unburrows and immediately flashes. So he gets his knockup off before flashing all the way into a bush. Pretty risky, but good play from him right there as he gets away with it. And then Benny, a little bit panicked right there, as you said, not able to get out over the wall, and they got an extra kill for it.
One thing was actually unsung there. That fight should have been even worse. The Janna ulti actually knocked Maple Street over the wall after he had already Valkyrie'd in. Took him like 10 seconds to walk all the way around as his team's fighting without him. There could have been a lot more done there, but still 2 for 0 plus. The Dragon, not bad. That said, CLG equalized the turrets after the recall. So CLG, Tide and Dragon's now up in gold, despite Team 8 holding a kill lead.
Yeah, and that's not a good sign for Team 8. Double lift already working on some actual damage now here. Has picked up a BF sword after that. So he's simultaneously working on his Phantom Dancer as well as BF item, which will probably be Infinity Edge.
So he might just stop on Zeal and then get the Eye Edge actually completed instead of going to PD. I think it's actually optimal. Double lift now starting to zone people out, and CLG, they do know they just lost the last fight, but in the next 2,000 gold, I think Double lift makes that turnaround. The question is, when do CLG feel safe fighting? He just got kicked in for trying it last time.
And Corki still is got a ways to go. Corki, next big item is going to be Blade of the Ruin King. It provides so much deceptive burst here from Corki. He has ridiculous mixed damage. People often jump in on the Corkis, and Trinity Force plus Blade of the Ruin King, if you jump on him, he can destroy you very quickly because it makes Phosphorus Bomb very easy to land, and the active from Blade of the Ruin King, taking off your percentage health. We'll see, though. It also helps with chasing down. If they can get into one of these messy fights once again. So they want to work around the Gnar transformation.
And here we go. CLG saying, yep, we're going to play Siege. Level 12 on double. It pops the rapid fire. Mid-tier going down. Dodo jumped on incredibly low and held Nard into the wall. 1 for 0. There's the knockback by Aframy. 1 hit away from the turret hitting him. Barely just survives, but another kill for Double Lift. Benny in the front line still. 1 does get traded back. It's a 2 for 1 here, but Link still rooting people up. Slushy's got to be careful. Doesn't quite land the knockup, though. Calitro's taking a lot of damage from Double Lift. The Rockets come in, though. Teammate could win this fight. In goes Maple Street. Can he get Benny? Yes, he can. Now, can he get Link? 1 rocket lands. 2 for 2 overall.
Sion chasing.
Link goes in. Wow, the burst is not enough, but Exhaust is there, and Double's gonna clean them all up.
Callie's you can't chase Janna. Can't chase Tristana either, so.
Bit of acrobatics.
What a play, though, there. Link making the call to turn that one back around, sacrifices his own life, locking everyone up and getting off that AoE of Lissandra, allowing Double Lift and Afro move to pick up the extra cash as well as blue buff.
Wow, that fight was so incredibly close, but CLG did it. A great exhaust at the end of that fight to make
And this is pretty much all about tank positioning. Benny's there before Sion. This is why I really don't like having my main tank with the teleport split pushing, because it takes so long for a teleport channel to go off. Someone can die before the end of your teleport channel, and not having your main tank there for this team fight is exactly what destroyed Team 8. Benny was able to walk right in the middle of the turret even, and pick up a kill before he even arrived. So here goes Link, bursting everybody down, getting them low enough so that Double Lift can get the reset and finish off the zombie as well.
Another engage here. Link in the mid lane. Smithy there as well, but Dodo getting some really good damage down. There's the ulti force defensively. Porpoise Pops is here, Benny in the front lines. Link 100 health basically, but Cali Trolls can't do enough damage. He's going to be going down. Smithy on the chase. Double Lift as well. That's the pickup. Slushy gonna go down. That's a double for Double Lift. Living up to his name. Dodo 1 hit from dead. Out goes teammate.
Well,
oh, hold on. That's a Scion.
Yeah, and that's going to be mid lane here for CLG. Different story to this team fight, no AD carry for Team 8. So somebody for Team 8, one of the key members missing in back-to-back fights. No tank first time around, then no AD carry second time around. And CLG, this should be very, very good news for CLG fans because especially with the Tristana, this game getting quickly out of hand for CLG, they should be able to run away with it at this point.
And one thing I think Team 8 really, really needed this game, especially when you're considering CLG's relying on Tristana. We'll get to that later.
Smithy flashes in for the missed EQ, but it doesn't matter. Like we said, Corky's off bottom lane farming, and CLG just collapsed. Even pouring all the damage into Calitrolls, who gets the Lulu ult, they are still able to clean him up and take down the rest of the members.
Quick cleanup. This is Link.
Oh, he got Link.
Realizing what was happening, I guess. Yeah.
If you have the Frost Ring, like, he could have snared him and walked the other way. But he snared him and walked past him.
The Link just kind of didn't realize that Scion was back, I guess.
Oh, well.
Whatever. So looking good. Another catch, though. Dodo goes down. CLG just turned it on 25 minutes in. Calitrolls stomps the ground on nothing, gets a knockup, but gets ulted in by Link. That's going to be a dead again. Scion. Double kill now for Link.
All right, CLG definitely in complete control of this game. Looks like it will be mid lane turrets as well as some easy dragon pressure if they decide to fall back on the dragon. Inhibitor turret though, #1 on the list. And the options right now, extremely limited for Team 8. No flash on Annie, no ultimate for Scion. Even if he gets back up in time, it'll be really hard for them to contest this dragon. He does have teleport, but again, no ultimate means he's just walking over there, trying to land a skill shot. Porpoise Pops gets caught.
And he's going to die. There's one for nothing. Slushi tries to fight double if not going to be enough. Timbers comes down. They do trade it back, a 2-for-1. But I don't think Team 8's going to get much more out of this one. CLG will retreat.
They don't get the dragon, so Team 8 have stalled that one at least.
They're just missing team members. Porpoise Pop's ulti is up soon-ish, right around the time that Rek'Sai respawns. Maybe that'll give Team 8 the ability to contest for this, but
CLG don't have to make any plays right now. All they have to do is wait for Doublelift to come back up. Hovering around Dragon, though, they don't want to give up position.
Dragon has started. Link's going to take some damage here. This is actually not the worst positioning in the world. There's the ulti in for Rek'Sai, not too far away, but the engage, wow! Down goes Maple Street, paving the road with the poor guy, and Benny gets another kill onto Dodo. Link will at least get caught, but over and over again, it's a 2-for-1. CLG get more kills. They're just getting farther and farther ahead.
They're re-engaging again. All right, Dragon's still alive.
Porpoise Pops really wants to do some stuff, but
he has
a very squishy Rek'Sai. Benny and Smithy could probably win that fight. After's not far away either. Doublelift has respawned and has joined the fray.
There he is. Doublelift arriving. That should be the dragon for CLG. No steal attempt really here for Porpoise Pops, and CLG stacking it up.
And now sieging going to be even easier. They kill turrets faster now with that buff. And what I was going to talk about a little while ago. So one core problem here with Calitrolls is he tunnels kind of hard on what he thinks is like his optimal build. I think he builds Iceborne Gauntlet more than most other items in the game on his tanks. Problem is, there's a Tristan in this game. You really care about the champion's damage output. Frozen Heart, which I thought he was going for, would have been a massive pickup.
Yeah, and it does even do a lot of work against Jarvan, and even a full tank Gnar as well.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
every Scion in the world builds that item first, except Calitrolls.
He's probably not going to get off an auto attack on Doublelift either, unless they get the magnificent engage that they want, in which case Doublelift should be dead anyway.
Oh, they got great knockup! That was beautiful!
And there it is. That's the magnificent engage that they want. The flash timbers from Dodo 8. This is the push that they have to make something work. Doublelift down. They're going to take at least one turret here. Where can they head after? They the shield from Janna. The minion buff.
All right, now bot lane's got a big wave. Benny is starting to clear it. Teammate not even going to go for Dragon, not going to go for Bear, and they take the one kill, the one turret, and peace out.
They would have to chain kills, I think, if they really wanted to make something out of this. So Not able to do that. Oh, they're looking for it, though.
Or did they bait CLG into the wrong spot? A nice knockup's gonna catch Smithy. Q gets canceled. In goes Link. Dodo's about to die, but maybe Lulu's something to say about this one. Here comes the fight. No double lift, but CLG's gonna win a 4v5. They're just cleaning up kills now. Calitroll's the only man alive. That's how far CLG is ahead. You don't even need double lift.
You could tell that teammate were feeling the same way. They wanted to chain some kills, take advantage while there's no double lift on the field. But my goodness, that is the wombo combo right there. Teleport right into Gnar ultimate from Benny, locking everybody up. Link goes in first. Frozen Tomb on himself to keep them in place. Beautiful play from CLG. They'll get the Baron easily after this. So let's take another look. Link goes right into the middle. Frozen Tomb on himself still does all the damage he needs in an AoE on everybody. And then Jarvan Cataclysm goes up. There's a wall there anyway. Benny comes in for the full team Gnar ultimate. Only person he didn't get was Sion, which doesn't matter. And then finish him up last.
Down he goes.
So yes, even without the Tristana in the late game, the 3 offensive item Trist, they still take out the entire team for Team 8. And CLG should be fairly easy for them to push in now. Baron buff on top of all the leads that they have.
Oh man, they're already going to be good at killing turrets. Tristana practically outranges them at this point.
Team 8 here.
Yeah.
No flash this time for Annie, and that's really their main hope. Is a miracle another Tibbers on the double lift and blow them up. As we've seen though, even if they kill double lift, if they all group up to do it, then they're going to be in trouble.
The damages are just enough. No lock-in on the team means AoE damage even better. Dodo, he got Talisman of Ascension, he got Distortion Enchantment with the boots. He wants really badly to do this. Link, that's a cute move. He puts the claw in the wall, so you don't always see it. Yeah. And he still pops out to the side. That's really clever.
All right, running in on the base here. CLG looking to take it home. Porpoise pops in the middle of everything.
Knocked up, and it's going to be just explosions there. 1 for nothing. Inhibitor's going to go down. CLG in complete control. They can look towards the Nexus turrets. Looks like they will do so. They're number 1 under immense pressure. Jungler dead. 4v5. Here comes Team 8. No knock-up there for Calitrolls. He is tanky, though. You can see he doesn't die very fast, but there's no backup for him. Smithy trying to make it happen. Shields come in. Nice stun from Annie. Good initial burst, but it's not enough. Benny's there. Maple Street's going to go down. Double it. Finds himself some more kills. And Team 8 are all gone here. This is the second turret going down. This is the inhibitor under fire, or the Nexus, I should say. And that is GG. 34.5 minutes. Counterlogic Gaming start out the NALCS 1-0.
Man, that draft phase for CLG. Whew.
Yep.
They got so many first pick worthy champions. That is almost ridiculous.
Lissandra, Janna.
Every single one of those. So ridiculous how well that went for them. And all you have to give up for it is Rek'Sai. That is a bargain, my friend.
Not even Corki, I feel like, is on that tier, really.
Nope.
Wow. Yep. So that's without CLG's main coach, too. That's Zix doing it for him instead of Skara. The substitute top laner, substitute coach. The trend continues. The subs are doing well today in the North American LCS.
Yeah, I mean, having your coach have to sub out seems like it's a really easy workaround. I mean, they can coach you at home, they can write down exactly what you need, and have somebody there. Also, Zix, by the way, just because he's the analyst, this guy's been with the team for just as long.
True.
This guy's been with the team for longer than Skara has been. He was there all last split. This guy has the relationship with the players. He has the trust of the players, and he's had things under control for a while now. So, very good showing here by CLG. Yeah, from draft up to Nexus Explosion.
And I gotta say, you did say their draft was good, but not only, this is actually a trap I think some teams fall into, is pick all the top tier champions are going to win. You heard I Will Dominate talk about how much he praised his team's coach, saying, he makes sure that we don't just pick champions, we mold it into a team composition. I think this happened here for sure with Counterlogic Gaming. Not only did they get these highly sought after champions, but saying, hey, well, we needed some late game scaling. We picked the Tristana, but we got the wave clear to make sure that that would still stay afloat. The Lissandra come in here, Jarvan's got a little bit of it, Nara's got a bit of it here. Janna helps keep the turrets alive, right? The comp actually worked out, no big glaring weaknesses. Smart of CLG.
And I really do have to give some props also to the
XDG members. Both of them performing admirably, subbing in there for CLG. Smithy on his permanent role as well.
Aframu also a great game on top of him. Almost a perfect score, 1-0 and 20. And yeah, the XDG guys, really high KDAs, very few deaths. Really, really good stuff by them. Counterlogic Gaming held on against an early game team. Everyone contributed individually quite well. As a team, they played great. Team 8 got stopped at the 3 outer turrets. That was the big worry. They couldn't get farther than it. You mentioned the lack of deep wards partway through the game. Certainly, everything past the laning phase didn't really click for Team 8.
Yeah, I mean, they got a couple good anti-stuns on there, but this squad from CLG was just so solid. They could easily recover from, maybe you get one turret off of one of those amazing anti-stuns. You only get a couple kills, and they easily weathered that storm.
So great stuff by Counterlogic Gaming. They're going to start the series 1-0. Of course, we'll see every single one of these teams tomorrow. Some teams make miraculous rebounds after a Game 1 loss. Some tank after a Game 1 win. We're going to see what happens. But right now, we're going to check in with Riv, who's Riv's side with a member of the victorious Counterlogic Gaming.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I am with the man who can lift twice as much, Double Lift, coming off a win on that game. A fantastic game for the win. But you guys seem to have a little bit of trouble. A lot of people thought you could have taken it a little quicker than that. What are you guys going to be looking to work on coming out of Game 1?
I think earlier we were playing really scared. Me and Afro ended up like smashing lane pretty hard, so we wanted to push our advantage. And I ended up dying like pretty stupidly 3 times that game. I can remember them pretty clearly, and it's like, I'm so sad. I honestly played really bad that game, despite the fact that I was like really fed and really farmed. It was just like a bad performance by me, but my team definitely stepped it up mid-game. Afro and Link just kind of took charge, and Smithy was providing like a lot of good communication. So like our new team dynamic is really good, and Benny is just kind of an assistant top laner, but like Zion is more of a carry-oriented top laner. But we're used to playing with both because people, notoriously CLG is the team with like, oh, we just put the top laner on an island, just like play tanks, do whatever. And Benny's like one of the best players, I think, at just like making sure he won't carry games on his back, like just hard 1v5, but he won't ever feed so hard that the enemy top laner is out of hand. So he's just like a really good supportive top laner, and he's, yeah, we just did well.
Definitely a good one to put in for the game. You yourself, as kind of touched back on last year, say you even expressed that you had lost your way. You didn't really know what the deal was. You wanted to up your game. What have you done? What has reinvigorated you to kind of light that fire again?
Well, this season I've been practicing harder than any other season, yeah, by far. I put in like a lot of work, a lot of thought into like what is like my big priorities, because obviously like as a pro gamer, your number one priority should obviously be the game, right? You think that's so simple, but then you get distracted, you get sidetracked, and sometimes you have like a whole day to yourself and you're like, I don't really want to play solo queue, I kind of just want to do other stuff. But after failing so much in my career, I've never gotten first or anything like that. I'm pretty sick of losing, honestly. Like I just hate losing more than anything else. So I'm just looking forward to finally smashing people and shutting people up. Everyone hates CLG right now because we broke the rules. We like changed our roster, all this stuff. Like everyone just hates CLG. It's like the thing right now, and it's gonna be fun to turn upside down.
Well, turned upside down, do you guys think you have what it takes to prove this year, to beat the top teams and be on that final stage where TSM and Cloud9 sat last year?
Yeah, I think that game, big game, is like the real CLG. Like we stopped playing scared. We're not afraid to go in and make crazy plays. And when I died and then my team 4v5'd them and we got the ace and Baron at the end of the game, that's like the kind of stuff that CLG is capable of now that we weren't necessarily capable of before. So I think just people playing confident, aggressive, and looking to punish people who make mistakes, because everyone makes mistakes. That's the kind of CLG style that we're going for now. And before it was like, oh, let's just sit back and wait for them to make like a crucially game-losing mistake, and then we can just like get to late game. That doesn't work anymore.
All right, final question, Double Lift. Looking ahead to tomorrow, Team Liquid, how does CLG feel about that match?
Keith is actually really good. I said that a long time ago in like an AMA that I had, and I still stick by. He's a really good AD carry. People shouldn't, and obviously as you saw today, he did really well. They did a protect AD carry comp, and he did his job really well. So I don't expect, because they have a ringer, that they're much weaker. Just like they shouldn't expect us to be much weaker because we have a ringer. So it's going to be close, because us and X-Curse, I guess Liquid now, we've had really close games in the past, and they're the ones who knocked us out of Worlds contention last year. So I'm looking forward to get some revenge.
All right, revenge it is. Best of luck in that game tomorrow and the rest of the season. Right now, we're going to throw it to the guys at the analyst desk to break down the rest of the day.
Thank you, Riv. Congratulations to CLG and Double Lift on the victory there. Although I have to say, I'd be pretty confident going into a matchup holding Gnar, Jarvan, Lissandra, Janna, and Tristana in my team comp.
Yeah, that's just all power picks across the board there. And they were really handed over just for the cost of Rek'Sai, which wasn't very effective from Porpoise Pops.
Yeah, and so Double have said, he mentioned, that's the real CLG, what we saw in the mid-game, kind of a little bit more dominant team fight. They really started to roll through them there. Do you think, how much of a product do you think that is that a teammate kind of, these seem to crumble a bit as opposed to CLG pulling it together?
Pretty sloppy game.
Yeah, teammate went
all
really
things
hard.
considered. Teammate definitely was not playing very well together. The one thing that was like very impressive was the turn in the blue side jungle when Lissandra went in with her E and Double Lift was on like 1 health and he healed to get a double kill. And that's really when they won the game. That individual play was really impressive. The rest of the game was actually somewhat sloppy.
Yeah, Link had a really good game for himself there. The ultimates on himself, the ultimates on other people were right on point. And the fact that he was being more aggressive and able to be that type of player on Lissandra. Something we've seen from Link is, he likes the Twisted Fate going in, but he's been a little reserved when we saw him. So he looks a little invigorated himself, too.
Well, those will be the plays that we look to see CLG make more of in the future. I want to kind of pull now the rest of the day. We'll recap a little bit. You guys, what stood out the most for you at our first day of the NALCS?
Well, the first game, TSM versus Cloud9. I think TSM bouncing back from a really poor performance they had at IEM San Jose, and I do think they did a fair bit of self-reflection after that. I know Loco said, he didn't understand the meta, that he didn't prepare TSM properly for that. They looked very well prepared for Cloud9. It seemed like they turned things around, even though the early game looked like the subdued Achilles heel of TSM. Well, we fall a little bit behind, and they don't know what to do. They just wait to win. And they actually took some initiative, which was something TSM wasn't able to do from behind last year, and they did it against Cloud9.
Man, I'm loving having coaches and champions select. They just make really great compositions for themselves. But the thing that I'm really interested in is the new faces of the Rift. We're seeing all these champions just pop up, the 4 champions that we didn't have previously, Sion, Gnar, Rek'Sai, and Azir, just really coming out to play since Worlds. And we're also having 26 unique champions played when there's only 50 selectable today. But I thought that was really great. And then on top of that, all of the players who just really came to play today that we hadn't seen before. The substitutes really stepping up, had really great games for themselves on Winter Fox. And I just thought all around people were having...
Protect Keith. He's a sub.
I know.
Do it.
That was so much faith in him.
He's good.
And I thought that was really just a bold move, and it paid off.
And he pulled out the Kog'Maw. That's one of those unique champion picks that we didn't see any of the other AD carries trend towards. So.
And you have to have really good positioning to play that, too.
Yeah, I have to say I'm definitely excited to see what other champion picks develop as we watch, the meta change and shift and people react to the new things that are coming out. Now, with 5 games under our belt, here's how things currently stand in the NALCS. TSM coming out strong to get LCS first blood. Also, the subs showing up big today with Winter Fox and Team Liquid. Congrats to the 5 teams that won, and to the rest of the field, well, you're only 1 game out of first.
They're close.
So they're close.
Yeah.
The race is close.
Tomorrow.
It's going to, exactly. Well, tomorrow we will see how those standings continue to evolve after our 5 games. And of course, we'll be kicking that off with Dignitas versus Team Impulse, followed by Coast battling it out with Winter Fox, and conclude the week with Teammate versus TSM. That all gets underway Sunday at noon Pacific, and for our friends in Europe, that's 9 p.m. Central European time. That's going to do it for us today. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
I have a
That's
pen
pretty
now.
simple. You have a pen. At the end of the day.
Welcome to day 1 of the NALCS Spring Split. They're still trying to go for the fight. There's the box. It goes down. Dyrus is right in the middle of this one. Luxboy as well. And it is a completely melted Cloud9 team. This is over. That's not empowered. Transcendable through the entire team. That's going to put the nail in the coffin.
Wow. Dignitas capitalizes instantly.
Starting off this season, we've already seen some great plays today, and we're only gonna see more. And they still turn it around here with Saito. One last hit. Oh my gosh, they're picking up this here with slivers of health, and Pro Belter's about to have a heyday.
what a way to start the season. Look out.
We are gearing up for game 5.
They're coming. Coming. Get gnarly. Kill them all. Go Lulu. Yeah, I got you. I know you got me. Skip it.
Time to watch a gaming start off the NALCS 1-0.